In the origin energy cloud above Carefree Island skies, the dragon and phoenix engraved Prime Emperor Red Lotus bloomed alongside the fire and thunder rune-covered heretical god Sprout. Not only did a phenomenon appear during Lin Ming's Ninefall, but there were even two of them. Two different transcendent divine mites each produced their own phenomenon. At this time, Xiao Haogan felt as if his heart had withered away. As for the other 11 elders responsible for managing the concealing array formation, all of them were pale. They were struggling to resist the heavenly Tao laws. But even the aftermath shockwaves of the heavenly Tao laws weren't something that divine lord powerhouses could withstand. Originally, it was already difficult for them to withstand the Red Lotus phenomenon. But now, this unknown sprout that appeared out of nowhere left them miserable beyond compare. They were rapidly reaching their breaking point. Mo Evers now noticed this and said, "Auntie, those 12 elders might not be able to last much longer. You'll need to send several more people." In the past, when the Conch World King crossed his Ninefall, a supreme conch phenomenon appeared and its sound spread out for 800,000 miles, and there was no barrier that could obstruct it. This no longer has anything to do with cultivation. These phenomena that are appearing around Lin Ming cannot be understood by any disciple of Carefree Island. But if we're unlucky and some old monster with an extremely rich experience sees it, then that will mean trouble. Although Mo Evers now knew the chances were low, they still had to prepare for any unexpected variables. "Okay." Mo River Bliss nodded, her face full of smiles. Lin Ming's current achievements had already surpassed all of her expectations. Her heart was filled with anticipation for his future. Mo River Bliss sent out another sound transmission and had Island Master Xiao Skywhite personally help to conceal the energy fluctuations of the world laws. "Little Snow, you were right. Lin Ming can really become a great world king in the future." Only become a great world king? Mo Evers now thought to herself, not responding. In truth, her ambitions for Lin Ming were much greater. A great world king was formidable, but Mo Evers now had already experienced a great world king, and that was her grandfather. As for Mo Evers now herself, if she hadn't experienced such tragedy in the past, then she too would have become a great world king. There was also Tian Mingzi. With his martial talent and cunning, he also had similar hopes of becoming a great world king. What Mo Evers now desired was to surpass a great world king. She thought that Lin Ming could break through the world king boundary in the future and become an Empyrean. The fabled Empyreans were the true gods of the divine realm. Countless years would pass before a single one was born, and the most outstanding among them could produce their own transcendent divine might. Even god-beasts had to submit before the might of an Empyrean. What sort of boundary was an Empyrean? In front of an Empyrean, even holy lords that controlled their own domain were nothing more than a gathering of ants. When speaking of an Empyrean, all martial artists in the divine realm, and even the glorious world kings, would also feel a deep reverence from their hearts. This was the same as a mortal being awed by a god. These aspirations were truly too great. Even Mo Evers now didn't have full confidence that she could help Lin Ming become an Empyrean. She only had an idea of this, but she didn't say it out loud. This was because she knew such words would attract the ridicule of others. When talking to her auntie Mo Riverbliss, Mo Evers now knew that she wouldn't be laughed at by her. At most, her auntie would urge her not to think of such unrealistic matters. Thus, Mo Evers now had chosen to stay silent about this and keep this idea snugly suppressed at the bottom of her mind. "Lin Ming, I have no idea what boundary you will arrive at in the future, but my destiny has already been tied to yours, and there is no way we can be divided any longer. Your future will also be my future," Mo Evers now whispered in her heart. At this time, the origin energy cloud above Carefree Island had expanded to 81 miles. An 81-mile origin energy cloud. That was a 27-layered heavens Ninefall. All of Carefree Island's elders were daunted by this sight. The origin energy cloud was simply expanding too quickly. None of them knew just how to react to this. Normally, when a genius crossed Ninefall, it was already extraordinary for them to produce more than one layered heavens. Every single higher layered heavens up meant far more unfathomable advantages. It meant greater potential, and it also meant that one's cultivation would reach a far higher boundary in the future. And for Lin Ming crossing Ninefall, the origin energy cloud was rapidly inflating. This wasn't rising by one layered heaven at a time, but rather by 3 layered heavens at a time. That meant that this origin energy cloud was expanding by 9 miles each time. Now, it had already reached a 27-layered heavens, an 81-mile origin energy cloud. The number 81 came from 9 times 9. 2 nines together, this itself contained the principles of the Great Tao. But this still wasn't the limit. At this time, Xiao Haogan's face was ashen. Although Xiao Haogan was aware that Lin Ming's combat strength far surpassed all other martial artists at his level, he subconsciously believed that the only reason Lin Ming was able to do so was because of all the heavenly materials used on his body. If these heavenly materials were given to him instead, and he could form a solid foundation in his youth like Lin Ming did, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach an absolute 3 levels Ninefall and show disdain for all other rivals of his generation. But now, as Xiao Haogan looked at that 81-mile origin energy cloud in the sky, his mind had gone utterly blank. Even calling Lin Ming a monstrous genius didn't do him justice. Not too far away from Xiao Haogan, White Brook's face was also fading like a dying fire. He couldn't imagine that Lin Ming would achieve such a scene underneath the Divine Sea. Once he stepped into the Divine Sea, just how dramatically would his combat strength rise? And, when Lin Ming reached the middle divine transformation realm, Xiao Haogan feared that he would no longer be a match for him. With Lin Ming's cultivation speed, it might only take a dozen or so years for him to reach the middle divine transformation realm. In just a dozen some years, Lin Ming would have the ability to contend with him in frontal combat. In 20 years, Lin Ming would be able to kill him. In 30 years, Lin Ming would be able to instantly kill him like a tiny ant. White Brook found such a gap hard to accept. After all, Lin Ming was only a junior. 30 years from now, he would only be 60 years old. To martial artists that lived for an incomparably long time, 60 years was only the beginning of their lives. They still had their excellent golden years awaiting them. As for White Brook himself, he was already in his fading years. Towards Lin Ming, he felt nothing but absolute envy. The origin energy cloud expanded yet again. 28 layered heavens. 29 layered heavens. 30 layered heavens. At 30 layered heavens, a completely unexpected change occurred. A massive phantom appeared in the origin energy cloud in the sky, covering the entire land. Phenomenon? Is this another phenomenon? Heavens! This is the 3rd phenomenon. In just crossing Ninefall, there will be 3 phenomena. The elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island were speechless, no longer knowing what was happening. The reason that a phenomenon was called a phenomenon was that they were ridiculously rare. But with Lin Ming, these phenomena began to appear one after the other. The phantoms of the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower and the heretical God Sprout were completely covered inside this newly appeared phenomenon. The borders of this phenomenon gradually solidified until it seemed to become reality, forming a mysterious cube. This cube didn't emit the least bit of light. It looked simple and common, but it exuded a mystical and boundless aura. All sorts of lines appeared on this phantom. Some lines were dim and hazy and some lines were clear. However, no matter how much one stared at these lines, it was impossible to grasp their path. They were baffling and incredible. As M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss saw this cube phantom, both of them paled. This was a projection of the magic cube. They suddenly felt their hearts tighten and skip a beat. The magic cube contained endless amounts of secrets that none of them were able to explore now. Besides Tian Mingzi, it was possible that none of the other great world kings or empyreans knew of the existence of the magic cube. But, if they were to find out and also lock onto the position of the magic cube, then the consequences would be inconceivably dire. The only silver lining was that none of the elders or disciples of Carefree Island knew what the magic cube was. As they looked at this strange phenomenon that presented itself in the world, they seemed at a loss. I will be responsible for resolving this matter. M.O. Riverbliss took a deep breath, her voice solemn. She was overjoyed that she had decided to cover all of Carefree Island with a massive concealing array formation. Otherwise, if these images were to spread out, then that would be dangerous. Although the chances were extremely slim that images of the magic cube would reach Tianmingzi, Mo Riverbliss would take all precautions. She had already decided to use another spirit artifact scroll and ensure that no one would leak out any secrets or pictures of Lin Ming crossing Ninefall today. However, just as she spoke, she was stupefied. Her eyes widened like full moons. She gazed helplessly on as the magic cube phantom began to shrink a little. But, beside the magic cube, a mysterious bead phantom appeared, existing side by side with the magic cube. And this still wasn't over. Just as that round bead appeared, another phantom appeared that was in the shape of a card. Yet again standing side by side with the magic cube, there was a total of 3 objects. All 3 of these objects emitted a similar aura, shrouded in a dim haze. After appearing for just a fleeting moment, these phantoms disappeared into the nether. The many elders and disciples of Carefree Palace were flabbergasted. They only thought that this was one of the strange phenomena that appeared during Lin Ming's Ninefall and didn't care too much for it. After all, every extreme genius would produce different phenomena when crossing Ninefall. And it was also the first time that these people had seen a phenomenon appear during the crossing of Ninefall. It was normal if they couldn't understand what was happening. But Mo Eversnow and Mo Riverbliss were actually panic-stricken. They had never been as stunned as they were today. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower and the Heretical God Seed, 2 sets of transcendent divine mites, were covered up by the magic cube. But those 2 strange objects were able to stand side by side with the magic cube. Could it be that, from the very start, the magic cube wasn't unique, but part of a set of 3? What were those other 2 things, and where would they be? Could they be in the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds? Or perhaps some different universe? Or perhaps even in one of the countless divergent mystic realms scattered everywhere? Just how were these 3 things created? And how were they related? Mo Eversnow stared unblinkingly at the space in the origin energy cloud where those 3 objects had appeared. They had happened for far too short of a time. She had only been able to see a single glimpse with nothing left behind. Although those 3 objects had different shapes, they emitted a similar aura that allowed Mo Eversnow to ascertain that they came from the same source. She pursed her lips together and tightly gripped her hands. To her, the magic cube held far too profound a significance. In a way, the magic cube had caused the eventual annihilation of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. But afterwards, the only reason that Mo Eversnow had survived through certain death was that the magic cube had saved her. The reason that Lin Ming could also rise to his current level was the magic cube. Originally, she thought that the magic cube was a soul crystal left behind from the death of an existence that surpassed an extreme Empyrean, a being that could be called a true divinity. But now, it seemed as if her speculations had been wrong. It was impossible for a soul crystal to simultaneously appear in these 3 strange shapes. Just what was this? Mo Eversnow asked, lost in her thoughts. But at this time, a miserable scream dragged her back to reality. She looked over and saw that great elder Xiao Haogan had spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. The array formation array disc underneath his feet suddenly shattered. Xiao Haogan was the main driving character who managed the concealing array formation. At this time, he could no longer withstand the shockwaves of energy coming from the world laws of Lin Ming's Ninefall, and was hurtled backwards. Mo Riverbliss's complexion changed. If there was some accident with the array formation and the phenomena from Lin Ming's Ninefall were revealed to the world, that would not be good for Carefree Island, which needed to be inconspicuous in this period of time. This was particularly true since there were projections of 2 sets of transcendent divine mites involved. Mo Riverbliss's figure flashed, and she appeared at Xiao Haogan's original position. She formed runes in her hand, sending them out into the air again and again. The other elders had also reached their limit. Their true essence was in a miserable state. They had originally thought that it was overdoing it to have 12 elders work together to stabilize the array formation. But now they knew that the 12 of them actually weren't enough. Nobody thought that a mere junior crossing Ninefall would actually produce world laws that were strong to such an extent. In that vast origin energy cloud, it was unimaginable how much energy and how many world laws existed. None of them were able to resist it, and Xiao Haogan had been acting as the eye of this array formation. Thus he naturally bore the greatest brunt of the impact. Once the array formation had a problem, he would be the first one to be pushed out. Mo Riverbliss was still at a half-step world king after all. Underneath her careful management, Lin Ming's nine-fall world phenomena were finally suppressed by the array formation. And at this time, Lin Ming's ninefall had reached 32 layered heavens. At this stage, the speed at which the origin energy cloud was expanding had slowed. Even so, it still slowly spread out. 97 miles, 98 miles, all the way to 99 miles. At this time, the origin energy cloud finally stopped growing. 33 layered heavens. The 33 layered heavens were the 33 Akashic heavens. From the 18 heavens that diverged from the 9 firmaments, in addition to the 4 immaculate heavens, the 6 heavens of desire, the 4 Buddhist heavens, as well as the highest immortal heavens, that was a total of 33 heavens. 33 layered heavens. At this time, Mo Eversnow's entire being shook. Even she didn't understand just where the limits of ninefall lay. Stories and legends of the 33 layered heavens had existed for a long time, but Mo Eversnow had never noticed that the 33 layered heavens corresponded to a 99-mile origin energy cloud. 9 through 9 returned to 1 after 99. The first numeral was 1, just like a cycle of samsara. The number 99 in itself contained the highest truths of the heavenly Tao. 9 was the extreme of all numbers, and 3 was the beginning of all numbers. It was said that the divine law gave birth to 1, 1 gave life to 2, 2 formed 3, and after 3 came all of life. Life carried yin and held yang, filled with energy and thoughts. The divine law gave birth to 1 meant that the heavenly Tao was the one true existence. The heavenly Tao was the source of all existence. 1 gave birth to 2 meant that the heavenly Tao evolved into yin and yang energies. Yin and yang energies were the source of all matter. 2 forming 3 meant the contradictions that existed between yin and yang energies. This was the so-called charge. This charge could be understood as the interaction of yin and yang particles. This was also the ubiquitous power that existed in the universe. The 3 from after 3 came all of life wasn't just a random number. Rather, it was yin energy, yang energy, and charge. All 3 evolved together, forming the boundless universe. The divine realm had 3,000 great worlds, the lower realms contained 1,000 worlds, 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 worlds, there were 33 layered heavens, and the origin energy cloud could grow to 99 miles. In that moment, Mo Eversnow seemed to become aware of something in her heart. She could deeply feel the perfection that was the heavenly Tao. Every tiny facet of the heavenly Tao was filled with reasoning and truth. Ninefall was the path a martial artist had to take to become divine. They had to accept the baptism of the heavenly Tao, which contained the greatest truths in the universe. By being able to withstand the baptism of all laws from the 33 layered heavens, the advantages Lin Ming would obtain could be imagined. Even Mo Eversnow, who was simply watching, still obtained a certain awareness from witnessing the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Although she couldn't use this awareness to directly increase her strength and cultivation, in the future, if she was able to reform her body, then she could use this experience to enhance her training. In that instant, all of the power of blood within that sea-like origin energy cloud suddenly gathered together. In that massive vortex, all of the world law fragments in the origin energy cloud tumbled together, rolling up into the flesh and blood. The highest truths of the heavenly Tao formed lines that engraved themselves into the marrow. The law fragments evolved into runes that buried themselves deep in the flesh and blood. The laws are being swallowed, too quickly, too easily. As the elders of Carefree Island saw the massive amount of law fragments being swallowed up by Lin Ming like a whale drinking water, all of their eyes turned red with jealousy. These were law fragments from the 33 layered heavens, a perfect ninefall. There were countless truths and comprehensions contained within them. They were something that innumerable divine Lord powerhouses would never be able to perceive in their entire lives. But these laws were rapidly absorbed into Lin Ming's body in just a short several breaths of time. Even if he couldn't comprehend them now, they would help him break into the divine sea in the future. Afterwards, His comprehension of the laws would come at an astronomical speed. This was a great lucky chance that others would die for. This was the most important role of Ninefall. The better a Ninefall, the better foundation a martial artist would have for breaking into higher boundaries in the future. And Lin Ming's foundation was already as solid as the endless earth. Not to mention a 100,000-foot tall building. Even a rolling green mountain 1,000 miles wide could easily lay upon it. At this time, Lin Ming was in a completely trance-like state, detached from the world around him. He constantly fused with the laws and energy, withstanding this once-in-a-lifetime lucky chance. This process continued for an unknown period of time. In that chaotic origin energy cloud that contained infinite law fragments, time seemed to lose all meaning. Lin Ming felt as if thousands of years passed through his mind. But all of that happened in just the blink of an eye. He had fully absorbed the world law fragments. Then, his flesh and blood finally began to slowly condense. From a stream of blood, he slowly reformed his body. First was the spiritual sea. Lin Ming's consciousness gradually became clear and his senses began to return to him. At this time, he felt as if he could discern every minute change in the world around him. He could feel everything outside of the origin energy cloud, grasping it all with utter clarity. He could sense the body of each disciple and elder of Carefree Island, making out their metabolism, blood flow, heartbeat, breathing. Everything fell into his senses. Ants coming and going, flowers blooming, the breeze blowing, the rain falling. As long as Lin Ming wished, all of this would be clearly reflected in his mind. Awareness of sense. This boundary suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's mind. He knew that his senses had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. This naturally came from his soul reaching perfection after crossing Ninefall. The 7th, 8th, and 9th stages of life destruction were to temper the soul. After Ninefall, he would leave behind his common body, his soul force would reach the peak, and his senses would also become extremely perceptive. After this, if one reached yet a higher boundary, one would be able to clearly see the composition of a human's cells. And beyond that, for those Holy Lord and World King level powerhouses, they could even see the tiny particles that formed all matter. And deeper, beyond even that, there was the boundary of legends, where one could clearly see the internal structure of these tiny particles and even gaze upon the changes of yin and yang energies themselves. In the past, when Lin Ming mediated on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower, he had relied upon the primordial martial intent to see the evolution of yin and yang energies, thus obtaining a tremendous advantage. If his senses became sharp enough, he could directly see the movements of yin and yang energy in matter itself. The benefits from this could be imagined. As Lin Ming's consciousness was alive and freed, he began to watch his own Dantian form. First was the black hole revolving core. Before a martial artist reached the divine sea, they would have a revolving core. In front of Lin Ming, energy began to collapse as a massive amount of law fragments was sucked into the black hole revolving core, becoming a part of that glossy black crystal core. With this black hole revolving core as a foundation, Lin Ming's flesh and blood slowly condensed. From organs, meridians, skeleton, fascia, muscles, limbs, skins, facial features to hair. Lin Ming's mortal body had completed its 9th reorganization, and also its last reorganization. The origin energy cloud swirled. The power of the stars, moon, and sun all gathered up, swelling through Lin Ming and washing every inch of his flesh and blood. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body shined with a brilliant glassy radiance. There wasn't the slightest impurity within his body. His aura was like that of a divine immortal fallen down from the highest heavens, proud and aloof, living apart from all of the world. The origin energy cloud naturally formed clothes that covered Lin Ming's body. By now, Lin Ming's body had reached perfection. It's over. This is Lin Ming's 9-fall, 33-layered heavens. A 99-mile origin energy cloud. Mo Riverbliss muttered to herself. She found this hard to believe, even after seeing it with her own eyes. The 33-layered heavens should be the peak of 9-fall. I never thought that Lin Ming dual cultivated body and energy. although he was hindered a bit in his ninefall because of the conflicts between the body transformation system and the essence gathering system, he actually obtained a tremendous advantage instead. The more accumulations he has, the greater the eruption will be. All around Carefree Island, many elders and direct disciples were still dazed. Everything that happened had simply been too shocking for them. In the opinion of Carefree Island's elders, the absolute 3 levels was already the limit of ninefall, and everything beyond that was a legend of a legend. Even so, that was only 15 to 16 layered heavens. To them, being able to form a foundation of just a single layered heavens above that was an extraordinary accomplishment. But now, Lin Ming had flipped over everything they had known. 33 layered heavens. The Akashic heavens. Lin Ming can truly become a great world king. To think I was able to witness the ninefall of a great world king. Moreover, I even experienced life or death dangers with him in the red desolate mystic realm. This is truly unbelievable, Yi Rosewater whispered. She found all of this hard to believe. In truth, although the mission into the red desolate mystic realm had been filled with dangers, she and her subordinates had escaped safe and unscathed because of Lin Ming. Nothing that happened had gone beyond Lin Ming's control. Even White Mirrorjade's betrayal didn't faze him. At this time, the feelings in Yi Rosewater's heart were far too complex. It's finished. Lin Ming gripped his fists together, feeling his body filled with strength. His true essence had risen. His soul had become complete, and the laws had been engraved within him. This experience had deeply carved into him an appreciation for ninefall. But now he felt as if something was wrong, as if something was missing. That's right, what about the world seed? After ninefall, when a martial artist left their common mortal physique and began to develop a divine form, the symbol of this was that their dantian would open up into a world seed. In the future, when this martial artist became a divine sea master, this world seed would sprout and become a minor dimension. But now, Lin Ming didn't feel a world seed within his body. And at this time, Mo Evers now looked up at that origin energy cloud. Her face was solemn and grim. How is this? The ninefall is over. So how come there is still so much energy left in those origin energy clouds, and how come they haven't dispersed yet? In the skies, the origin energy cloud was still tumbling. But, no matter how much it condensed, it still wouldn't surpass 99 miles. And within it, changes were constantly occurring, as if the clouds were evolving. Lin Ming absorbed a massive amount of the power of laws within the origin energy cloud. But there was still a part of it that wasn't absorbed by Lin Ming and had remained within the origin energy cloud. Lin Ming's body was still soaking within the origin energy cloud, floating within it. Lin Ming finished his ninefall. Why hasn't he come down yet? Carefree Island's elders were unsure of what was happening. As for Mo Evers now, her delicate eyebrows were pressed together. She too had no idea what would happen after a perfect 33-layered heaven's life destruction. 5-colored lightning sparked in the skies. Then, a melodic sound like a grand morning bell burst out into the sky, echoing without end. This sort of sound was vast and ghostly, like a massive bronze bell ringing to the ends of the earth. As the disciples of Carefree Island heard this sound, they felt all of the blood within their bodies swell up. Their heartbeats drummed in rhythm to this divine sound, and a trace of enlightenment even occurred between every heartbeat. This sound it's the sound of the great Tao. There are far too many heavenly Tao laws gathered in the origin energy clouds. Thus they naturally formed the sound of the great Tao. What we've heard is just a tiny bit, and yet we can feel a portion of that enlightenment. As for Lin Ming himself, he directly withstood the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws. The advantages he obtained from this could be imagined. Several elders marveled out loud, their hearts filled with envy. Then, at this time, the sound of the great Tao suddenly changed. It was like a god was sitting atop a cloud, playing a zither. Waves after waves of mysterious sounds surged outwards. Sometimes it was pitched and daring, like soldiers in the battlefield, trudging through war and mud. Sometimes it was light and sprightly, like rivers and mountains, beads dripping down from a jade plate. At times it was soft and mild, like the thick autumn rain, flowers falling and fading. Nobody was able to understand the meaning behind this mysterious sound. But, as everyone was immersed in it, the origin energy cloud began to rise again and again, and the energy inherent within it became increasingly intense. Not just that, but the killing intent within that origin energy cloud became increasingly thick and heavy. Normally, when a martial artist crossed ninefall, the origin energy cloud they formed would come in bright, auspicious colors, reflecting the cultivation method or other aspects of that martial artist. This made it so that crossing ninefall was a vibrantly colorful time. But Lin Ming was just the opposite. The origin energy cloud he summoned was extremely gray and solemn, like chaos itself. Moreover, the origin energy cloud he formed was far heavier than one formed by a normal martial artist. This origin energy cloud seemed as if it were condensed from elementary grand mist energy, and it itself contained an eminent killing intent. And now, this killing intent became so thick that it was substantializing, making everyone under it feel a great pressure. After Lin Ming crossed ninefall, not only did his origin energy clouds not scatter, but the energy within them only grew stronger. That is, the elders of Carefree Island widened their eyes. They were only able to stare helplessly on as a bolt of dazzling gold lightning lit up that origin energy cloud. This blazing light looked like a sun that was hidden in dark clouds. Mo Riverbliss's complexion immediately changed. She cried out in alarm. That isn't an origin energy cloud any longer. That is a catastrophic tribulation cloud. What do you mean tribulation cloud? Xiao Skywhite asked from beside Mo Riverbliss. At this time, he was working together with her to conceal the energy fluctuations from the world laws. The origin energy cloud has evolved into a tribulation cloud, 33 layered heavens, 99-mile origin energy cloud. 9 through 9 returns to 1. Lin Ming's ninefall has reached the peak of perfection. The heavenly Tao will not abide his continued existence. Thus a tribulation cloud was formed. Before Mo Riverbliss finished speaking, the golden light hidden with the clouds turned into a sharp gold sword that suddenly shot towards Lin Ming. Thunder tribulation? Xiao Skywhite yelled out, his eyes widened like moons. No! Metal tribulation. From the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, metal was placed first. It was the firmest element and also the most severe. This sword appeared hundreds of thousands of feet long. It was like the divine weapon of an Empyrean, chopping straight down at Lin Ming. Kacha! The golden sword cut down onto Lin Ming's body. His body suddenly shook, but the unforeseen sound of metal striking metal sounded out. Lin Ming's body burst out with heated and dazzling sparks, and underneath him, a fissure thousands of feet long was cut into the earth, forming an unfathomable abyss. As the elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island saw the terrifying abyss that this gold sword had formed in the earth, and then saw Lin Ming still floating in the skies, completely fine, all of them gulped, their throats twitching. In resisting the metal tribulation, a 1,000-foot fissure had appeared in the earth. But Lin Ming himself was all right. Was he even human? Even a block of divine metal wasn't so hard. After the first golden sword cut down from the skies, more and more blazing gold blades fell down from the tribulation cloud, completely enveloping Lin Ming in a rain of gold. Gold light shined everywhere, horrifying to the extreme. Looking from afar, Lin Ming was extremely small compared to the infinite vastness of the world. He was swallowed up by that tide of golden energy. Crossing ninefall and meeting a grand tribulation of the 5 elements. I've never heard of this before. Mo Riverbliss was panic-stricken. Whether it was thunder tribulation or 5-element tribulation, all of it was the power of heavenly tribulation. In this world, when something was born that surpassed the highest truths of the heavenly Tao, that existence would draw heavenly tribulation upon itself. For instance, when a monster reached a point in its martial path where it would obtain enlightenment, or when a top divine weapon spirit artifact was forged, or when a transcendent divine pill was born, or even when a transcendent divine might was created, all of that could summon the wrath of heavenly tribulation to the world. And now, Lin Ming had studied 2 transcendent divine mights. In addition to that, he dual cultivated body and energy, a process that already violated the current heavenly Tao laws of the universe. And there was the magic cube, an existence that defied the will of the heavens. Moreover, Lin Ming's ninefall had crossed a 33-layered heavens and produced a 99-mile origin energy cloud. In this situation, it was normal for him to stir up heavenly tribulation. 5-element tribulation. Lin Ming he, Xiao sky white paled. This would be fine if it were ordinary thunder tribulation, but 5-element tribulation represented the 5 source energies that formed all life in the universe. How could heavenly tribulation using this sort of power possibly be crossed easily? If Lin Ming can pass this, it will also be another great lucky chance for him. Lin Ming is too monstrous a genius. There are 4 or 5 aspects of him that are able to spur heavenly tribulation. All of that added up means that Lin Ming's heavenly tribulation will be beyond terrifying. No one could help someone resist heavenly tribulation. That person could only withstand the wrath of the heavenly Tao themselves. The powerful had the ability to resist a strong heavenly tribulation. But at the same time, their great strength would lead to an even more violent heavenly tribulation. As Mo Riverbliss spoke, the blades of golden light that filled the world had already created a blindingly incandescent golden sea. Each blade of light had the strength to shear off a mountain top and sunder the earth. Bang! Lin Ming's body had to bear thousands of metal tribulations at the same time. His protective true essence directly exploded and the metal tribulation cut into his flesh and blood. Pong! 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 After absorbing the dragon bone relics, Lin Ming's body had become as hard as divine iron. Even so, the gold tribulation of this heavenly tribulation was far too strong and there was far too much. The blades chopped through Lin Ming's flesh, causing blood to spill out. Soon after, Lin Ming was completely swallowed up by that golden light. Looking at just that terrifying power and momentum, one could imagine that massive calamity Lin Ming had to resist. The 5-element heavenly tribulation represented the will of the heavenly Tao. The power of heavenly tribulation was specifically designed to kill geniuses, to kill those that dared defy the will of the heavens. In this case, how could it be easy for anyone to contend with it? Massive gashes thousands of feet long covered the ground. The earth was torn full of holes. Yi Rosewater watched with her own eyes as a palace of Carefree Island was struck by one of those golden blades and immediately fell apart. Yi Rosewater acknowledged that she could resist at most 2 or 3 of those metal tribulations. But to resist hundreds or thousands of these golden swords, how could a mere life-destruction martial artist still live amongst them? Everyone held their breath. At this time, Lin Ming's prestige in the hearts of Carefree Island's elders had completely turned around. Beside characters like Xiao Haogan and White Brook, who had dark intentions in their minds, all of the other elders hoped that Lin Ming could truly complete his ninefall, becoming a great world king in the future and bringing glory back to their Carefree Island. Before the appearance of the 33-layered heavens, a great world king was a legend. But, for Lin Ming to reach 33-layered heavens in his ninefall, that was a legend among legends. It was extremely likely he would become a great world king. Determining which was more valuable between such a genius and a heaven-step treasure like the 10-severing Tao fruit tree, the elders could clearly differentiate between them. Just as Yi Rosewater was thinking, she actually saw that within that sea of golden light formed by countless golden blades, a deep red lotus began to sprout, recklessly blooming. This red lotus was red to the point of being eye-catching, red to the point of being blindingly dazzling. The glorious aura that came out from this red lotus belonged to that of a great emperor, the prime emperor lotus flower. Facing this terrifying metal tribulation, Lin Ming had decisively opened the grand mist space. In that instant, the world seemed to return to its most primordial time with a hazy grand mist energy floating about. As the red lotus bloomed, the surging golden sea seemed to be split apart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ming reappeared in everyone's sight. His entire body was covered with blood. Even with the grand mist space, the metal tribulation still rampantly cut down on his body, lacerating his skin and tearing his flesh. His protective true essence wasn't able to block it at all. And this was Lin Ming, someone who had fused with the supreme dragon bone. Any other martial artist would have long since been sliced to shreds and suffered a miserable death. My bones are all right, but too much of my skin and too many muscles have been torn. Lin Ming examined his body. Although an alarming amount of blood was flowing out, there weren't any injuries to his bones or organs. Lin Ming's strongest defense lay in his bones. As long as his bones were safe, then Lin Ming could rely on the power of blood vitality he obtained after absorbing the Azure Dragon bone marrow to restore his wounds in several quarter hours. However, the heavenly Tao laws would never give Lin Ming such a long time to recover. After the gold tribulation passed, a deep green light began to seethe within the tribulation clouds. The vast energy of the wilderness and nature surged outwards, condensing into light green rain that poured all over Carefree Island, like a summertime deluge. Even the spirit plants in the medicinal fields began to rapidly grow as all plant life glowed with infinite vitality. Lingji, snow lotuses, ginseng, every precious herb began to grow like weeds, as if thousands of years were passing with every single breath. If any of these common herbs were placed in the mortal world, they would be priceless treasures. But here they grew like grass everywhere. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't relax because of such a beautiful and vibrant spring scene. He was very clear in his heart that this was wood tribulation. Bang! The ground below Lin Ming suddenly exploded. Dozens, hundreds of giant roots rose into the sky, wrapping around him. Lin Ming stayed vigilant, unmoving like a mountain. Grand mist space crazily radiated out from his body. After these roots flew into the grand mist space, they were rapidly melted away by the laws. Even so, a massive number of roots fell onto Lin Ming, tying him up in countless layers. Wood tribulation, roots of the world. In the 5 elements, wood origin energy had the attribute of growing endlessly. As Lin Ming was wrapped in these world roots, he suddenly drew out the phoenix blood spear. Although his entire body was bathed in blood at this time, his combat strength was still in its peak state. Not only did his blood vitality not show the slightest hint of diminishing, it actually billowed forth like a rocket, hurtling through the endless skies. See, with a wave of the phoenix blood spear, a massive amount of sharp wood attribute world roots were cut off. However, more and more world roots shot up from the ground, coiling around Lin Ming's body like countless threads of twine. Ka-ka-ka. All of Lin Ming's joints emitted explosive crackling sounds. These world roots held unimaginable power within them. Even a saint artifact would have been instantly twisted to scrap. Phoenix blood essence. Burn for me, Lin Ming roared. From inside his body, the phoenix blood essence lit up. A blazing golden light burst out from between his eyebrows, and a dark gold phoenix phantom appeared behind Lin Ming, spreading out its wings wide. The first 3 level concepts of fire had been fused together into one. After Lin Ming absorbed a massive amount of heavenly Tao law fragments from his ninefall, even though he hadn't had time to thoroughly digest them, he had still unknowingly fused together the 4th level concept of fire. The raging fire burnt through these world roots, scorching away their tenacity. At this time, Lin Ming opened all 6 gates, and with a sudden eruption of strength, all of these world roots were broken apart by Lin Ming. This is too terrifying. He is simply an ancient beast in human skin. He's lost so much blood and is wounded all over, yet he doesn't seem affected at all. His blood vitality is still soaring to the heavens and his combat strength is still at its peak. His endurance and recovery ability would leave anyone breathless with disbelief. There were hundreds of those metal tribulation swords, and now there are over 1,000 of these world roots. Each metal tribulation blade and world root has the strength to massacre an early divine sea powerhouse, or even a middle divine sea genius. With 1,000 to 2,000 of these terrifying calamities headed his way, the strength of them added together is incredible. Yet, all of it was forcefully shouldered by Lin Ming. He must have consumed so much energy, and yet his true essence doesn't seem to have reduced at all. As everyone was speaking, the heavenly tribulation changed once again. It no longer came one at a time, but now 2 of them arrived together. This was dual water and fire tribulation. If it was just fire tribulation, then Lin Ming wouldn't care. But now, water tribulation was added on. Water and fire dual tribulation. Flames flew out from the clouds, forming a massive flame dragon that wildly soared through the air. It flowed from side to side, its body thicker than a water tank. And on the other side was a blue water frost dragon. This water frost dragon had a terrifying impact force and corrosiveness, able to drown out all true essence. The fire and water dragons issued deafening roars as they hurtled towards Lin Ming. This was a completely overwhelming and bewildering attack. By now, Lin Ming had experienced 2 great battles, and he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, he was engulfed by the flames. His entire body became a man-shaped pillar of fire that was surrounded by the blue water frost dragon. 2 cold and hot energies simultaneously invaded Lin Ming's body. With Lin Ming's body as a battlefield, they began a brutal battle. The metal tribulation and wood tribulation had attacked the exterior of Lin Ming's reformed body, but this fire tribulation and water tribulation had entered through his meridians, wanting to crush his dantian. Heretical God Sprout. Lin Ming's mind moved. The heretical God Sprout began to emit layers upon layers of brilliant divine light. Compressed true essence howled out, and those 3 flame leaves burst into radiance, magnifying each other and suppressing the raging flames within him. The heretical God Sprout was truly worthy of being called a transcendent divine might. It was even able to suppress the power of heavenly retribution to a certain degree. But that water tribulation was somewhat difficult for Lin Ming to withstand. The intense corrosive strength flooded through him, causing Lin Ming's flesh to wither. The pain from having his organs washed through with such acidic water could be imagined. If it were a normal martial artist in his place, then their bones would have long since melted from the acidic water, and they would have turned into a puddle of bloody goo. Even if it were Lin Ming, his entire body was still racked with pain. Not only did this water tribulation contain a deeply corrosive power, but it represented the most extreme polar cold, a cold that was colder than Arctic ice. Lin Ming's blood began to freeze over and his wounds were frozen solid with layers of ice. With slicing sounds, thorns of ice formed from within his body, piercing through his skin and organs, making blood spill out. Lin Ming once again burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. The blazing and roiling phoenix blood forcefully expelled the water tribulation. However, before the water tribulation left, the ground below Lin Ming once again began to tremble. From the ground that was riddled with fissures, even larger cracks began to appear with alarming speed. Massive stone golems began to crawl out from these cracks. These stone golems were each the size of a hill. Although they didn't have any true essence, their physical strength had a force of tens of millions of genes. A single punch from them could collapse a mountain. Before one wave ended, another wave had arrived. This was Earth tribulation. As the elders of Carefree Island saw this scene, all of them gasped. Who could still live through this? Mo Riverbliss clenched her hands together. Seeing this scene, even she felt her palms turn wet with nervous sweat. The existence of heavenly tribulation was not to temper and give lucky chances to those monstrous geniuses that had dared to violate the edicts of the heavenly Tao. Rather, it was the ultimate command to destroy them. Heavenly tribulation was not easy to overcome. Although it could be said to be an injustice to perish beneath heavenly tribulation, it wasn't uncommon at all. Lin Ming, you must persist, Mo Riverbliss said with bated breath. She was unable to calm her mood any longer. And beside her, although the usually tranquil Mo Evers now had managed to maintain an appearance of calm, she was still wringing her hands together. Now, Lin Ming could be said to be resisting 3 kinds of catastrophes. He burnt the ancient phoenix blood, opened the heretical god force, and displayed the grand mist space. He had completely used all of his ultimate master moves. Blood rained to the ground. His entire body was covered with horrifying wounds and vicious ice crystals pierced through his skin. Lin Ming's body was like a broken bag of blood. It was difficult to look straight at him. He forcefully used the heretical god Sprout to suppress the power of fire, and then used the power of fire to dissolve the ice crystals in his body. Finally, he flourished the Phoenix Blood Spear, and with his formidable physical strength alone he shot towards the stone golems. At this time, his inner true essence had become mixed up into a completely chaotic mess. He was unable to summon even the tiniest bit of it. All he could depend on was his own physical strength. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. Lin Ming shouted out loud and blue veins bulged up on his forehead. He opened all 6 gates and revolved their strength to the limit. These stone golems each had tens of millions of genes of strength. They hurtled towards Lin Ming with crushing brute force. This was a head-on matchup of savagery. Bang! The first stone golem was smashed apart by Lin Ming's spear. Although Lin Ming's physical strength amounted to a dozen-plus million genes, by using the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves, his strength could rise to an astonishing 30 to 50 million genes. This simply isn't human at all. This was the second time that this carefree island elder had said these words. As he saw Lin Ming smash apart a stone golem with brute strength, he was simply floored. The flow of true essence within Lin Ming's body had reversed, and his body simultaneously contained fire and water tribulations. He wasn't even able to suppress his wounds. All of an ordinary martial artist's meridians would have been torn and they would have died at this point, let alone continuing to fight. But as for Lin Ming, he forcefully resisted all this and shattered the Earth Tribulation stone golem. As Lin Ming smashed apart the first stone golem, he could feel a great vibrating strength transmit up his arms, nearly causing the web of his palms to split open. However, this agonizing pain actually caused Lin Ming to fall into an even greater fighting craze. Smash! 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 The spear itself was a weapon meant for head-on battles. The only weapon that could sweep apart a battalion of 1,000 soldiers was the spear. A military general, no matter what circumstances in which they were fighting, would only use a spear, a lance, a great dragon crescent blade, or an overlord halberd. This was because these weapons contained a great might and required immense strength. If one were to hold a spear and smash downwards, how could a mere single-handed sword block it? In a situation of similar strength, one would only be able to avoid. This was because if a sword was used to resist such an attack, it wouldn't be enough even if someone grasped the sword with both hands. Kacha! Kacha! Stone golems were pulverized into pieces one at a time. Lin Ming's blood vessels continued to tear apart even as the power of raging fire and freezing ice battled within his body. For him to still be able to display such a fierce combat strength in this situation was both thrilling and horrifying. This savage and crazy fight lasted for almost half an incense stick of time. The 100-plus stone golems were completely demolished by Lin Ming, with nothing left behind but crushed stones. Underneath Lin Ming, a mountain of rocks was formed. As for Lin Ming, he stood atop this rock mountain and supported himself with the Phoenix Blood Spear. The strong winds blew past him, sending strands of his hair fluttering in the wind. At this time, dyed crimson, he was like a war god of blood, causing those who saw him to shiver from their souls. In this instant, everyone was astounded. It wasn't solely Lin Ming's strength, but his indomitable spirit, his tenacity for battle, and his will that seemed as if it could conquer the heavens. The elders of Carefree Island widened their eyes. Even someone like Xiao Haogan, who hated Lin Ming, couldn't help but acknowledge that the magnitude of Lin Ming's current achievements wasn't just because he had many lucky chances, but because his will far surpassed all common sense. The heavenly tribulation. Is it over? Yi Rosewater looked at Lin Ming, her heart racing. Currently, there was not a single part of Lin Ming's body that was unharmed. He was dyed with blood, and he looked like an Azura devil that had risen from hell. If a mortal woman were to see Lin Ming now, they would blanch, possibly even fainting. But for Yi Rosewater, as Lin Ming's appearance fell into her eyes, she actually felt as if Lin Ming was filled with infinite charm, leaving a heart-palpitating experience in her mind that would never be erased. A martial artist's looks could be altered using specific cultivation methods. One wouldn't even be able to sense their original appearance with divine sense. They could even restore their youthful appearance by consuming a part of their cultivation. Moreover, because a martial artist's body was tempered by energy again and again, there didn't exist many martial artists that were too ugly. Thus, ugliness and beauty were not what martial artists searched for when seeking a lifelong companion. What they looked at was a person's will, their talent, experience, and all sorts of other intrinsic things. Even though the current Lin Ming's appearance was ferocious without the tiniest bit of handsomeness to be found, his hot-blooded aura of invincibility, his tenacious and unyielding outline, all of that deeply imprinted itself into Yi Rosewater's heart. And perhaps it wasn't just Yi Rosewater who felt this way too. The heavenly tribulation is over? Lin Ming's life force is already extremely weak. Bearing the dual water and fire tribulations and also fighting the stone golems isn't something that a human should be able to accomplish. Lin Ming has overdrawn his vitality. I'm afraid he's in a dangerous situation. Lin Ming's blood vitality was indeed weak. Nearly all of his blood had been drained out, and at this time, Lin Ming suddenly turned around. A brilliant light flashed in his pupils. Within Lin Ming's body, the dragon marrow began to quietly stir, creating fresh blood. All of the blood vitality within Lin Ming's body began to slowly burn. What kind of freakish life vitality is this? Even at the point when he's a lamp without oil, he's still able to recover. Heavens! His injuries are restoring themselves. This is simply a miracle. Starlight shined from the heavens. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, his long hair recklessly fluttering in the wind as blood vitality surged within him. From all around, the elders of Carefree Palace fell into a deep silence. Lin Ming had really crossed the 5-element grand tribulation. He had done so by relying on his powerful vitality as well as his enduring willpower. Now, his blood and flesh began to regenerate as his wounds slowly healed over. He's crossed the 5-element grand tribulation. Although Lin Ming was seriously injured, once he recovers his benefits will be enormous. This is truly incredible. For Lin Ming to arrive at this step is not just a perfect ninefall, but something that exists even beyond ninefall, giving him more and more benefits. Mo Riverbliss's voice shivered as she spoke. This was just like an imperial civil service examination of the mortal world. Lin Ming had crossed ninefall and had reached 33 layered heavens. This could be considered a perfect score. This was enough to become the #1 scholar of the land. But above a perfect score were additional subjects. The 5-element tribulation that Lin Ming passed could be considered equal to these additional subjects. For Lin Ming to reach this step could be said to be serendipity. This was not something that a genius could do if they wished it. One needed countless lucky chances aligning together to produce this opportunity. It was not an event that could be repeated. The magic cube, 2 sets of transcendent divine mights, and a dual body and energy cultivation with the first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened. Each step Lin Ming took could be called perfection. Only by having all of these together was he able to galvanize the heavenly tribulation against him. From the time that Lin Ming was at the Hotian realm, the resources he had consumed were several boundaries above what the average martial artist at his realm should have needed. When he was at the body training boundary, he used the revolving core realm's shattered demon heart crystal. When he was at the Hotian realm, he used the life destruction realm's nirvana dragon root. When he was at the Xianxia realm, he used the divine sea realm's heaven step demon god bone. When he was at the revolving core realm, he used up a massive volume of resources that even a divine kingdom would find hard to withstand. And now at the life destruction realm, he used the phoenix blood essence and 10 severing Dao fruit tree that would move a holy lord. And there was also the supreme dragon bone that would drive a world king powerhouse insane with jealousy. All of those lucky chances had accumulated along the way, and now they had all exploded together, leading to Lin Ming's current achievement. World Seed, World Seed. Lin Ming closed his eyes, casting his sense through his body. He didn't find the World Seed, but he did discover that, in withstanding the 5-element tribulation, his willpower had risen to another level. Unknowingly, his elementary gold battle spirit seemed as if it would break through its shackles and reach the small success gold level. My World Seed. Lin Ming faintly frowned. Then he looked up at the sky, seeming to realize something. Dark clouds surged above him, the energy still gathering as before. It's still not over? Lin Ming's mind shook. As he discovered this anomaly, so did Mo Riverbliss and Mo Eversnow. They looked up at that tribulation cloud and cried out in alarm, "The heavenly tribulation hasn't ended. It's not just the five-element tribulation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is also wind and thunder. That tribulation cloud still contains the energies of wind and thunder." The five elements were considered to be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and often wind and thunder were placed among them. But the truth was that wind and thunder didn't belong to the five elements. Rather, they belonged to the 8 trigrams. The heavenly tribulation formed from these two energies was even fiercer than the five elements tribulation. Especially thunder tribulation, that was the main form of heavenly tribulation. In the fables, thunder was the power of heavenly retribution wielded by the divine gods as they punished all who violated heaven's will. Mo Eversnow gazed at the tribulation cloud in the sky that was becoming increasingly thick and strong. She grimly said, "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements tribulation as well as tribulations of wind and thunder, for a total of 7 different kinds. Perhaps 7 different variations of tribulation isn't the limit. 3 represents the beginning and 9 represents the limit. This is why life destruction takes 3 as a unit and 9 as perfection. When some unparalleled great monsters cross tribulation, they often have to cross 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. Perhaps what Lin Ming has to experience is not only wind and thunder, but 2 more tribulations after that, for a total of 9 tribulations. 2 more tribulations. This is... Mo Riverbliss was stunned, but she also agreed with Mo Eversnow's thoughts. Throughout the whole and complete journey of a martial artist's life destruction, they had to cross life destruction 9 different times. Every 3 stages of life destruction was a division. The first 3 stages of life destruction were the division of essence. Essence was the flesh and blood, and also the formation of the mortal body. The second 3 stages of life destruction were the division of energy. Energy meant the reformation of the Dantian. Finally, the last 3 stages of life destruction were the division of the divine. The divine meant the soul and was also the reformation of the soul. Each division took 3 as a unit for a total of 9. They were respectively the tempering of essence, energy, and divine, 3 different types. As for the final 9th stage of life destruction, it also took 3 as a unit. Each layered heavens was represented by 3 miles. The lowest 9-fall would produce a 3-mile origin energy cloud, and every rank upwards increased by another 3 miles. After reaching the 33 layered heavens, there would be a 99-mile origin energy cloud. This was the extreme of both 3 and 9, embodying the perfection of heavenly Tao everywhere. Now that Lin Ming was crossing heavenly tribulation in an incomparably perfect situation, he wouldn't stop at just 7 variations of tribulation. It should be a total of 9 times. As Mo Riverbliss saw each heavenly tribulation that Lin Ming faced become increasingly strong, she had no idea just how mighty the last 2 tribulations would be. What Lin Ming is crossing is not some normal 9-fall. Every heavenly tribulation he crosses is a baptism of his body, his true essence, his soul, and even his will. Every tribulation he crosses could be considered a minor stage of life destruction. Lin Ming's 9-fall is not a simple 9th stage life destruction, but can be considered 9 by 9 life destruction. Life destruction took 9 as the peak. It was impossible for there to be 10 stages of life destruction because that would violate the rules of the heavenly Tao. However, between 9 and 10 also existed 9 by 9 numbers. This was also 9 by 9 life destruction, the limit of all limits. 9 by 9 life destruction, that was a completely different form of life destruction. As Mo Riverbliss and Mo Eversnow were speaking, the great tribulations of wind and thunder had arrived. Streams of tribulation wind rushed down, as black as ink. They were like vicious black flood dragons, growling and clawing all over. They emitted ghostly screams, as if countless miserable souls were contained within them. Such wind caused one's scalp to tingle. This was more terrifying than the space storm experienced by someone ascending from the lower realms to the divine realm. And following hot behind this wind tribulation was thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation was already difficult to describe. All that was visible was a vast purple sea with countless arcs of lightning flashing within it. This purple sea covered all of Carefree Palace. Between the heavens and earth, all that existed was this blinding and glorious purple light. The tribulations of wind and thunder erupted at the same time. Puff! All around Carefree Palace, the elders that were responsible for managing the array formation suddenly shook. The array discs beneath them exploded into powder and they vomited blood as they flew backwards. Even Mo Riverbliss paled. She was forced back again and again. The power of the heavenly Tao cut apart all cages and shackles. No one was able to help Lin Ming cross his tribulation. Even if they were only trying to withstand the energy shockwaves of the heavenly Tao, they could still suffer a gruesome backlash. This was not a matter of cultivation. The stronger a person was, the stronger the power of heavenly tribulation they would have to withstand. However, the heavenly Tao would not obliterate all existences that violated its rules with supreme and unstoppable power. As the saying went, the heavens would never cut off all exits. The heavenly Tao would always leave behind the slimmest chance of survival. These were the heavenly Tao laws, sacred and inviolable. Even so, the heavenly Tao allowed challengers, and those with surpassing strength could even defy the will of the heavens. From this, one could see that the heavenly Tao was filled with contradictions. It was impossible to speculate on the workings behind it. This is bad. As Mo Riverbliss was forced back, her thoughts linked to Carefree Palace. She used the power of Carefree Palace and opened up the island's great protective array. By now, she finally understood that it was impossible to confine the heavenly Tao energy from Lin Ming crossing Ninefall. If she tried, she would suffer a counterattack from the heavenly Tao. All she could do now was activate the island's great protective array formation and conceal the entire area, having all of Carefree Island vanish for a period of time. She could only hope that no Supreme Elder happened to pass by the Red Desolate Sea. Otherwise, they would inevitably see the strangeness occurring at Carefree Island. This power, the power of the heavenly Tao, this is not something that a human can contend with. As the elders of Carefree Island saw even Mo Riverbliss receive a minor wound due to a backlash from the heavenly Tao, all of them cried out in alarm. In their eyes, Mo Riverbliss was a godlike character. They turned to that terrifying wind and thunder tribulation that blotted out the sky. It was like the end of times was arriving at their doorstep. Was this really something that a human could resist? Will Lin Ming perish here? Although everyone was perfectly aware that Lin Ming's strength was extraordinary, none of the elders could maintain their confidence in him as they gazed up at that terrifying heavenly tribulation. Before they could think further, Lin Ming was already swallowed up by that wind and thunder tribulation. Underneath the vast might of heaven, Lin Ming was like a piece of cotton fluff caught up in a giant summer storm, unworthy and insignificant. Blood of the ancient phoenix, combust. Heretical god force, erupt. Lin Ming put forth his full effort. Behind him, the prime emperor lotus flower appeared. A deep red like it had just drunk its fill of blood. It began to bloom in vivid beauty. This prime emperor lotus flower was similarly swallowed up by the wind and thunder tribulations. The power of the heavenly Tao was irresistible, unstoppable. Before the heavenly Tao laws, the strength of the living seemed far too weak and fragile. Hurry and retreat. Retreat. The elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island all withdrew as they faced this thunder tribulation, lest they be touched by it. This was heavenly tribulation brought about by that monstrous genius Lin Ming. Without needing to say it, those direct disciples knew that if they were even scratched by this power they would turn to dust. As for the many elders, none of them dared to allow the heavenly tribulation near their bodies. Although they far surpassed Lin Ming in strength, this heavenly tribulation was not any ordinary kind of energy. If they were to touch it and offend its glorious majesty, it would surely lead to a mutation in the heavenly tribulation and that backlash would fall upon them. The higher their cultivation was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation would become. This was why cultivation was useless in front of heavenly tribulation. None of them believed that their talent could be compared with Lin Ming's in any way. The heavenly tribulation that he aroused could truly be described as an apocalyptic hell. Carefree Island's main island had already been overturned by the heavenly tribulation. A massive number of palaces and pavilions were left in complete ruins by the wind and thunder tribulation. Carefree Palace's buildings and spirit trees, once swept by the black tribulation wind, would immediately turn to ash. As for that tribulation thunder, it would leave behind sundered and scorched earth wherever it went. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled. Massive swathes of land turned into dust, completely disintegrated. Giant gaping chasms appeared in the ground, slowly filling with water and forming massive lakes. Underneath this stifling dark purple apocalyptic scene, no one was able to use their divine sense to investigate what was happening within the wind and thunder tribulation. Even M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss were no exception. They waited for half an incense stick of time. Finally, the wind and thunder tribulation began to slowly die down until it completely faded away. The energy between the heavens and earth gradually dissipated as everything returned to quiet. As for where Lin Ming was standing before, there was nothing left there but a fathomless hole. Everyone couldn't help but look at that hole. Lin Ming, he's still standing there. Heavens! He. All of Carefree Island's disciples cried out in horror. Even Yi Rosewater subconsciously covered her mouth, her lips and fingers shaking. Her heart was filled with both concern and chaos. Even someone with tough nerves like Yi Rosewater didn't dare look down. At this time, Lin Ming was half buried in scorched earth and his body was charred black. His flesh body had withered away. This was the result of the black wind tribulation blowing over him. If this wind tribulation blew through a mountain peak, it would turn that mountain peak into powder. If it blew upon a normal martial artist, that martial artist would completely dry out, leaving nothing but a mummified husk behind. Like this, that wind tribulation had poured into Lin Ming's body. His long hair had withered away and his skin had ruptured, scorched. Flakes of burnt skin floated into the wind, turning into dust that fell down. The reason that Lin Ming ended up in such a situation was 90% because of the wind tribulation. With the twin wind and thunder tribulations, the majority of the thunder tribulation had been suppressed by the heretical god sprout. Otherwise, the situation would have been devastating. The heretical god force was truly worthy of being called a transcendent divine might. A normal cultivation method followed the heavenly Tao laws to display a semblance of combat strength, and even a peak heaven step cultivation method was only able to apply the heavenly Tao laws to the extreme. However, only a transcendent divine might was able to control the heavenly Tao to a certain degree. It was a cultivation method capable of altering the heavenly Tao. A cultivation method of this rank was in itself a violation of the universe and an existence that angered the heavenly Tao. It was an ability that controlled the heavenly Tao and used it as a tool, so how could a transcendent divine might not stir the rage of the heavenly Tao? Thus, when a transcendent divine might was born unto the world, it would also bring upon itself heavenly tribulation. Only when the transcendent divine might survived the heavenly Tao would it truly be considered alive. The heretical god force was a transcendent divine might and thus able to change the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. It was a cultivation method capable of suppressing heavenly tribulation. Its existence had already allowed Lin Ming to suppress the fire tribulation and thunder tribulation by 70 to 80%. Otherwise Lin Ming would probably have died by now. This was because the fire tribulation and thunder tribulation had occurred at the same time as other tribulations, in the water and fire dual tribulations and the wind and thunder dual tribulations. With the heretical god sprout suppressing one side, this allowed Lin Ming to wholeheartedly deal with the other. Even so, Lin Ming had reached the limits of his strength. Is Lin Ming dying? All around Lin Ming, the elders of Carefree Island looked at each other with dawning horror. If Lin Ming died, then that would truly be a joke. Such a genius with so many heavenly materials invested in him was finally cut down by heavenly tribulation. If that wasn't a joke, then what was? He's not dead. His body still contains a deep vitality. Moreover, it's even slowly restoring itself. Heavens! A normal life destruction martial artist would have died long before becoming like this. Yet Lin Ming is still living. What sort of life force is this? The elders of Carefree Island shouted out. From Lin Ming's originally deathly body, they could feel a surge of blood energy. Although it was weak, it was truly there. As time passed, his life force became increasingly strong, actually boosting the development of new flesh and blood. Lin Ming passed. Ha! He finally crossed this heavenly tribulation, an elder happily said. Not true. Look above, that tribulation cloud is still there. Perhaps there is still something else. What? No. That's impossible. If that's true, then Lin Ming will really die. For a monstrous genius like Lin Ming, the destiny gathered upon his body is unfathomable. He's someone who will become a great world king in the future. So how could he possibly die to heavenly tribulation? Don't underestimate heavenly tribulation. That is the power of the heavenly Tao. In the legends, there were peerless geniuses and unsurpassed treasures that were destroyed by heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao will not brook the existence of anything that is too perfect. If something is too perfect, then they will possibly be able to reverse the heavenly Tao in the future. Lin Ming is such an existence that surpasses perfection. These elders fervently discussed. At this time, Mo Eversnow and Mo Riverbliss both held their breath, their beautiful eyes wide as they stared at the tribulation clouds. At this time, they no longer assumed that they were going to get lucky. This was because the tribulation cloud did not disperse. Rather, it began saving energy. It was certain that 9 different heavenly tribulations would come. The key question was just when these final 2 disasters would fall. Mo Eversnow gripped her hands together, her soul form shivering. Mo Riverbliss's forehead was wet with beads of sweat, and yet she couldn't bother to wipe them off. At this time, no one could help Lin Ming. The tribulation cloud above his head was the life-annihilating death god, the true arbiter of destruction. Could it be the magic cube? Mo Evers now thought to herself. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was not in any way, shape, or form a type of tempering to Lin Ming. Rather, the heavens truly wished to exterminate him. The last thread of hope that the heavens should have thrown to him was so faint that it couldn't even be seen. Since ancient times, there were truly many existences that were too perfect when they were born. Thus they attracted heavenly tribulation. For instance, transcendent divine mites, transcendent divine pills, and monstrous great world kings. When these things were born, they would encounter heavenly tribulation and possibly fall from the sky. But those that perished were in the minority. The heavens never sealed off all paths of hope. The heavenly Tao was a completely contradictory concept. Even though it tried to destroy all those existences that dared to violate its laws, it would also allow them a faint chance of survival. However, if those extremely ancient super-existences were to face a brutal heavenly tribulation that was the same rank as the one Lin Ming was facing, then Mo Eversnow estimated that most of them would have perished. Even if they were peerless beings or treasures, Mo Eversnow was confident that Lin Ming wouldn't lose to any of them. If Lin Ming died in this heavenly tribulation, then that meant they would have all died too. Thus, a dual body and energy cultivation and 2 transcendent divine mites should have aroused a surprising heavenly tribulation, but it shouldn't have been so fierce. Then, if there was a reason to be found for all this, then the prime culprit would be the magic cube. What was the magic cube? Could it truly be a harbinger of doom? It was no longer possible to trace the identity of the magic cube's first master. But one of its subsequent possessors had been Mo Eversnow's grandfather, a great world king. After obtaining the magic cube, he had suffered a grievous soul wound because of an accident. Afterwards, he was severely injured by Tian Mingzi and thus died. Then Mo Eversnow had inherited the magic cube, and her mortal body had been annihilated. Now the magic cube had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. Everything that was known about the magic cube was information gathered and speculated on by Mo Eversnow's grandfather and herself. As for whether or not any of it was true, none of it was possible to verify. Also, when Lin Ming had crossed the 33-layered heaven's ninefall, 2 other phenomena had appeared beside the magic cube. Just what had those phantoms been? What were these 3 types of existences? Were they destined to bring upon the curse of the world? Heavenly tribulation. Heavenly Tao, please slow down. Slow down. Give him some time to catch his breath. Mo Evers now earnestly prayed in her heart. She didn't know what the final 2 levels of heavenly tribulation would be, but they would absolutely be far more terrifying than the first 7 levels. These final 2 heavenly tribulations might fall down together. Their might could be imagined. If Lin Ming was still at his peak condition, then he should have been able to resist it. But how could the current Lin Ming possibly defend against such an attack? All she could hope was that there would be some time before the 8th and 9th levels of heavenly tribulation fell down, so that Lin Ming could restore himself as much as possible. Time passed a breath at a time. The tribulation cloud in the sky still roiled together. The laws that were limited to a 99-mile range began to manifest into all sorts of shapes, ferocious, diabolical, overflowing with killing intent. To Mo Evers now and Mo River Bliss, each breath of time was incomparably long. At this time, the elders of Carefree Island gradually began to understand what was happening. Even if they couldn't understand what was happening in those tribulation clouds, they could still make out the nervous expressions of Xiao Skywhite and Mo River Bliss. From that alone, it was obvious that the heavenly tribulation had yet to end. Oh heavens! How could this be? The heavens must destroy Lin Ming? Is the destiny of my Carefree Island too shallow that we are doomed to never give rise to a world king? Everyone fixed their eyes on the tribulation cloud, praying for it to slow down. And at this time, the sky began to rumble. Mo Evers now shivered, her hands gripping even tighter together. But her prayers and everyone's hopes no longer mattered. The final heavenly tribulation had begun. There was no time to catch a breath. The new disaster had arrived after just 20-some breaths of time. Even if Lin Ming had dragon marrow blood within him, he simply hadn't had enough time to recover. Scorched completely black, Lin Ming heard the sound of billowing heavenly retribution above him. He lifted his head, opened his eyes, and looked at the brilliant tribulation cloud. His eyes shined like stars, sparkling with a severe light. Pa pa pa. As Lin Ming moved, his body was caught by friction and cracked apart. A massive amount of old skin fell off, nearly turning into dust. Underneath this old skin was raw flesh, dripping with blood. Being flayed alive was a torture method used in the world of mortals. Currently, Lin Ming had nearly been flayed alive. He hadn't been skinned, but a great deal of his flesh had withered away. In truth, most of the flesh underneath Lin Ming's skin had been dried away, and now the old skin burst apart and red and yellow liquid leaked out from him. This was already much better than his previous state of being completely dried up like a lamp without oil, because his blood vitality had managed to restore him a bit. Currently, he was only at 10% of his peak strength. Without mentioning his flesh, even his organs were under tremendous attack. The true essence within his body had already become impossibly chaotic, and the massive power of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation still rampaged within him. The heretical Godsprout was nearly unable to suppress them, much less allow Lin Ming to use the heretical God Force to fight. With the aid of the dragon marrow, he was still able to burn the ancient phoenix blood essence. But Lin Ming's organs were now half ruined by the black wind tribulation. It would be beyond difficult to bear combusting the ancient phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming, as Yi Rosewater saw that tribulation cloud roiling up above with heavenly tribulation soon to descend, she couldn't bear to continue looking helplessly on. She subconsciously traced her spatial ring. However, a nearby elder thrust out his hand and said, "Don't be reckless. Anything you do cannot help him. It's better if we don't do anything unnecessary that will cause a mutation in the heavenly tribulation." In fact, Yi Rosewater also knew this point. This was just a helpless and unconscious reaction from her. It was impossible to guess the motives and acts of the heavenly Tao, and heavenly tribulation was also the same. To face heavenly tribulation was the same as a mortal facing a wild animal. They had to be careful with every action they took, and even taking a pill was nigh impossible lest they invoke the rage of their opponent, causing its attacks to become increasingly crazy. Lin Ming glanced at the sky, his phoenix blood spear still grasped in his hands. As he shook his spear, most of his skin had already sloughed off, causing viscous red and yellow fluid to stick onto the spear shaft and slowly slide down. He was a person that could not be injured any further. But his eyes contained a shining fighting spirit that made even the skies shiver. A man, a spear, facing the endless divine realm. A heart, a body boiling with blood, facing the boundless heavenly Tao. At this time, the heavenly tribulation finally fell. In the instant when the heavenly Tao fell, all of the world came to a standstill. In this world, there was nothing left but black and white. Everything was swallowed up by these two extreme colors, black and white, incomparably distinct, incomparably radiant. The 8th and 9th level heavenly tribulation, yin-yang tribulation. At the formation of the universe, the endless nothingness evolved into primal chaos. Primal chaos divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang formed the 5 elements, and the 5 elements gave birth to all living things. The 5 elements were the source from which all things were formed, and yin and yang were the source from which the 5 elements were formed. Yin and yang, in addition to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, these were a total of 9 different kinds of essence energy. They were the origin of the universe from which all matter was formed, the beginning of all beings. Yin-yang was second only to the power of Grand Mist. What came right after Grand Mist was yin and yang. Yin-yang energy filled the skies, weaving together into lines filled with truths. An indescribable sense of chaos fell over everyone. Even the elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island that were far away from the range of the heavenly tribulation felt as if they would die at any moment in the face of this yin-yang tribulation. This pure black and white that flooded the world, enveloping all of existence between the heavens and earth, left behind an incomparably suffocating feeling. Facing this, one felt as if their very soul would fade away. Some martial artists with an unsteady will and a weak battle spirit fell into despair, as if their lives had lost all meaning. They felt as if they could accept dying right here and right now. This sort of feeling left all of them cold with sweat seeping out of their palms. If they developed such suicidal thoughts just by gazing upon that yin-yang tribulation, then if they had to face it head-on and be submerged within it, the despair they would feel could be imagined. A normal martial artist might just sever their own meridians and kill themselves. This yin-yang tribulation was not just a catastrophe of the body, but also a disaster of energy and a scourge of the soul. Essence, energy, divine, it was impossible to escape this tribulation. This tribulation? An elder looked on, his wide eyes filling with regret. Although his talent couldn't be considered too high, he had lived for a long time and he had a great breadth of experience. He could see just how terrifying this yin-yang tribulation was. No, this shouldn't be, this cannot be. This is forcing him past the edge. The heavens should never seal off all paths of survival. How could such a disaster occur? Just what secrets does Lin Ming have on him that could galvanize such a heavenly tribulation? Lin Ming. Mo Eversnow's glowing body gently shivered. She was unwilling. She had waited 50,000 years for this chance. She had waited 50,000 years to meet Lin Ming. She had put forth endless effort, countless endeavors with numerous lucky chances accumulated on him. She had poured all of her hope into him, so she didn't believe that all her efforts would be in vain. Lin Ming, withstand this trial. Up until now you've experienced countless hardships and endured them all. This time will not be an exception, Mo Evers now shouted out in her heart. And at this time, Lin Ming's bloodied body welcomed the yin-yang great tribulation. Cia. The power of the heavenly Tao formed runes of yin and yang, falling down upon Lin Ming's body. It caused his already dilapidated body to collapse, with a massive amount of flesh and blood flying out. This was not just blood splashing out, but a torrent of blood caused by the disintegration of the body. His meridians tore, his body shattered. Only his skeleton was able to barely withstand the yin-yang tribulation. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a strong feeling of despair surge in his mind. This was despair brought about by the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming felt as if he had instantly arrived in the hell of the death god. There was nothing but gray around him. There was no life and nothing in this world but death and despair. Death. Only by dying would he reach his eternal destination. A strange voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears, causing this idea to form in his mind. But what was strange was that in the face of such a divine soul and will attack, the magic cube in Lin Ming's spiritual sea was completely silent, without a single response. The magic cube didn't resist the heavenly Tao laws? Could it not resist? Or did the magic cube itself represent the world laws? Thus it did not resist. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But, even without the magic cube, Lin Ming never believed he would absolutely lose in a battle of divine soul and will. If the magic cube represents the heavenly Tao, then I will rely on myself. No matter how high the heavenly Tao is, I will still defy the heavens' will. If the heavens must destroy me, then I shall dye the heavens red with blood. Bang! In that instant, Lin Ming's mind quaked as if something shattered. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit howled out from between his eyebrows. The battle spirit trembled. It was like a wild dragon, roaring at the skies. Immediately, the misty elementary Grand Mist energy around the battle spirit suddenly condensed onto its surface. The spear-shaped battle spirit rapidly grew, growing longer. The elementary gold battle spirit stage was easily broken through. Then gold small success, peak of small success, gold large success. As Lin Ming's thoughts erupted, his battle spirit actually crossed the small realm of gold small success in a single go and leapt directly into gold large success. The heavenly Tao laws squeezed upon Lin Ming's will. Not only did it increase the evolutionary rate of his battle spirit, but it was just like the twin life thunder crystal, digging out all of the potential of Lin Ming's battle spirit. This was not something that a normal battle spirit tempering technique could compare with. A tempering technique that could increase a battle spirit's potential could only be found through a stroke of fate. Gold large success. By the heavens! I cannot believe that he achieved such a battle spirit. Incredible. Incredible. But, can just an explosion of a battle spirit resist the three tribulations of essence, energy, and divine? There is also his body and Dantian. He might not be able to withstand this tribulation. Carefree Island's elders sighed in lamentation. Lin Ming's strongest aspects were his will and divine soul. Moreover, the power of his will hadn't been used up too much so far. Thus, even when facing the last of the heavenly 9 tribulations, Lin Ming was still able to break through the soul tribulation in a single fell swoop. But there was still the tribulation of body and energy that would truly take his life. Lin Ming's body was already in tatters. Suddenly, a primal chaos diagram appeared beneath Lin Ming's feet. Lines of the Great Tao began to flow all over the primal chaos diagram. Then, another primal chaos diagram appeared above Lin Ming's head. One yin, one yang, below him was yin, and above him was yang. When the world was first formed, a similar yin-yang construction also took place. Now, the yin-yang tribulation had manifested into 2 primal chaos diagrams that represented the heavens and earth. They were like 2 massive milling stones as they began to grind and squeeze down on Lin Ming. Ka-ka-ka. Lin Ming's entire body emitted an unbelievable creaking sound, as if he were about to snap apart from the massive impact. An unbelievable force shrouded down on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's bones had fused with the Supreme Dragon bone relics, and now they were as hard as divine iron. If this was before he had fused with the Supreme Dragon bone, then even though Lin Ming had completed 100% tempering marrow and opened the defensive gate of view, his bones would have been pulverized by the power of the heavenly Tao. But now he was forcefully resisting it. However, even though his bones were able to withstand the force, his flesh wasn't able to. Lin Ming's flesh constantly broke down. If he had no flesh and only a skeleton left, then he would die either way. As Lin Ming's mortal body continued to collapse, his life force grew increasingly weak. This brat's going to die. In a secretive corner, Great Elder Xiao Haogan looked at Lin Ming, grinning all the while. After being sent flying back injured, he no longer needed to help manage the array formation. He's finally going to die. Good. I won't have to worry about him anymore. Although Xiao Haogan was perfectly aware that Lin Ming could bring endless benefits to Carefree Island if he rose in the future, none of those benefits would fall into his lap. The only way would be if Lin Ming was an idiot of idiots and decided to help his own enemy. Of course, Lin Ming clearly wasn't, otherwise he never would have reached this step. He considered the future and decided that the more power and fame Lin Ming gained, the unluckier he would become. Just die. Just die so we can all be happy. Fuck, a mere ninefall actually has as much pomp and show as a holy lord. He thought he was so kick-ass and awesome, but he actually dies at the end. He nearly scared me to death with his antics. Such a massive formation to help him and so many resources spent on him, and yet it all comes to nothing. He's nothing more than a fart in the wind. Phew! I think I'm going to laugh to death here. Xiao Haogan coarsely cursed to White Brook with a true essence sound transmission. With his status, he had never spoken such vulgar words before. It was only because his extremely tense mood had finally unwound a bit, and the sudden change caused him to blurt out such words. White Brook was standing near Xiao Haogan. The two of them were standing in a relatively hidden spot. White Brook was also in a good mood. As Lin Ming crossed life destruction, his heart had been caught in his throat the entire time. Good heavens! Such a terrifying moment had occurred. If Lin Ming had managed to successfully cross his ninefall, then he might have combat strength comparable to a divine transformation master. Once he reached the divine sea, wouldn't that just be way too outrageous? Even a normal divine transformation powerhouse wouldn't be his opponent. And when he reached the divine transformation realm in the future, there was not the least bit of doubt that he would be able to crush a middle divine lord powerhouse. As for great elder Xiao Haogan, he was at the late divine lord realm. At least the heavens have eyes. This sort of person should have died long ago. I was worried all this time. Let's look on at the good play and see the beautiful fireworks from this heavenly tribulation. This is a very rare opportunity, so we must enjoy it for as long as we can. I hope that Lin Ming can continue for a bit longer. Haha. White Brook said, gloating in Lin Ming's troubles. The more pain Lin Ming was in, the happier he felt. Kacha. Lin Ming knelt on one knee. After opening 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates, even if he didn't use the 100-layered waves, his physical strength still surpassed 10 million genes and reached 20 million genes. Even so, he wasn't able to shoulder this backbreaking pressure. And worst of all, he was still suppressing the residual energy from the 5 elements tribulation, especially that of the wind and thunder tribulations. The immense pressure within Lin Ming's body made it impossibly difficult to summon up true essence. Lin Ming set the Phoenix Blood Spear upright, using it to support the space between the yin-yang diagrams. Faint cracking sounds began to emerge from the Phoenix Blood Spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear emitted a keening cry as it was unable to withstand the pressure. Underneath the titanic pressure of the heavenly Tao, it began to slowly bend, ready to break apart at any moment. As Lin Ming saw the Phoenix Blood Spear nearly break, a decisive and unwilling light shined in his eyes. He had left his wives and parents in the lower realms and arrived in the divine realm alone. The first weapon he obtained was the Phoenix Blood Spear. During all these years in the divine realm, all he had relied on was this spear in his hands. This spear was his comrade, his friend. Now that he saw his spear about to break and yet he couldn't change anything at all, he found his heart filled with unwillingness. He waved his hand and changed the angle of the Phoenix Blood Spear. That spear that was bent over 90 degrees suddenly stretched back straight, then shot out. Go, my good brother. Lin Ming quietly said these words in his heart. The Phoenix Blood Spear issued a sorrowful cry as it soared, a crimson beam of light. Whoosh! Mo Riverbliss's figure instantly vanished. She flash-stepped in front of the Phoenix Blood Spear and caught it, the spear shaft still trembling. Hum. The Phoenix Blood Spear burned with a blazing light, constantly issuing a keening cry as if it were weeping in grief. Mo Riverbliss's heart was deeply touched. A saint artifact had wisdom. It could differentiate between emotions both warm and cold and also vaguely feel the intent of its master. If a martial artist prized and cared for their saint artifact, then that saint artifact would also loyally protect its master. On the other hand, if a martial artist regarded a saint artifact as worthless grass, then that saint artifact would begin to lose its glorious luster. As Mo Riverbliss sighed, she felt the phoenix blood spear vibrate faster and more frantically, as if it would turn into a red dragon and fly out from her hands. How could this? Mo Riverbliss was startled. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. The phoenix blood spear seemed to develop a mind of its own. It cried, rapidly oscillating as if it wanted to fly out. This was beyond what a normal top-grade saint artifact could achieve. Although a peak saint artifact had wisdom, that was only spiritual wisdom. It didn't possess true self-awareness. Otherwise, that would be a spirit artifact. The core of a spirit artifact was the spirit. It had a spiritual will of its own. It could move, it could fly away to escape, it could automatically attack the enemy, and for a spirit artifact that reached a high boundary, it could even draw array formations on its own and utilize the heavenly Tao laws. A saint artifact did not possess such abilities. Even moving on its own was impossible. The only chance for that to happen was if its master had died and sealed a part of their fading will and soul into the saint artifact to control it. For instance, the Argent White Sword found in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was such an example. Now, the Phoenix Blood Spear in Mo Riverbliss's hand was clearly not the same situation as the Argent White Sword. Otherwise, that would mean Lin Ming had died. An intelligent saint artifact. Is this a spirit artifact? No, it's still a tiny step away from reaching such a boundary. It hasn't formed a complete artifact spirit. This could only be considered an elementary artifact spirit. But becoming a true and complete spirit artifact is only a matter of when. Heavens! How could this be? Mo Riverbliss was shaken. In that moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear had actually formed the source elementary artifact spirit and evolved into a spirit artifact. In order to forge a saint artifact into a spirit artifact, one had to first have it achieve the material quality of a spirit artifact. And, if it lacked an artifact spirit, it could only be called a transcendent saint artifact. A transcendent saint artifact was relatively easy to forge. As long as one used up enough valuable materials and there was a Grandmaster refiner using high-level techniques, they could always produce one. But an artifact spirit was extremely hard to create, especially a source artifact spirit. The so-called source artifact spirit was an artifact spirit bred from within the artifact itself. It was also called a true artifact spirit. The birth of a true artifact spirit required infinite effort, sacrifice, and even more resources. One needed hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years to form one. A master had to unite their will with their weapon, fusing in their own true essence and bloodline, and also experience numerous lucky chances before forming one. A true artifact spirit was far too difficult to create. Thus, many Grandmaster refiners would choose another path and create a false artifact spirit. They would take the soul of a powerful vicious beast, demonic spirit, ghost, or even the soul of a martial artist, and then forcibly refine that soul into an artifact spirit and seal it into the artifact. This sort of artifact spirit was not completely compatible with a spirit artifact. Thus, it wouldn't allow the spirit artifact to display its full might. Moreover, such an artifact spirit would contain resentment in its heart, and it wouldn't put forth its full effort. If one didn't sign some sort of contract with it, then there was even the possibility that this artifact spirit would rebel at a critical moment. A true artifact spirit and a false artifact spirit were of completely different qualities. Thus, this was why Mo Riverbliss was so shocked as she saw the Phoenix Blood Spear evolve. Not only was an elementary artifact spirit born, but even the material quality of the Phoenix Blood Spear itself had leapt up to the degree of a spirit artifact. This was all created by the heavenly tribulation. Mo Riverbliss suddenly realized what had happened. The Phoenix Blood Spear had experienced the 9 heavenly tribulations together. Whether it was the 5 elements tribulation, the wind and thunder tribulation, or even the current yin-yang tribulation, Lin Ming had used the Phoenix Blood Spear to resist them all. As the 9 heavenly tribulations fell, the quality of the Phoenix Blood Spear was incomparable to that of the past. Especially this final tribulation. This could be called a calamity upon the Phoenix Blood Spear, but it was also a baptism. It had hastened the birth of an artifact spirit. And in that final moment, Lin Ming's will had condensed, bringing with it an infinitely heated spirit and daring valor that seemed capable of resisting the heavenly Tao. The Phoenix Blood Spear had also withstood being flooded by Lin Ming's will, and then, at the end when Lin Ming had given up the Phoenix Blood Spear to protect it, this had thoroughly awakened the elementary artifact spirit that had been formed within the heavenly tribulation. This could be called a spirit artifact that was completely formed by Lin Ming. It was not forged by a Grandmaster refiner, but had been created by Lin Ming. From the time when it was a saint artifact, it had been nourished by Lin Ming's true essence and will, and at the end it had even experienced the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation with him and had been doused in his flesh and blood. The Phoenix Blood Spear could now be considered his life's weapon. Such a weapon could display combat strength that other weapons could not compare with. And more importantly, the Phoenix Blood Spear was psychically linked with Lin Ming, becoming one with him. Thus there would never be a situation in which he couldn't use it. And how could a normal Divine Sea Realm genius use a spirit artifact? A top-grade saint artifact or transcendent saint artifact was their limit. Although every spirit artifact that formed its own source artifact spirit had experienced its own lucky chances, each one could only be produced through a stroke of fate. And something like the Phoenix Blood Spear was supremely unique, even rarer than a once-in-a-billion situation. This sort of lucky chance could not be duplicated. If Lin Ming could withstand this heavenly tribulation, then just the enhancement of the Phoenix Blood Spear would allow his strength to dramatically rise to another level. But the question was, could he survive the final tribulation? Mo River Bliss prayed deep within her heart. So many lucky chances, so many great results. If he survived, then he would inevitably become one of the Divine Realm's peak characters. If he failed, then all would turn to nothing. Mo River Bliss felt her heart racing. Lin Ming's 9 fall had brought with it an unfathomably great momentum. This sort of scene would be a truly unforgettable experience. At this time, all of Lin Ming's flesh had broken, his organs were completely smashed apart, and his meridians and blood vessels were torn. Shining white bone revealed itself from his body. These bones dazzled with layers upon layers of Tao patterns. These were the heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming had absorbed and imprinted into his very body. Just his bones alone were precious heavenly treasures. In addition, the energy from the yin-yang primal chaos diagrams had broken into Lin Ming's body, savagely destroying his meridians. Lin Ming was already unable to revolve his energy to help, and this added an even greater injury atop all his other injuries. He was no longer able to suppress the massive amount of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation within the heretical god Sprout. There was no other life-destruction martial artist that could look like Lin Ming and still be alive. Nearly all that was left of him was his bones and brain. He was completely supporting himself with his tenacious life vitality and willpower. This is too miserable, so miserable that it's hard to look at. Lin Ming is barely supporting himself with his will. This is his unyielding will. But even so, his life will be severed soon. The heavens never seal off all roads. But what can Lin Ming do in this state? Several elders of Carefree Island felt that Lin Ming was too pitiful. But Xiao Haogan and White Brook were actually enjoying the show. When Lin Ming was full of spirit and strength, they had both been restrained. But now they saw that Lin Ming's current condition was extremely poor. They began to mock and make casual talk at his misfortune. This brat's bones are quite hard, huh? They haven't even been crushed by the heavenly tribulation. They should be valuable treasures, Xiao Haogan said, noticing Lin Ming's bones. Indeed, look at those brilliant runes on his bones and those countless traces of Tao patterns. Those bones are absolutely a treasure. Once he dies, we'll take his bones and perceive the Tao patterns from them, and then we can refine them into transcendent saint artifacts. That should be enough to make up for the loss of the 10-severing Tao fruit tree. White Brook stroked his beard, speaking in a smug tone. Haha! Honorable Master's ideas are truly great. Xiao Haogan and White Brook's eyes shined as they greedily stared at Lin Ming's exposed bones. At this time, Lin Ming's fires of life were growing increasingly weak and nearly all of his blood had been drained out. His organs had stopped moving and even his dantian felt as if it would break soon. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation suppressed within the heretical god sprout, was ready to erupt at any moment. Once it exploded, his body would completely burst apart and become a pile of scattered bones and flesh. Then, even his remains would be crushed into nothing by the primal chaos Tao diagrams. At that time, Lin Ming would be deader than dead. Even so, he was unwilling to accept this fate. He would not give up. At the precipice of death, Lin Ming felt as if time slowed to a crawl. Everything fell into his senses as he reached a state of incomparable clarity. His heart was extremely tranquil. He still searched for a hope of survival. He knew that the heavens never sealed off all exits. There was only a faint chance to survive. The heavenly Tao was cruel and merciless. In front of the heavenly Tao, whether it was common mortals, supreme elders, or even ants, everything was equal in its eyes. In this world, there were very few existences that were able to defy the heavenly Tao. There was only one exception, and that was those existences that were capable of surviving through heavenly tribulation. For instance, a transcendent divine pill that was capable of defying the heavens and changing one's life, rewriting one's destiny, and resurrecting the dead. For instance, a transcendent divine might that could control or even dominate the heavenly Tao. And also, for instance, a peerless talent like Lin Ming, someone who had done all sorts of things that defied the will of the heavens, thus summoning heavenly tribulation. These sorts of geniuses were great world kings and even empyreans. Lin Ming did not have a transcendent divine pill that allowed him to defy the heavens and change his fate, nor did he have an unrivaled powerhouse capable of helping him cross heavenly tribulation. He just had two transcendent divine mights, and was only able to use these two transcendent divine mights to resist the heavenly tribulation. But he had already used the prime emperor lotus flower and the heretical god force. Now, the true essence within his body was in utter chaos, and energy was running rampant within him. His body was ready to blow up at any moment, so it was simply impossible for him to use a transcendent divine might. Then what could he rely on? What had crossed heavenly tribulation without dying that he could use as his final card? All sorts of thoughts blazed through Lin Ming's mind. Finally, he remembered something. Dragon bone relics. Mo Riverbliss had spent a portion of her cultivation, changing the flow of time to help Lin Ming refine that 1,000-foot supreme dragon bone into 108 dragon bone relics. Lin Ming had swallowed a third of them to open the gate of view, but he still had 72 left. A true dragon was a god beast, and even ordinary dragons were considered part of the monster race. A powerful grown dragon was even mightier than a great world king. In order for the monster race to transform, they had to undergo heavenly tribulation. And a dragon was so powerful that they had no choice but to experience heavenly tribulation. As they grew up, they would have to experience multiple heavenly tribulations. The god beasts among the dragon race were even capable of resisting the heavenly Tao laws. Yes, that was it. The dragon bone relics were refined from the supreme dragon bone, and they existed outside of the heavenly Tao. They were objects capable of changing the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. Lin Ming's mind shook as he recalled all of this. This was his final ray of hope. Mo Evers now had already said Lin Ming could only swallow 36 dragon bone relics before he reached the divine sea. His body wouldn't be able to withstand more. But then, Mo Evers now didn't imagine that Lin Ming's ninefall could reach such a degree. And beyond even that, if he didn't swallow the dragon bone relics he would die. But if he did swallow them, he would have a faint chance of surviving, so how could he not try? Dragon bone relics. Lin Ming's hands had been completely torn apart, and his meridians were surging with a tyrannical and uncontrollable energy. The bones of his arms were entirely exposed. It was impossible for him to take out the dragon bone relics with them. But luckily, Lin Ming still had his battle spirit. His large success gold battle spirit was nearly undamaged. If a battle spirit was poured into a leaf, that leaf could be used to kill others. If it could change the position of objects, it could naturally take things out of a spatial ring. Lin Ming had never used a battle spirit to take objects out of his spatial ring, so he wasn't skilled at this task. Moreover, he was also in a hurry at this time. Thus, he took out all the round bead-shaped objects that resembled a dragon bone relic. 72 dragon bone relics. 73. There was one more? This was... Lin Ming looked at that last black bead that resembled a dragon bone relic, immediately stunned. Of the 73 beads, Lin Ming's attention was completely concentrated on that black spherical object that had tumbled out with everything else. It seemed to be made of wood and yet not, and made of stone and yet not. There were numerous strange demonic runes carved onto its surface, and it exuded a bizarre and strange aura. Through all these years, Lin Ming had obtained countless treasures and pills. There were far too many things in the extreme violet ring to count. Even so, as a martial artist, Lin Ming's memory was extremely acute. He was able to remember the origin of where everything came from. Lin Ming was able to recognize that this black mystery bead came from his second trip to the Holy Demon Continent's blood slaughter steppes. He had killed the steppes master and obtained this black bead from his treasury. At that time, he had also obtained a massive amount of demon god bones, blood demon crystals, and heaven step treasures. Those things were all left at Divine Phoenix Island to assist them in becoming a divine kingdom in the future. All that he kept was this black mystery bead. It was small and yet exceptionally heavy. When Lin Ming had obtained it, it had been placed atop a special treasure rank base. Otherwise, it would have already crushed through the ground. Not only was it extremely heavy, but it also had a faint trace of life as if it were a living object. From the start, Lin Ming had thought it was the egg of some ancient vicious beast. For instance, a flood dragon egg, sea serpent egg, or the egg of some other similar beast. But it was simply far too small. Trying to call it a vicious beast egg was a bit forced. Lin Ming had investigated it with his senses, but he hadn't been able to identify what it was. He could only determine that it had originated from the Eternal Demon Abyss. What kind of place was the Eternal Demon Abyss? It was a massive crater left behind by an Empyrean-level powerhouse whose strike had pierced straight through the massive planet that held the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent. It had to be known that the Sky Spill Continent's planet was over 1 billion miles in diameter. A common small planet, for instance the planet that Phoenix Cry Palace was located on, was only around 100,000 miles in diameter. This was a difference in volume of over 1 trillion times. Sealed within the Eternal Demon Abyss were countless terrifying existences. These existences were unable to escape from the shroud of the force field that Empyrean Primordius had laid down. Only some tiny insignificant weaklings were able to pass through in these 100,000 years through a lucky aligning of coincidences. For instance, the ancient devil that had inhabited Yangyun had likely come from some area deep within the Eternal Demon Abyss and had emerged from the other side at the Sea of Miracles. In addition, there were also a number of treasures in the Eternal Demon Abyss. When the Eternal Demon Abyss erupted, a small amount of these treasures would be shot out by a tremendous black current. There were many trial challengers and high lords that would roam the periphery of the Eternal Demon Abyss to search for these treasures. The Steppes Master had likely obtained this black mystery bead using such a method. The Eternal Demon Abyss was a ruin left behind from a battle between several Empyreans. Even something minor they left behind could not be underestimated. If there was something in there that surpassed a supreme dragon bone, or even a complete dragon skeleton, Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised. In fact, he wouldn't even be surprised if there was a true god beast living within the Eternal Demon Abyss. This was because in front of an Empyrean, even god beasts had to prostrate themselves. The current Lin Ming was at the edge of death, so it was impossible for him to ruminate over the origins of the black mystery bead. Moreover, he didn't have the capital to investigate it to begin with. In short, this black mystery bead should be some extraordinary object. Especially now that Lin Ming had crossed Ninefall and accepted the baptism of the heavenly Tao law fragments. He was able to faintly feel the aura coming from this black mystery bead, and it left him shocked. "I'll swallow it." Lin Ming couldn't give a care for particulars anymore. He grasped half of the Supreme Dragon Bone relics and also that incomparably heavy black mystery bead and stuffed them all down his mouth. If he didn't have his life, then he wouldn't be able to consider any consequences anyways. What did that boy eat?" Xiao Haogan said, shocked. He naturally saw Lin Ming's actions. "It should be some type of high-level medicine." He's nothing but a sick patient that's gone crazy, so he's trying to eat any medicine he can to help himself. But it doesn't matter because anything he does will invoke the rage of the heavenly tribulation. This has the same effect as asking someone to help him cross heavenly tribulation. The idiot! Whitebrook sneered. He naturally didn't know about the dragon bone relics or that black mystery bead. As long as it wasn't a transcendent divine pill, then there was a high chance what Lin Ming did would cause a mutation in the heavenly tribulation. Ordinary pills before heavenly tribulation had to follow the heavenly Tao. Using them to cross heavenly tribulation would only result in a counterattack. As for those transcendent divine pills that had crossed tribulation and were able to change one's fate and even resurrect the dead, completely disregarding the heavenly Tao, those types of pills were absolute treasures passed down in World King-level holy lands for generations. They were treasures that could cause even a World King to go mad with jealousy and attack others for. So how could Lin Ming possibly have one? And on the side, Mo Eversnow and Mo Riverbliss were bewildered. Lin Ming had actually swallowed down so many dragon bone relics. The two looked at each other, seeing worry and nervousness reflected in each other's eyes. But there was also hope. Dragon bone relics had their own life force. Once swallowed, they would erode and absorb Lin Ming's own flesh and blood. Normally, when a martial artist swallowed dragon bone relics, it was possible to in turn be absorbed by them instead. Even though Lin Ming had opened the gate of view, when he was at his peak state, he had still nearly died after eating the dragon bone relics. Before reaching the divine sea, 36 dragon bone relics should be his furthest limit. Now, his body was ruined and his cultivation was also lacking. To swallow so many dragon bone relics at such a time was simply seeking death. Even so, this was the only capital he had to struggle against the fate of certain death. This was because they were the only treasure on Lin Ming's body that had crossed heavenly tribulation and was able to resist the heavenly Tao. However, Lin Ming seemed as if he had also swallowed some sort of black bead. Just what was that? Mo Eversnow had extremely sharp eyes. Even though that black bead was mixed up with the rest of the dragon bone relics and had a similar appearance to them, she could still recognize it. That black bead had a completely different aura, one that left the heart racing. At this time, she no longer had time to ponder it. The 36 bone relics entered Lin Ming's pulpy and ravaged body, mixing into him. With the current state of his body, it would be extremely difficult to absorb the dragon bone relics, but that didn't mean it was impossible. And he also had a massive amount of the power of heavenly tribulation within his body. Most of this was thunder tribulation, fire tribulation, as well as the yin-yang tribulation. Dragon bone relics were objects that had crossed heavenly tribulation several times in the past. They were existences that violated the heavenly Tao to begin with. Now that they collided with the power of 4 different kinds of heavenly tribulation, the result could be imagined. Without the need for Lin Ming's body to melt the dragon bone relics, the power of heavenly tribulation had already started to melt them away. And at this time, the energy contained within the dragon bone relics thoroughly erupted. The power of heavenly tribulation violently clashed with the dragon bone relics, and the battlefield was Lin Ming's body. Pong! Lin Ming's body shook, falling onto the yin-yang primal chaos diagrams. At this time, there was no more blood left to flow out, and the energy within his body had already run completely wild, beyond his ability to control. There was not a single complete muscle or ligament in his body, and he wasn't able to move at all. He completely relied on the hardness of his bones to withstand the crushing force of the 2 primal chaos diagrams. Lin Ming had lost all strength, energy, and physical function. He was even weaker than a 3-year-old mortal child. There was nothing he could do. No. There was still one thing he could do, and only one. That was to grit his teeth, endure the pain, support his bones, and keep on living with his unyielding will and undying spirit. If he could last until the end, then at the time when the power of heavenly tribulation was destroyed and the dragon bone relics were also melted away, he would be the final one standing. He could go on living and also obtain a massive lucky chance. What sort of immeasurable willpower was needed to shoulder this? The yin-yang tribulation brought about an aura of despair that left one drowning in anguish. In order to never give up no matter how much despair there was, one needed a resolute will as firm as divine iron. Ka. Even Lin Ming's kneecaps were crushed apart. This agonizing pain left his vision blurry. He bit down on his tongue, pouring the power of his life into his gold large success grand mist battle spirit to support his weak fires of life that swayed precariously in this storm of energy. If the heavens wish to annihilate me, then I will annihilate the heavens. If the god of death desires me, then I shall cut down the god of death. He's still alive. He's still alive. Can he really live? Will such a terrifying heavenly tribulation be defeated by him? Rosewater covered her mouth, her breath caught in her throat. She felt her nose sting as an unbidden emotion swelled up from deep within her. She had lived for dozens of years already and had a late divine sea cultivation, so she would never be like a little girl and burst out into tears because of overwhelming feelings. The reason that her eyes were wet at this moment was completely because she had been infected by Lin Ming's tenacious will. In a situation where there wasn't even a faint ray of hope, he had still managed to support himself until now. He was like a proud snow pine, staunch and unfolding. However, most people didn't favor Lin Ming's chances too much. His fires of life were already on the brink of extinguishing. Even if he could continue on, just how long would he last? Dragon bone relics and the power of the 4 different kinds of heavenly tribulation were all incomparably violent and tyrannical energies. It wasn't wrong for Lin Ming to take this risk and wrestle with death, but the chances of him succeeding approached 0. This was because his ruined body couldn't even qualify to be their battlefield. This was just like 2 divine sea-level powerhouses fighting on a mortal martial field. The martial field would not be able to withstand the energy shockwaves and would be torn apart. Fuck! He still hasn't died? Xiao Haogan cursed. Don't be so anxious. It's just a matter of time. Don't you feel that his painful expressions are very much enjoyable? White Brook slowly said. Haha. Honorable Master is right. As everyone had all sorts of ideas popping up in their minds and were discussing the situation with true essence sound transmissions, no one knew that within that crazy power of heavenly tribulation and those melting supreme dragon bone relics, there was also a black divine bead. In the waves of energy, this black divine bead slowly revolved. This bead was originally a living existence. Although it was incomparably heavy, it was still formed from flesh and blood, and thus alive. Underneath the stimulation of the 2 clashing energies, suddenly this black divine bead fiercely trembled. An incomparable life force began rushing out like an endless tide. This life force was pure and wild. It was so potent and vibrant that even the life force of a great true dragon would be mediocre in front of it. All of this life force poured into Lin Ming's body. It was like a land that had been dry and barren for 1,000 years suddenly welcoming a sweet deluge of spring rain. Roar! A resonant cry echoed through the heavens. It was like the roar of a dragon directly impacting through the distant horizon. What? As Xiao Haogan and White Brook were happily speaking with true essence sound transmissions, their eyes suddenly widened. They thought that they had heard wrongly just now. How could Lin Ming's body still have the strength to make such a clear and resplendent sound? His body. How could this be? His body is reviving. How could this be? Where is this strength coming from? This is impossible. Xiao Haogan's eyeballs nearly popped out. Lin Ming's ruined flesh and blood was rapidly regenerating. Originally, all of Lin Ming's flesh had cracked apart, and the glistening white bones of his arms, legs, and chest were revealed. One could even count his ribs. There were also bones that were dislocated from the pressure. Even though Lin Ming's bones were tough, they still couldn't resist the continued grinding from the 2 primal chaos diagrams. After his flesh reached such an appearance, his meridians and blood vessels also became tattered. His organs were almost squashed into mush, becoming a pile of messy goo. The only complete body part he had was his brain. Within the protection of his skull, his spiritual sea hadn't been damaged at all. Even so, for a person devolved to such a miserable state, there wasn't any meaning left in having a complete brain. This sort of condition could have been described as undoubtable death. If a normal martial artist were to look like Lin Ming now, then they would have already completely died. A life-destruction martial artist had a stronger life force than a common mortal. But if their heart was pierced, their head was cut off, and their blood had all drained away, they would still die. This was the heavenly Tao laws. Only during the crossing of life-destruction, when one's body disintegrated, could a martial artist preserve their life. That was also because this process was supported by the heavenly Tao laws. Thus they wouldn't die. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to live without some sort of transcendent divine pill, much less rely on his own regenerative ability to recover. But now, a miracle was occurring in front of everyone present. They watched on helplessly as Lin Ming's flesh and blood began to grow back. The dazzling white bones were covered again with a layer of fascia. Then, the blood vessels moved over them like glistening red vines, spreading everywhere. Afterwards, the meridians reformed, the organs repaired themselves, and the muscles were completely reborn, their lines even stronger and more perfect than before. Then, his wounds began to stitch back together, with fresh flesh rapidly regenerating at a rate visible to the eye. His flesh glistened and shined, like translucent red crystal. Even his withered hair fell off, and new hair grew out from the old, passing down over his ears. These hairs, after being tempered in energy, sparkled with a lustrous sheen. Their silk-like texture even contained the profound mysteries of the laws. If Lin Ming's hair grew long enough, it could even be plucked out and used as a material for a saint artifact Divine Bao's bowstring. This was proof of just how tough it was. At this time, Lin Ming seemed as if he had almost achieved the boundary of the legendary Diamond Vajra body. An immaculate and immortal body. Impossible. This is impossible. He should have absolutely died. Just how is such a heaven-defying turn of events possible? What happened? This can't be. White Brook and Xiao Haogan had expressions as if their fathers had died as they watched Lin Ming's body be reborn anew. Looking at the present situation, there was an extremely high chance Lin Ming would be able to cross the heavenly tribulation. At that time, with Lin Ming's terrifying talent, it shouldn't be a problem at all for him to become a great world king. The two of them would be in an extremely miserable position. What do we do? What can we do? Xiao Haogan asked at a complete loss. How the hell would I know? At this time, there is nothing we can do to change the past. If Lin Ming dies, then that would be perfect. But even after being pushed to the brink of death and looking like he did, he still didn't die. His life is far too tough. Chances are that he won't die this time. We must not make enemies with him anymore, especially on the surface. White Brook wasn't an idiot. Now that Lin Ming had crossed Ninefall, his status in Carefree Island would be like the sun in the sky. With Mo Riverbliss supporting him, even a highest elder like him would be a joke in front of Lin Ming. If he tried to make enemies with Lin Ming, wasn't that just asking to die? The yin-yang Dao diagram still spun as before, pressing down on Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. His vision was like two divine lights piercing through the endless night, shining through the vast space. His strength had returned. Lin Ming suddenly clenched his fists together. With every movement, his joints seemed to explode with loud crackling sounds. He could feel a surge of energy rushing through his body. The power of thunder, fire, yin, and yang heavenly tribulations, as well as the tremendous power of the melted dragon bone relics rampaged within him. But he forcefully suppressed them all. This feeling as if his entire body was filled with energy caused Lin Ming's blood to boil over. He concentrated his energy into his dantian, letting out a long and loud cry. Ha! A terrifying sound wave burst out in all directions. With a deafening rumble, countless sheets of earth and stone were raised up by this sound wave. The clouds for several hundreds of miles were washed away, and even the tribulation clouds seemed to be affected as they faintly trembled. Happy! Awesome! Lin Ming laughed out loud, his bellows ringing through the skies. He had never imagined he would feel such an explosive strength in his body as today. He was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Every step he took shattered the earth. Good young man. How did he do this? The elders of Carefree Island looked on in utter shock. This sudden reversal was simply like a dream. Is this because of those beads he swallowed? Although I couldn't see just what those beads were, they shouldn't have been a transcendent divine medicine. Those beads contained a power that was far too tyrannical. They should have been some rare and fierce heavenly treasure. If Lin Ming swallowed such medicine at his peak state, he might blow up from the energy, much less now. I thought that Lin Ming's body would burst apart after swallowed those beads. But such a change actually occurred. Just what secrets does he have on him? There was not a single elder of Carefree Island that could understand what happened to Lin Ming's body. Let alone them. Even Mo Eversnow and Mo Riverbliss were looking on, dumbfounded. They too had no idea what was happening. This is absolutely not an effect of the Dragon Bone Relics. The Dragon Bone Relics are a violent and wild energy, and it is already extremely difficult for Lin Ming to withstand them with his body, much less for them to help regenerate his flesh. Could it be that black mystery bead? Mo Eversnow suddenly thought. This was the only possible explanation. But just what was that black mystery bead? It actually had the strength to defy the power of heavenly tribulation. Even a top transcendent divine pill would pale in comparison. At this time, the heavenly tribulation was continuing around Lin Ming. Yin Yang tribulation was truly worthy of being called the strongest level of the 9 heavenly tribulations. It was a calamity of essence, energy, and the divine. Lin Ming had crossed the tribulation of the soul, of his flesh and blood, and now all that was left over was the tribulation of his dantian. And at this time, Lin Ming's body had been restored to almost its peak state. How hard could it be to survive one more tribulation? In the sky, the dual yin and yang energies twisted together, forming Dao runes and streams that constantly flushed into Lin Ming's meridians, fusing together with the sealed thunder and fire tribulation within Lin Ming's body. The thunder tribulation became increasingly wild. The fire tribulation became that much more fierce. These two energies had been suppressed by the heretical god Sprout from the very start, but that was only a temporary suppression. As for refining them, that was not simple at all, especially after Lin Ming had encountered catastrophe after catastrophe. Just when did he have the chance to refine them? But now was different. Thunder and fire tribulation. I hope you had your fill of hurting me. This time, I'll be the one to refine you. Lin Ming shouted out loud, and the heretical god force erupted. The energy of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, together with the yin-yang tribulation, was all completely suppressed by the heretical god Sprout. Be refined by me. The heretical god force was a transcendent divine might. Only a transcendent divine might could refine the power of heavenly tribulation. If an ordinary martial artist's cultivation method was used to refine heavenly tribulation, all that would happen would be a tremendous counterattack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within Lin Ming's dantian, energy boiled like magma, erupting like a volcano. Such an impact placed a great pressure on Lin Ming's dantian. But Lin Ming steeled his mind. He would thoroughly refine this yin-yang tribulation and thunder and fire tribulation. It had to be known that the power of heavenly tribulation contained immense benefits. Lin Ming had crossed 8 levels of heavenly tribulation and also over half of the 9th level of heavenly tribulation. The advantage this had to his flesh, blood, and bones was unfathomable. His battle spirit had also broken through the elementary gold level, jumping straight over gold small success and reaching gold large success. Even the Phoenix Blood Spear had transformed from a saint artifact to a spirit artifact after breeding its own source artifact spirit. This was something that a supreme elder might not be able to accomplish even in 100,000 years. In this situation, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied with withstanding the baptism of heavenly tribulation. He wanted to refine the power of heavenly tribulation and use it for himself. Lin Ming, he is heavens. He is refining heavenly tribulation. This refining heavenly tribulation? He is far too crazy. Heavenly tribulation was not some trifling matter. When an extreme genius martial artist similar to Lin Ming crossed heavenly tribulation, They would be absolutely cautious lest they enrage the heavenly tribulation and cause a mutation to occur. Once heavenly tribulation arrived, all they could do was silently withstand it, allowing their body, dantian, revolving core or inner world, and soul to accept the baptism of heavenly tribulation. They had to use their own true essence to disperse the power of heavenly tribulation. Who would dare to directly refine heavenly tribulation? That was simply suicidal. But now, Lin Ming was doing exactly this. If the heavenly Tao wishes to destroy me, then I shall control the heavenly Tao and make it my army of 1,000,000 soldiers. I will have it ride through the endless space with me, battling through the rivers of stars. The road of martial arts was originally defying the will of the heavens. And Lin Ming had the heart and soul to reverse the heavens themselves. The power of 4 different kinds of heavenly tribulation raged through Lin Ming's body. And the power of the dragon bone relics also rampaged through him. Lin Ming's thoughts sank into his dantian. A torrential vortex appeared at the heretical god sprout inside. The power of the thunder and fire tribulation was completely sucked in by the heretical god sprout. Compress. Compress again. Blue veins bulged out on Lin Ming's forehead. Even though his body had been reborn, he still felt as if his dantian would explode from withstanding this pressure. Lin Ming, divert all the power of the dragon bone relics and the other unnecessary energy into the threshold of life and death. Revolve the celestial tyrant manual. Mo Eversnow's voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. As Lin Ming heard her, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. That was right. The threshold of life and death. The method to cultivate the 8 inner hidden gates that was recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual was slightly different to the method within the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians. The 8 inner hidden gates was a large boundary, but in truth it could also be divided into 2 boundaries instead. The first boundary included the first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and the second boundary included the last 2 of the 8 inner hidden gates. The last 2 gates were called the gates that stood upon the threshold of life and death, the gate of life and the gate of death. The threshold of life and death was one of the most difficult barriers of the 8 inner hidden gates to pass. In order to break through the threshold of life and death, one had to build a foundation and then pile up a massive amount of resources before making a breakthrough in a single go. In the 8 inner hidden gates of body transformation, every step was more difficult than the last. As for the final 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was even more difficult than rising to the heavens. Open! Lin Ming shouted out. The power of yin-yang tribulation along with the power of the dragon bone relics rushed into his meridians. They rushed through his 8 pulse points, impacting the threshold of life and death. With a loud banging sound, Lin Ming's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. As Lin Ming vomited this blood, his complexion paled. He grit his teeth and revolved the energy within him once more. At this time, behind Lin Ming, a deep red prime emperor lotus flower slowly bloomed. The grand mist space radiated outwards. Heavenly demon force field. This was one of the primordious martial intents 3 great force fields. Heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, heavenly god. Although it was only a third of a complete transcendent divine might, just what kind of existence was Empyrean Primordius? He was a peak character even amongst Empyreans. His primordious martial intent was not some ordinary transcendent divine might. The Chaos Grand Mist was the source of the universe. Underneath the enveloping of this grand mist space, whether it was the energy from the dragon bone relics or the power of heavenly tribulation, everything was forced to submit, and the impact was even greater. Bang! The second impact. The life and death threshold within Lin Ming's body was like a divine drum made from the skin of an archaic vicious beast skin. With every impact of energy, it would release a terrifying sound. Boom! 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 Every sound was like a bell from the heavens, pure and clear, echoing through the heavens and earth, deafening all who heard it. The drumming grew increasingly loud and more vibrant. All of the blood within Lin Ming's body boiled with excitement. The power of his blood vitality was so strong that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was like a monstrous pillar of flame that rocketed to the heavens, flying straight through the skies and piercing through the tribulation cloud. This vast scene caused everyone to feel bewildered. Lin Ming is really controlling the power of heavenly tribulation. He has basically crossed heavenly tribulation. Yes, if there isn't an accident, then he won't be in any further danger. With such a deep blessing from the world itself, how could any accident happen to him? Unbelievable. We witnessed the birth of a great world king. Everyone held their breaths. Every scene passing in front of them meant that Lin Ming would soon cross heavenly tribulation and complete the 9th stage of life destruction. The yin-yang tribulation and the power contained within the dragon bone relics constantly weakened. But the barrier of the life and death threshold was also being worn away. Without knowing just how many ringing impacts had occurred, there was finally an explosive sound like rolling thunder that caused everyone's ears to tingle with numbness. The life and death threshold had finally been broken through. All of Lin Ming's meridians were cleared. Most of the yin-yang tribulation's power had been used up. As for the dragon bone relic's essence, the remainder gradually precipitated into Lin Ming's flesh and blood. This strength was far from being able to open either the gate of life or gate of death. But to Lin Ming, breaking through the life and death threshold was more than enough. Breaking through the threshold of life and death was the first step to opening the gate of life and gate of death. This was the equivalent to opening one of the many locks that bound the gate of life and gate of death. At this point, Lin Ming had thoroughly crossed the yin-yang tribulation. All that remained within his body were the remnants of the thunder and fire tribulations. At this time, Lin Ming's body was in its peak state. The surviving power of thunder and fire within him couldn't threaten him anymore. Heretical God Sprout. Compress again. The vortex formed by the heretical God Sprout became increasingly violent. The massive amount of thunder and fire tribulation was forcefully sucked in. As the power of thunder and fire flowed into the heretical God Sprout, it began to glow with an incandescent divine light. For a time, the 6 leaves of the heretical God Sprout seemed to turn to molten gold. Purple and red runes began to form atop the surface of the leaves. These Tao patterns came in all sorts of different shapes. Some were like small tripods and some were like golden swords. The runes all fell onto the heretical God Sprout. And finally, a bizarre change began to occur. The heretical God Sprout grew taller and taller, and finally it distorted and twigs began to bud out. In just a few breaths of time, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation was rapidly consumed. By the time the heretical God Sprout stopped growing, over 90% of the power of thunder and fire tribulation had been used up. The heretical God Sprout had actually absorbed the power of heavenly tribulation as nourishment for its own growth. This ability was truly worthy of being called a transcendent divine might. It was even able to control the heavenly Tao and use it. The current heretical God Sprout had doubled in height. In the past, if it was a sprout, then now it was a seedling. A pair of fresh new leaves emerged from the crown of the seedling, one red and one purple. These 2 leaves were of the same shape. Both resembled small primal chaos diagrams. There were numerous profound Tao patterns crawling over the surface of these leaves. Without a doubt, these were leaves that evolved from the thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. The power of heavenly tribulation had ended up becoming a part of the heretical God seedling. This is. Lin Ming's thoughts sank within himself and he summoned the heretical God force of the heretical God seedling. Flames came from his left hand and thunder from his right. The 2 energies actually exuded an aura similar to the heavenly Tao. This was the power of heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming deeply gasped. A transcendent divine might was indeed a transcendent divine might. It was even able to wield the power of the heavenly Tao for itself. After the heretical God Sprout absorbed the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, that power was then integrated into the heretical God force. In the future, as long as Lin Ming used the heretical God force, he would be able to control the power of heavenly tribulation to a certain degree. Although it was weak, this was still strength that represented the heavenly Tao. How could anyone dare to underestimate it? Ha ha ha! Great! Lin Ming faced the heavens and laughed, his voice echoing through the world. In that instant, he was like a butterfly that had broken out from its cocoon. His essence, energy, and divine had all risen beyond expectations. The power of his blood vitality was like that of an ancient vicious beast. His mortal body nearly resembled an indestructible diamond Vajra body. His endurance had long since reached an unbelievable boundary. His true essence was as deep as a vast sea. Every time he moved, every time he raised his hand or stepped forwards, he would exude the aura of the laws, forming faint lights around him. These were the Lo runes that had been carved into his body. They thoroughly fused into his flesh and blood, engraving themselves into his marrow. Now, Lin Ming had finally crossed heavenly tribulation. At this time, Lin Ming could be called an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Crossing heavenly tribulation and stepping beyond the heavenly Tao meant that one's strength could even resist the heavenly Tao laws in the future. This sort of person's fate was no longer controlled by the heavenly Tao. This sort of person could truly say, "My life is controlled not by the heavens but by me." He's done it. He's reached the 9th stage of life destruction. This is the true 9th stage of life destruction, one that far surpasses all other ordinary geniuses. After crossing these 9 heavenly tribulations, his strength must be far from comparable to how it was in the past. The advantages he obtained from this are unimaginable. The elders of Carefree Island began to cry out in horror and awe. 33 layered heavens, 99-mile origin energy cloud, 9 heavenly tribulations of 9 by 9 life destruction. This was likely the limit of the 9th stage of life destruction. It was simply incredible. This child's achievements will know no limit in the future. If it were a normal genius, then even if they were like Lin Ming and had enough lucky chances accumulated to undergo that sort of heavenly tribulation just now, they would have absolutely died. An elder cried out, his voice thick with emotion. Such a heaven-shaking lucky chance was not something that just anyone could handle. This sort of massive lucky chance could also be considered a great calamity. A peak genius was said to have a destiny like a ray of light and the life of an emperor. But the truth was that sometimes this was not because they were lucky, but because they could take all catastrophes that fell upon their head and turn them into lucky chances. Destiny was not equal to luck. The so-called luck meant that if one were lucky, they could casually walk outside and find a treasure. Someone lucky would often find the cave dwellings and inheritances of ancient supreme elders. But to have a great destiny was completely different. That was the ability to turn the tables. If one went into a mystic realm where there were 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival, someone with a great destiny would have the ability to return. Even in a brutal life or death competition with countless powerhouses embroiled within it, someone with a great destiny would be able to grasp that fleeting chance of hope and gain victory. Their destiny came from their own self-confidence, strength, talent, and ability to remain calm, even under the threat of death, never falling into despair and never giving up. And Lin Ming was one of these people. From the time he was at the Pulse Condensation realm when he went to the Divine Phoenix realm, or the times afterwards when he went to the Demon God Imperial Palace, Eternal Demon Abyss, Road of Emperor, and other such places, he didn't discover these places because of his good luck. Rather, these places were known by many people. Numerous individuals entered, and yet only Lin Ming was able to obtain the greatest benefit from within. This was a manifestation of his destiny. These 9 levels of heavenly tribulation were also the same. These 9 levels of heavenly tribulation had been horrifying to an unbelievable degree. Even Lin Ming had nearly died. If Lin Ming wasn't strong and his foundation deep, with a combat strength that far surpassed other martial artists at his level, as well as his dual body and energy cultivation and his extremely tough body, then he would have already been turned to ash by the 2nd stage of heavenly tribulation that had come. The reason that Lin Ming had been able to survive was completely because he never gave up, because his will had supported him throughout. If there was ever a moment when his heart had wavered, then he would have been annihilated in a puff of smoke. But finally, in a despairing situation, Lin Ming had still searched for that final thread of hope. At the precipice of death, he thought to use the Supreme Dragon Bone relics to resist the power of heavenly tribulation. He had risked everything on that final bet, never giving up, and finally he was able to create a miracle. With all of these various factors combined together, it was simply impossible to recreate such an event. Lin Ming, he really did it. Although I placed great hopes on Lin Ming, I never did expect him to kill Tian Mingzi, because that was originally an impossible mission to begin with. But now I can finally see, that perhaps it really might be possible. Mo Riverbliss murmured to Mo Evers now. Although she had great confidence in Lin Ming from the start, Tian Mingzi had also been an extreme talent that was able to become a great world king. As for Lin Ming, who didn't have much support, it was simply trying to have him contend with Tian Mingzi, who was tens of thousands of years older than he was and also had the support of a holy land behind him. It was far too difficult to do that. Even if Lin Ming became a great world king, he might not necessarily be able to compete with Tian Mingzi. Mo Evers now took a deep breath. As she stared at Lin Ming, a strange and complex light was in her eyes. How could she not know how difficult it was to accomplish those things that she had asked from Lin Ming? Even so, Lin Ming had been able to blaze his own trail through the heavens and earth, defying all odds again and again. Lin Ming, your spear. Mo Riverbliss flung out her hand. The phoenix blood spear issued an excited cry, turning into a beam of light as it flew towards Lin Ming. In that moment, the spear light was beautifully blinding. Pa! Lin Ming's right hand reached out and grasped the phoenix blood spear. In Lin Ming's hand, the phoenix blood spear emitted an excited cry. He could clearly sense a connected feeling coming from the phoenix blood spear as if they shared the same flesh and blood. At this moment, the phoenix blood spear seemed to be an extension of his own body. Wisps of light began to spin above the shaft of the phoenix blood spear. Everything in this world had its own extreme habitat. Birds flew in the skies, tigers stalked through the forests, dragons ruled over the seas, and the extreme of the phoenix blood spear happened to be Lin Ming's hand, the place where it could display its greatest combat strength. Good. Very good. I never thought that even you would obtain the tempering of heavenly tribulation and rise into a spirit artifact. From now on, you will be my comrade as we wander through and surmount the world. As Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, in that instant his valor and heroic spirit seemed to rise 100,000 feet into the heavens. In comparison to martial artists who had lived for such a long time, Lin Ming was far too young. Even if he were several thousand years old, if he was converted to mortal years, he would still only have been in his teens. Lin Ming had plenty of time to attack the next boundary and ascend to the peak of martial arts. Even so, he was so young when he had crossed a 33-layered heavens 9x9 life destruction. He had crossed heavenly tribulation and also successfully dual cultivated body and energy. His future was limitless. The elders of Carefree Island naturally realized this point, and the way they looked at Lin Ming changed. Before, if they were dissatisfied and a bit critical of him, now all of that had turned into utter awe. Lin Ming was someone who would be able to affect their future fates, allowing them to rise to never-before-seen heights. Amazing. I never imagined that my Carefree Island would someday be able to befriend a world king-level powerhouse. Horrifying, that is a true great world king. An existence born from a trillion lives. Only one appears every 1,000 years or so, and this is not something that can be achieved through just talent. For our true martial world's great world king, let alone seeing him, even his disciples have a higher status than our island master. This sort of character is impossible to imagine. To the elders of Carefree Island, a great world king was similar to an emperor in the mortal world, and they were nothing but commoners. The difference was simply too great. Once the dust had settled, Lin Ming had perfectly crossed his ninefall. At this time, Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and floated in the ruins above Carefree Island, handsome and elegant like a divine being. At this level, Lin Ming could be called the extreme of all geniuses. He was the true favored of heaven, someone with 1,000 destinies gathered on his body. Mo Riverbliss floated into the sky and said with a true essence sound transmission, "All elders, follow me to Carefree Palace for a meeting." As Mo Riverbliss spoke, the elders of Carefree Island understood that she was going to give them orders. But, after Lin Ming's ninefall had reached such a terrifying and awe-inspiring degree, No one continued to object to her previous decision of giving Lin Ming the 10-severing Dao fruit tree. As Mo Riverbliss finished speaking, she flew towards Carefree Palace. In that instant when she moved, she glanced at Xiao Haogan. That brief glance left Xiao Haogan panic-stricken. He said to White Brook with a true essence sound transmission, "This Lin Ming, our future days won't be much better. Stop panicking and let's go. She cannot directly move against us." Xiao Haogan and White Brook also flew towards Carefree Place. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the world of mortals or the world of martial artists, struggles over power and authority had always been cruel and brutal. To sympathize with the enemy was a completely stupid idea. "Lin Ming, come with me." Mo Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming nodded and followed Mo Eversnow to Carefree Palace. "Lin Ming, do you know what that black bead you swallowed is?" Mo Eversnow cut straight to the point. "I don't. I obtained it from the blood slaughter steps and was only able to approximately ascertain its origin." Lin Ming detailed all of his thoughts of the black bead to Mo Eversnow, from beginning to end. The truth was that at that time Mo Eversnow had been deeply sleeping within the magic cube. She had been watching Lin Ming's journeys and experiences from the side of her vision, but as for something like digging out the treasure chambers of the Steps Master, she naturally wouldn't care about such a minor matter. It simply wasn't worth her paying attention to, so she didn't. "So it's like that," Mo Evers now mumbled to herself, lost in her thoughts. If that bead was something from the eternal demon abyss, then that was much easier to understand. It was likely related to Empyrean Primordius, and anything related to Empyrean Primordius was no trivial matter. In fact, she had a guess in mind. Now that she learned of the black bead's origins, she was much more certain of her own speculations. "Lin Ming, when you crossed life destruction, your body turned into pure blood energy and submerged into that origin energy cloud. You may have noticed that above the origin energy cloud, 3 types of phenomena appeared. The first 2 belonged to 2 different types of transcendent divine mites, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower and the heretical God Sprout. The third phenomenon included the magic cube but also 2 other objects. One of them was a round bead, similar to the one you swallowed down. Do you think that these 2 beads are the same?" Mo Eversnow's thoughts were what anyone would think. Mo Riverbliss also had this sort of suspicion. As for other people of Carefree Island, they didn't know of the magic cube, much less what those 3 objects represented. Thus, they would never have thought of this. Then again, the black bead was mixed in with all the dragon bone relics, and many of them didn't even know of the dragon bone relics, so how could they notice the strange black bead? If that black bead is something that can exist side by side with the magic cube and also originates from the same place, then there are many things that can be explained. From this we can make some speculations. 100,000 years ago, when that black bead first appeared, Empyrean Primordius, Empyrean Thunder Punishment, and also several other unknown Empyreans must have brutally fought each other in a life or death war for this black bead. They must have discovered that this black bead had some sort of special function that was equal to the magic cube, or perhaps they even understood its true origin. But as for why they chose to fight at the Sky Spill Continent's world, I do not know. But at the end of that war, Empyrean Primordius died in battle and the other Empyreans died for some unknown reasons. Or, they might have even been severely wounded and fallen into a deep recuperating coma. There is no way we can confirm any of this, but what we can extrapolate is that they didn't succeed and they weren't able to break through the force field that Empyrean Primordius left behind after his death. This is also the reason why the eternal demon abyss contains so many deep and profound secrets. And that black bead had been kept in the eternal demon abyss. Then, 50,000 years ago, I brought away the magic cube and fled from the destruction of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. But I was eventually unable to escape from Tian Mingzi's clutches. I burnt my own soul to activate the power of the magic cube, annihilating 10,000 powerhouses of the divine realm, including a massive number of holy lords. After that, the magic cube broke through space and left the divine realm. With the summoning of some mysterious strength, it flew through the vast and endless turbulence of space for an incomparably long time before landing on the planet of the Sky Spill Continent. The reason it landed there was that it was seeking a similar existence. The black bead. If this is true, then many things can be explained. As it happens, my grandfather obtained the magic cube over 100,000 years ago, the same time that the black bead appeared. Could even be that the two of them were born together. However, the calamitous waves raised by the magic cube were much smaller than those of the black bead. Luckily, no higher-level beings knew of its existence. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be something that my verdant feather holy lands would have been able to control. But the black bead was just the opposite of the magic cube. The black bead stirred up far too much interest and even set off a great war between Empyreans. Empyrean Primordius died because of this black bead, and his plans of forming his own samsara heavenly Tao also failed, coming to nothing. The magic cube arrived at the Sky Spill Continent's world because of the black bead, and afterwards it was accidentally obtained by you. Even though us supporting each other in this journey might seem to be a coincidence, the truth is that this is all a part of karma. This is because the karma and samsara between you and me was already settled 100,000 years ago when my grandfather obtained the magic cube. Mo Evers now slowly spoke her own speculations, causing Lin Ming to be surprised. When he was wholeheartedly crossing heavenly tribulation, there had been no time for him to think of these matters. But now it seemed that everything Mo Evers now said had a high chance of being true. Otherwise, why would the magic cube break through the space barrier that divided the divine realm and lower realms, finally arriving at Lin Ming's world? This space barrier wasn't easy to break at all. Moreover, there were over 1 billion boundless worlds, just like the Sky Spill Continent's world, so why would it choose that one specifically? In fact, it was reasonable to say that with 1 billion boundless worlds, the chances of the magic cube choosing any one of them was 1 in 1 billion. But this was not a coincidence. This was because the world that the magic cube chose possessed the eternal demon abyss, Empyrean Primordius, and the corpse of the goddess. These were things that should not be found at a world of the lower realms. There must have been some unknown relations between all of this. But most of what Mo Evers now said should have been right. The current question was, what were these 3 objects? How did they appear? And why did they appear? As Lin Ming was thinking this, Mo Evers now said, Lin Ming, I also have another speculation. Think about it. Although the magic cube has a strange origin and we do not know its exact functions, we can confirm that it is a treasure related to the soul. As for that black bead, according to what you said, it was a flesh and blood existence that seemed to have its own life. It should be a flesh and blood related treasure. We can also see this point from Empyrean Primordius. Although I can't say for certain whether or not Empyrean Primordius dual cultivated in body and energy, if he only cultivated the essence gathering system, then the strength of his mortal body would be limited even if he was an extreme Empyrean. But the mortal body of Empyrean Primordius was strong to an incredible degree. His body was so powerful that he could rip out his heart and place it in the body of the goddess, where it would continue beating on for 100,000 years without end, perfectly maintaining her youthful vitality. Just this is strong evidence that the black bead is a flesh and blood treasure. There is also you. At the final heavenly tribulation, when you were about to be crushed to death, you relied on this black bead to instantly regenerate your flesh and blood. This sort of miraculous effect is something that not even a transcendent divine pill could accomplish. Then, the magic cube is the soul, which is the divine of essence, energy, and divine. As for that black bead, that is the flesh and blood, which is also the essence of essence, energy, and divine. Then, that third card-like object should be energy of essence, energy, and divine. It should be a treasure that controls energy. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Mo Eversnow's sharp mind. She had extrapolated all of these guesses from the little bits of information available to her. Moreover, 80 to 90% of these guesses were likely true. Lin Ming calmed his mind and thought for a moment. He swept his mind through his body, trying to investigate the existence of that black bead. But after sweeping through his body, he was a bit dazed. He said, Miss Mo, what you said indeed sounds real. But you might be a bit mistaken about that black bead. Lin Ming shook his head. Although that black bead was incomparably precious, it still wasn't something similar to the magic cube. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to suck away a third of its power. At this time, the magic cube had shifted to Lin Ming's dantian. After crossing Ninefall, there was clearly some tremendous change that occurred in his dantian. His dantian had become larger and the revolving core crystal nucleus became smaller. All around the revolving core crystal nucleus there was slight spatial warping, and a light fog floated around it. This fog was a bit similar to elementary grand mist energy. Strictly speaking, his was no longer a revolving core crystal nucleus but a world seed. At the formation of the universe, what happened was that all of the grand mist energy gathered into a singularity. This singularity constantly absorbed energy, compressing it over and over again, and when that energy reached the limit it would erupt. After erupting, the energy would cool down, forming space, time, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and finally evolving into all of life. This was the so-called Great Eruption of the universe. The divine realm's 3,000 great worlds and the lower realm's billion boundless worlds. All of these were formed after this explosion. And before this explosion, neither time nor space existed. And a martial artist's cultivation process was similar to this great eruption. The human body was a small universe. The evolution of the human body could be reflected in the great universe. From the start, a martial artist constantly accumulated energy in their dantian. From the pulse condensation realm, that process symbolized the true beginning of the essence gathering system. At that time, a martial artist's true essence would flow through their meridians and into their dantian. Afterwards, true essence would gather in their dantian and form streams there. This was the Hotian realm. Then, true essence would condense into a cyclone, bringing with it the rules of revolution. This was the Xianxia realm. At the revolving core realm, true essence would finally compress into a revolving core crystal nucleus. This crystal nucleus would continually grow, compress, and then grow, again and again. Energy would converge, just like the energy that gathered before the eruption of the universe. A martial artist with a deep foundation could even form a black hole revolving core that was similar to the singularity that erupted into the universe. Afterwards, the revolving core crystal nucleus would have to undergo 9 baptisms of life destruction, preparing the martial artist's body for the final 9 divine shifts. After Ninefall, the revolving core crystal nucleus would evolve into a world seed. In the future, this world seed would explode and form the inner world. Lin Ming's current dantian was a bit dissimilar from other martial artists. Not only was there the world seed, but there was also the heretical god seedling as well as a square black crystal that floated there. This was the magic cube. This was the first time that the magic cube had condensed into a physical form. Before now, Lin Ming had only been able to sense the magic cube with Mo Eversnow's help. He only knew that it had become a seal that fell onto his heart. But now, it had shifted to his dantian and condensed a physical form, even pushing aside the heretical god seedling. That black bead that had been swallowed up by him was now located within the magic cube space. When Lin Ming investigated the black bead, he discovered that there were some significant changes to it. Miss Mo, this black bead is definitely not a treasure similar to the magic cube. This is because I found it within the magic cube space and a third of its strength has been absorbed by me already. Whether it is its weight or aura, it's weakened a great deal. Lin Ming felt some regret. He certainly hoped that he could acquire another treasure on the same level as the magic cube. After all, that was a divine object that even an Empyrean would risk their life for. But only like this was such a treasure rare. For him to obtain the magic cube could already be considered a favor from heaven. If he obtained a similar treasure without going through many more twists and turns, suffering great difficulties along the way, then the chances were somewhat slim. Mo Evers now frowned. Were her speculations wrong? Lin Ming continued to speak. But I don't think that Miss Mo's guesses were wrong. Otherwise, there are far too many things that could not be explained. For instance, why the magic cube would choose to land at the Sky Spill continent and also why Empyrean Primordius would choose to go to the Sky Spill continent, a world of the lower realms. Also, just why were so many peak existences of the divine realm attracted there? If all of these are coincidences, then that is too forced. It might be that the reason Empyrean Primordius perished was that black bead, and his body was also so formidable because of that black bead. But as for that black bead I swallowed. As Lin Ming spoke, he turned his hand, directly taking out the black bead into his palm. It really was as Lin Ming said. The black bead had reduced by 1/3 in volume and weight. If we call that black bead the demon bead, then this black bead in my hand can be considered a replica of the demon bead. It might even be something made from the demon bead. But the true demon bead might still be within the Sky Spill Continent's eternal demon abyss. It's likely located at the bottom of Empyrean Primordius's force field protections. As Lin Ming spoke, Mo Eversnow's heart was stirred. She even thought of immediately returning to the eternal demon abyss and investigating what was inside. However, she tamped down that thought just as quickly. The eternal demon abyss was an ancient ruin left behind by an Empyrean. Even if Lin Ming was powerful, entering the eternal demon abyss was a true disaster. It had to be known that it was an absolute life-forbidden zone that contained a force field left behind by an Empyrean. After Empyrean Primordius fell in the past, he certainly wouldn't hope that his inheritances would fall into the hands of his enemies. The arrangements he laid down in the past were likely no trifling matter. If she still had her mortal body, then she might have gone, but now she likely wouldn't be able to do anything at all. It looks like it won't be too long until we return to the Sky Spill Continent once more, Mo Eversnow thoughtfully said. Lin Ming nodded. Even if the demon bead wasn't there, he would still want to go back. That was where his wives and parents were. Lin Ming, come with me to say goodbye to Auntie. Then we'll go to the true martial great world to pick up a few things. What things? The jade slip for the Celestial Tyrant Manual, as well as some wealth left behind by the Verdant Feather Hold Lands. But unfortunately, when the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was destroyed, the incomplete ruined half of the transcendent divine might possessed by the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was stolen by Tian Mingzi. Although I also cultivated it, now that my body is destroyed, I can no longer reproduce its mysteries. In truth, even if I still had my body, I still wouldn't be able to engrave that transcendent divine might. A transcendent divine might is something that surpasses the heavenly Tao. No one ordinary can produce a copy. In the past, the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was a World King level Holy Land. And the old Holy Lord was also a great World King. It was reasonable that they would possess an incomplete transcendent divine might. A full and complete transcendent divine might was extremely rare. This was because a transcendent divine might jade slip was basically only able to be produced by an Empyrean. If their descendants didn't reach a boundary nearing an Empyrean, then they would not be able to make a duplicate of that jade slip. This was why transcendent divine mights were so rare. They were basically unique treasures. After one was born, it would exist onwards for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. During this time, these jade slips could fan the endless flames of war, causing endless struggles, spilled blood, and slaughter all in their name. To obtain a complete transcendent divine might was beyond difficult. For a World King level Holy Land like the Verdant Feather Holy Lands to possess half a transcendent divine might was already very rare. Transcendent divine might. Lin Ming took a light breath. In all these years of fighting and growth, and also in crossing that heavenly tribulation, he was able to deeply feel just how great a role a transcendent divine might played. The heretical god force and heavenly demon force field were two sets of transcendent divine mights. They had brought far too many advantages to Lin Ming. There was no need to mention the heretical god force. Lin Ming's main strength came from the fire and thunder that was originally gifted to him by the heretical god force. As for the heavenly demon force field, that was Lin Ming's greatest master ability in combat. At Lin Ming's current boundary, ordinary cultivation methods no longer held an attraction to him. He had already perused through the memories of normal divine realm powerhouses from the magic cube, and had too many things he didn't need. What he needed now were transcendent divine mights. The longer this type of cultivation method was practiced for, the greater the advantages were. The more one could control the power of the heavenly Tao, the stronger they would become. Unconsciously, after crossing Ninefall and surviving heavenly tribulation, Lin Ming no longer simply referenced and borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. What he did now was to manipulate it and control it. If I want to obtain this incomplete transcendent divine might, then I can only do so by defeating Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming clenched his fists. Tian Mingzi was the first truly powerful opponent he would encounter since entering the divine realm. Tian Mingzi was so powerful that it was almost impossible to look up to him, as if he were some kind of unreachable peak. But Lin Ming's road of martial arts involved conquering peak after peak after peak. Oh! As Lin Ming and Mo Evers now were talking, a special council of elders was being held in Carefree Palace. The reason this council of elders was so unique was because the way it was held surpassed everyone's expectations. At this time, outside of a minor dimensions space barrier, 6 or 7 elders were gathered. White Brook and Xiao Haogan were among them, and their faces were particularly ugly. They had already guessed that Mo Riverbliss was planning to aim at them during this council of elders, but they weren't afraid. The only problems they had with Mo Riverbliss were normal conflicts of authority and struggles over power. Although everyone knew what they were thinking, they had never violated sect rules nor had they randomly killed or caused chaos. If Mo Riverbliss wanted to deal with them, then she would find it difficult to convince others. But they never imagined that Mo Riverbliss would take on such a way to hold a council. They were all divided into groups and then summoned in one at a time. If this was a normal meeting, then everyone would be together in the same place, and everyone would also be cautious about their words. But now, no matter what one said, the only other person who would know would be Mo Riverbliss. In this way, everyone would worry about what others said about them. If one said something weird, wouldn't that leave a bad impression of them on Mo Riverbliss? It had to be known that at the very start, Mo Riverbliss was only an outsider in the hearts of these elders. Even if she controlled Carefree Palace and had overwhelming strength, everybody was dissatisfied with her in their hearts. If Mo Riverbliss called them in one at a time and asked them for their secrets, no one would speak of them. But now was different. Lin Ming had crossed 33 layered heavens and a 9x9 life destruction. There was an extremely high possibility that he would become a great world king in the future. Could even be said that Carefree Island's very destiny and existence were now closely tied to Lin Ming's future achievements. If he succeeded, they could even become a world king-level holy land. If they were able to catch a ride on this invincible juggernaut, then even eating just a little bit of the soup would bring infinite benefits. And someone like Lin Ming was clearly obsessed with cultivation and training and didn't care too much about political wrangling. Thus, the truth was that the real control of Carefree Island was held by Mo Riverbliss. If they could curry favor with Mo Riverbliss, then their future would know no limit. But if they offended Mo Riverbliss, their future would be sad indeed. Without noticing it, Mo Riverbliss had used a little method to split up all those elders that had been in step with each other. How could White Brook still feel at ease with all this? Elder Lu, you are a veteran senior of Carefree Island. Of the 3 highest elders, you are the oldest. For these last tens of thousands of years, although I haven't publicly appeared, I still stayed deep in Carefree Palace. I've been watching many things that you've done, and I believe I have a deep understanding of your character. Before this, I spoke with Elder Zhou and he revealed some matters to me. As far as I know, in these last days, you, Elder Zhou, and Elder White have all been very close to each other, right? Mo Riverbliss's light question caused Elder Lu's heart to skip a beat as it fell onto his ear. The Elder Zhou that Mo Riverbliss mentioned was the last of the 3 highest elders. When Mo Riverbliss wanted to give the 10-severing Dao fruit tree to Lin Ming to help him break through his 9-fall, everyone in the sect had opposed this action. And White Brook, being the one that was so adamantly against it, had united many of the elders together to resist Mo Riverbliss's orders. And in fact, the other 2 highest elders didn't welcome Mo Riverbliss. No one wished that there would be another overlord hovering over their heads and stealing their authority. In this sort of situation, they had tended to favor White Brook from the beginning. But afterwards, Lin Ming had perfectly crossed his heavenly tribulation and achieved a complete 9x9 life destruction, and then their thoughts had made a complete 180 change. Lin Ming's performance had been far too magnificent and splendid. If Lin Ming could truly become a great world king, then Carefree Island would be able to ascend to a world king-level holy land. And as their senior elder, even sharing just a tiny bit of the soup would be an unbelievable advantage. This was absolutely not something that a single top heaven-step treasure like the 10-severing Dao fruit tree could compare with. Thus, they had begun to favor Mo Riverbliss instead. Now that they heard Mo Riverbliss suddenly mentioning old accounts, and especially in a situation where she was dividing the elders and talking to them one at a time, no one knew what anyone else would say, so all of their hearts were rife with fear and trepidation. Once someone else confessed all of their matters, if they continued to be silly and help White Brook out, then that would cause Mo Riverbliss to have an extremely bad impression of them. Then, even if Carefree Island rapidly ascended in the future, they still wouldn't be able to share in the profit and would only be regarded as an outsider who would be continually marginalized. Ever since ancient times, there had been no right or wrong in struggles of power. Those self-proclaimed righteous and stubborn men of integrity would often die in the most miserable manner. Whether they were good or evil didn't matter. All that existed in struggles of power were a few simple words. Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. Elder Lu could already see that this woman, Mo Riverbliss, was not easy to deal with. Before now, she had quietly stayed in Carefree Palace because she didn't want her status to be revealed. But now that she would exert full and complete control so that when Carefree Island became a World King-level holy land in the future, her authority would be smoother. What she wanted was for her voice to be the only one that mattered within the island. As for White Brook and Xiao Haogan, they already stood opposite to Mo Riverbliss. Even if they sensed the winds and tried to switch sides, it was far too late. For those rulers with absolute control, what they had least was trust in others. And history had repeatedly proven that those rulers who easily trusted others and gave power to others would suffer tragic fates. In particular, trusting the enemy even once was the most stupid of behaviors. It was obvious that Mo Riverbliss planned on being the only voice in the Council of Elders. Moreover, she wanted to establish her prestige. White Brook and Xiao Haogan would thus be punished as a warning to all others who dared to stand against her. Senior, I have something I must confess to you. After Elder Lu understood all of this, his choice became immediately clear. Mo Riverbliss did not lack ambitions, nor did she lack the means to accomplish them. Following her would be much better than following White Brook and his mixed band of supporters. Oh! As time slowly passed, all of the elders, besides White Brook and Xiao Haogan, had talked alone with Mo Riverbliss. This caused Xiao Haogan to feel increasingly uneasy. Although he seemed relatively calm on the surface, the truth was that his heart was rapidly racing in nervousness, as if he were standing on pins and needles. What are you so panicked about? Mo Riverbliss hasn't even done anything, and yet you feel so pressured. Don't be confused about your own position and stop shaking your legs. If she really did anything, then you can't just stretch out your neck and accept it. White Brook chided Xiao Haogan with a true essence sound transmission. Xiao Haogan forced a smile and nodded. He certainly knew what White Brook was trying to say, but could he feel that way in front of someone like Mo Riverbliss, where he didn't even have the faintest bit of superiority? After Mo Riverbliss had borrowed the momentum of Lin Ming crossing his heavenly tribulation and split up the elders, now, whether it was her own strength or her position in the hearts of the elders, she surpassed White Brook in every aspect. At this time, the minor dimension in front of Xiao Haogan trembled, and then a white-clothed Mo Riverbliss appeared in front of everyone. Elder White, Elder Xiao, come with me, Mo Riverbliss faintly said. White Brook's heart tightened. As he looked at the minor dimensional gate behind Mo Riverbliss, he felt as if he didn't have the courage to step in at all. This carefree palace was under the control of Mo Riverbliss to begin with. Not just that, but Mo Riverbliss's strength surpassed theirs by several times. Who knew what would happen once they entered that minor dimension? Xiao Haogan also thought of this. His complexion became increasingly ugly. White Brook forced a smile and said, Fairy Mo, if there is any matter, then you can speak it right here. As White Brook spoke, all of the other elders began to feel a bit of pity for him. In truth, everything that White Brook had done was a normal response for someone who was accustomed to holding great power. It was human nature for a person to not wish to cup their hands across their chest and hand over whatever authority they had. Moreover, because of White Mirajade's situation, White Brook had wanted to kill Lin Ming. To a highest elder, killing a simple junior disciple to set an example wasn't a problem at all. Unfortunately, he had messed with the wrong young man and had ended up kicking himself in the face. Now, Mo Riverbliss was clearly looking to push White Brook over the cliff. At the very least, he would lose his current high status. And most of the other elders of Carefree Island had likely betrayed White Brook by now, especially those that had been close to him. They all rushed to privately contact Mo Riverbliss to display their utmost loyalty to her. After all, they weren't sure if anyone else had betrayed White Brook and revealed what all the other elders had done. If those people had confessed all of their wrongdoings while they tried to hide what they knew, that would be the actions of an idiot. On the other hand, if they clearly revealed all that they knew, then that would be a sign of their loyalty. There would be no loss for them. It could only be said that humans were inconsistent and fickle beings, quickly tempted towards extremes. Now that they faced White Brook, they all felt a bit guilty in their hearts. This sort of feeling didn't feel too good. If one felt guilty for too long, then this guilt would turn to hate. This was the subtlety of human psychology. If you make me feel guilty and fearful, then I will no longer wish to see you or even talk to you. Thus, imperceptibly, White Brook and Xiao Haogan had already been isolated from the others. Oh, we can speak here too. Mo Riverbliss spoke as if she were in a very jolly mood. She faintly smiled at the other elders and said, "Then, may all the other elders besides Elder Xiao and Elder White wait outside." Mo Riverbliss's words left Xiao Haogan and White Brook startled. As they looked at everyone, they discovered that they were all evading their eyes. Island Master Xiao Skywhite was the first to leave. Then, everyone began to scatter without a single one remaining. There were even some people that were much faster than the others in fear that they would leave a bad impression on Mo Riverbliss. As the other elders departed, the space where Mo Riverbliss, White Brook, and Xiao Haogan were was completely sealed up. When White Brook saw this, he mirthlessly smiled. "Ha ha ha! I never thought this would be. The world of martial artists is truly a reflection of human nature. To think that I, White Brook, would one day suffer a fate like this and become no different from a plague. Everyone who sees me fears me, and everyone wishes to cut apart all relations they had with me. Your methods are truly wonderful." White Brook grit his teeth as he looked at Mo Riverbliss. And behind him, Xiao Haogan was already shaking in his boots. Facing Mo Riverbliss, he felt an unbelievably strong pressure. This woman could take their lives whenever she wished. "My methods aren't much at all. It's just that after Lin Ming crossed a 9x9 life destruction, whether it be in strength or prestige, I now occupy the absolute superiority. You are no longer my match. I could have let you go, it's only that I will no longer leave behind even the smallest chance for my current enemies or my potential enemies in the future. This is the lesson that my father paid a deep price to carve into my heart. I will no longer abide a snake that is looking at me from behind. Even if you do not have the strength to threaten me, it is possible that you will betray my information to my blood enemy in the future, or you may even sell out Lin Ming. Or in the future when I have troubles, you may even kick me when I'm down. You already have a festering hatred of me in your heart. Since we cannot resolve our issues, why should I allow you any chance to seek revenge?" The annihilation of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had left a lifelong lesson in Mo Riverbliss's heart. It was because the old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands didn't act against Tian Mingzi ahead of time that they all suffered such a fate. How could Mo Riverbliss allow the same mistake to occur again? Once White Brook realized that her hated enemy was Tian Mingzi, then even the spirit artifact scroll she had all the elders sign might be useless. Tian Mingzi possibly had his own ways to remove such a curse. At that time, Tian Mingzi would find out about her as well as about the existence of Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming. The consequences of this could be imagined. "Good. You are ruthless enough. I acknowledge that I deserve this punishment. So, let me see just how you'll dispose of me," White Brook coldly said as he flung his sleeves open. In his opinion, Mo Riverbliss was merely relieving him of his duties. At most she would imprison him, not kill him. Otherwise, if a senior elder died because of a power struggle, then there would inevitably be fissures. Although no one would dare to do anything to her, she still had to be cautious of the effects her actions on public opinion. If her killing sins were too great, it would be easy to lose the will of the people. Mo Riverbliss seemed to see through Whitebrook's thoughts. She cunningly smiled. You seem to think you're safe? As if you have nothing to fear? What a pity. Your speculations are all wrong. Whitebrook's heart shook as he suddenly stepped backwards. He reached out to trace his own spatial ring, but at this time all he felt was a blinding haze before him. Mo Riverbliss had already arrived right in front of him. Bang! Whitebrook couldn't see how Mo Riverbliss had acted. In only an instant, all he felt was a dizzying pain in his head. It was as if he had fallen into some unknown space with ice and snow falling all around him, enveloping the world. Whitebrook wanted to shatter this world, but he felt his body become increasingly powerless. His consciousness and divine sense seemed to leave his body. This feeling was like a mortal being placed in front of the vastness of nature. There was no chance of resisting. The difference was too great. 3 days later, everyone saw Xiao Haogan and Whitebrook in Carefree Palace. They followed behind Mo Riverbliss. There didn't seem to be anything different about them, except that they displayed absolute loyalty towards Mo Riverbliss. Moreover, there was also a deep sense of awe and fear shining from their eyes. This sort of look was like someone who had their mind controlled and had a slave seal planted within them. Of course, no one dared to question Mo Riverbliss. They could only suppress their own suspicious and pretend to not notice anything. Everyone began to increasingly dread this woman known as Mo Riverbliss. Without a doubt, she was not some bleeding heart individual. For whoever disobeyed her, their fate would truly be tragic. Xiao Haogan and Whitebrook were the perfect examples of this. No matter what Mo Riverbliss did to Xiao Haogan and Whitebrook, at least they hadn't died. As for the ordinary disciples of Carefree Island, none of them knew about this situation to begin with, thus changes in public opinion never occurred. Like this, Mo Riverbliss calmly controlled all of Carefree Island while removing all of her enemies. Not only were there no negative effects, but her authority instead rose to an unprecedented level. The true martial world in which Carefree Island was located was extremely vast, even a level greater than Atlas World, the world where Phoenix Cry Palace was located. Of the great worlds of the divine realm, what decided which was larger and smaller was not their mass or area. Rather, it was the number of powerhouses as well as their quality. And in a great world, over 90% of the powerhouses would be located on the main continent. Each main continent of a divine realm great world had an incalculable area to it. Although Carefree Island was also considered to be on the main continent of true martial world, it was at the farthest edges of the sea, the Red Desolate Sea. The truly large top sects, such as those Holy Lands, Peak Holy Lands, and even World King level Holy Lands were located near the greater central areas of these main continents. This region had an incomparably rich stock of resources. There was also an extremely high number of mystic realms, and even the middle ranked of these mystic realms was much more bountiful than the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. However, although these mystic realms were rich in resources, what they produced was only violet sunstones, violet sun crystals, or some other basic low-level materials. The best point about them was that the quantity of resources was very high, but the quality wasn't so. They weren't like the god-beast mystic realm that had high-level heavenly materials such as a supreme dragon bone. A supreme dragon bone was something that even a world king level powerhouse would fight to the death for. As for 10 billion violet sunstones, a world king level powerhouse wouldn't have any interest in that at all. This was the difference in level. Although true martial great world's mystic realms were extremely rich, and could even be counted as having some of the richest of the divine realm's 3,000 great world's mystic realms, they weren't able to produce top-grade heavenly materials, thus they weren't too tempting to powerhouses. And a great deal of the wealth was due to the commercial businesses there. Every year there was an inestimable amount of wealth traded in true martial world. Immemorial Imperial City was the largest city of true martial great world and also the most ancient. After Lin Ming bid his farewells to Mo River Bliss, his destination was immemorial Imperial City. The reason he came here was to take back the wealth that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had left, among them the jade slip to the Celestial Tyrant Manual that Mo Eversnow had left behind. According to Mo Eversnow, immemorial Imperial City was already several hundred millions of years old. 100 million was a terrifying number, in particular when used to refer to time. A mortal lived for 1 billion breaths, and a single breath was an extremely short period of time. If these breaths of time were changed into years, the amount of time would be unimaginable. This was a city that had constantly developed over a span of several hundred million years. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. Although Lin Ming had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked when he truly saw immemorial Imperial City with his own eyes. This is immemorial Imperial City? Lin Ming gazed at the massive metropolis in front of him. Rather, it was better to call it a floating continent. In the skies above true martial great world, a supercontinent floated by itself. This massive chunk of land was tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Immemorial Imperial City was surrounded by a city wall that was thousands of feet high and hundreds of feet thick, as if a mountain range were surrounding it. For all these hundreds of millions of years, countless array formations and mind-boggling amounts of energy were used to support the city wall, and thus the city wall exuded a simple and boundless aura. Although this city wall was vast and tough, there were still scars left behind by all sorts of attacks. There were even some areas where the gashes were particularly deep and dreadful. It was obvious that in the history of immemorial Imperial City, it had encountered the endless flames of war. To fight in a city like this, it was possible that it was a war between World King-level Holy Lands. The truth was that martial artists could fly, and no ordinary wall could stop them no matter how high it was. But this city wall formed a massive energy barrier in the sky that covered the entire city sky. The number of violet sunstones consumed each year could be imagined. Beyond the covering of the energy barrier, there were countless saint beasts and massive spirit boats and spirit shoats that shuttled about. These saint beasts and spirit vessels had to descend as they came close to immemorial Imperial City, and the martial artist who rode them had to then walk into the city. At the front gates of this city, there was a squadron of guards in golden armor. These guards were all at the divine transformation realm, and there was a divine war chariot next to them. These divine war chariots were crafted by Grandmaster refiners. As long as one placed enough violet sun stones in them, they would be able to display an incredible destructive power. Immemorial Imperial City. This is where the Celestial Tyrant Manual and some other treasure are hidden? Lin Ming came here this time with Mo Eversnow in order to take the Celestial Tyrant Manual jade slip as well as the other hidden wealth. He thought that these treasures should be buried in some wild and barren mountain range or hill, or perhaps even somewhere in a divergent mystic realm where they would be covered under the protection of numerous array formations. But he never imagined they had been hidden in the largest and most prosperous city of true martial great world. Lin Ming thought this was strange. How could there be treasure hidden in such a place? That's right, they're hidden right here. The situation in the past was complicated. Some treasures were stored in different areas. I kept some, my little sister took some, and even my auntie took part of it away. And a part was also left in immemorial Imperial City's Starbind Bank. The power that is behind Starbind Bank is the true martial Holy Lands. True martial Holy Lands is exactly what you think it is. It is the top holy land of true martial world. It is also the holy land established by the great world king of true martial world. Only such a holy land would dare to use the name of a great world for themselves. Starbind Bank is an extremely safe place to deposit treasures. There are many supreme elders of the divine realm that would choose to place their treasures here, and this has led to Starbind Bank having a very good reputation. They will not privately steal the treasures of their guests. Of course, this is on the premise that there are no treasures deposited that would cause a great world king to go mad for them. As Mo Eversnow explained this, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. A bank that was supported by a great world king was truly a safe place to store treasures. The only exception would be if the true martial Holy Lands was exterminated. Otherwise, those things that were deposited in Starbind Bank would be safe. You're saying that the jade slip and wealth have been stored here for 50,000 years? Lin Ming found this hard to wrap his mind around. He had only lived for a total of 30-some years. But to a world king-level powerhouse, 50,000 years wasn't anything at all. Yes, 50,000 years. I never thought that the divine realm would have such a method to store treasures. A bank isn't too different from how it's done in the mortal world. Of course, this immemorial imperial city doesn't have just banks. They also have pawn shops, houses, and all sorts of other businesses that sell countless kinds of treasures. There are saint artifacts and even spirit artifacts that are sold. There are even pill pavilions that sell Earthstep and Heavenstep pills, but these sorts of things can only be dreamt of. They are far too difficult to purchase. I even heard that in the past, there was a transcendent divine pill auctioned off at immemorial imperial city. That auction gathered together over 100 world king-level powerhouses from the divine realm as well as the rulers of countless holy lands. There were even said to be 20 great world kings among them. Finally, this transcendent divine pill was purchased by a great world king. But the price he paid was kept secret so that no one knew. What? Lin Ming was stunned. A transcendent divine pill was something on the same rank as a transcendent divine might. Because these pills were one-time use treasures, they weren't as valuable as a transcendent divine might jade slip. But these were pills that could potentially save the life of a great world king, so they were truly priceless treasures. Even a transcendent divine pill was sold. That is something that would need to be refined by an Empyrean. No, there are many Empyreans that do not practice alchemy. On the contrary, there are some peak great world kings that have extraordinary accomplishments in alchemy and thus have the ability to refine transcendent divine pills. True martial great world is the most bustling trading hub of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. There is a massive amount of martial artists from all over the divine realm that come here to sell and trade their goods. And this includes even great world kings. As the two spoke, they arrived at immemorial imperial city's gates. The two city gates were thousands of feet high, and the aura they exuded was grand and towering. There was a massive stream of people pouring through the gates. A great number of them were at the Divine Sea Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, and even Divine Lord Realm. This was a city of martial artists. Lin Ming was faintly startled. He didn't find it strange that there were so many powerhouses here, but as he entered, he discovered that there were many young people. Moreover, each one of them had a solid foundation and amazing talent. These people would all be at least direct disciples of an ordinary holy land. And yet there were so many of them here. Were these the disciples of the true martial holy lands? Lin Ming didn't dwell on this too much as he paid the fee to enter. In immemorial imperial city, one had to pay 10,000 violet sun stones to enter if they didn't possess a permanent residence inside. This sort of wealth would cause the vast majority of Divine Sea Realm martial artists to shrink back in fear and not dare to approach this city. It had to be known that in the past, when Lin Ming was at Phoenix Cry Palace and had entered Saint Artifact Pavilion to choose a treasure, he was able to do so by paying an equivalent of several thousand violet sunstones. And this was an amount of wealth that many life destruction and Divine Sea disciples had to save up diligently for. Of course, this wealth was only a fine drizzle to Lin Ming. Not to mention the treasures that Mo Eversnow left in Starbind Bank, but just the wealth he had obtained after killing the genius disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain, and the occult Bone Clan came to a total of 150 billion violet sunstones. This sort of wealth had been comprised of violet sunstones, violet sun crystals, and other materials. Mo Riverbliss had helped Lin Ming change all of this to violet sun crystals using her connections. Now, the current Lin Ming was ridiculously wealthy. Starbind Bank is here. Lin Ming stopped in front of a magnificent building. On the top of this building was a signboard with the words Starbind Bank, written in large golden red characters. Each of these words contained faint fluctuations of the metal laws. Upon stepping into Starbind Bank, one would enter into a different space. The space inside was dozens of times larger than the exterior, and one could even fly. This was also a reasonable matter. After all, immemorial Imperial City was the headquarters for two World King-level holy lands. In addition, there were also many peak and upper-level holy lands that had set up a base here. This caused immemorial imperial city to have a ridiculously inflated cost for property. Thus, there were many buildings here that would have their own minor dimension built within to expand the building and make the most of the limited space. As soon as Lin Ming entered Starbind Bank, he saw a group of young martial artists. These people had middle and late divine sea cultivations, and they appeared to be around 30 to 40 years old. They were all excited and in high spirits. And behind them were several old men that acted as stewards. These old men were each at the late divine lord realm. Such a powerhouse could be a great elder in Carefree Palace. But following behind these youths, they were only stewards. So many outstanding characters. I've walked just this distance, and yet I've encountered countless geniuses. This immemorial imperial city is truly lively. As Lin Ming entered the grand hall of Starbind Bank, several young martial artists caught notice of him. That person, did you see him? A youth said with a true essence sound transmission. His aura isn't bad. This sort of feeling should come from some specially raised genius from a large sect or noble family. A white-clothed youth leisurely said, swinging a fan as he did so. He noticed Lin Ming had a 9th-stage life destruction cultivation, and he was also an outstanding one amongst them. Such a person likely came from a widely renowned sect or family. He went in. The inner temple of Starbind Bank is only for 3-star guests to deposit and withdraw violet sun crystals. That young man really must come from some wonderful influence. Haha, young River is too humble. Besides some major influences, there aren't many others that can compare with your River family. As for a 3-star guest, young River has long since become one. These people jollily laughed as they spoke. Although they spoke with true essence sound transmissions, they didn't hide their eyes and expressions. Lin Ming naturally noticed that they were talking about him. After Lin Ming entered Starbind Bank, he intentionally exuded the aura of a powerhouse. This immemorial imperial city was a place where everyone was a rising dragon. If he showed off some of his strength and background, then he would be able to avoid some unnecessary troubles and smoothen things out. For instance, the inner temple of Starbind Bank was one such case. If an ordinary-looking person wanted to enter, they would be immediately blocked until they were able to show proof of their financial resources or records of their accounts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go in. However, those that looked like extremely talented young geniuses would be able to directly enter without a hitch. Young sir, would you like to use your true martial rune to withdraw violet sun stores or crimson sun pills? Or perhaps you've come to manage the property you have held here. Just as Lin Ming entered Starbind Bank, a pretty young woman came out to greet him. She wore the uniform of Starbind Bank and exuded a very warm and sensual flavor. In the divine realm, there were several types of common resources used as money. The 2 most common types were violet sunstones and pills. There was no need to expound on the uses of violet sunstones. They were used to power array formations, spirit ships, and were also necessary to enter divergent mystic realms. As for pills, they were essential to raising disciples of large sects. Crimson sun pills were an extremely common type of pill. They were worth the equivalent of a violet sun crystal, which was the same as 10,000 violet sunstones. For the purpose of facilitating easier and simpler transactions and calculations, many large banks would reduce violet sunstones or crimson sun pills to a standard currency unit. For instance, Starbind Bank's true martial runes. I've come to take out something I left here, Lin Ming calmly said. What does young sir wish to take out? What is the account number? I will immediately bring it out. The young woman charmingly smiled. Lin Ming gave the account number. This long account number included various types of information, including the date the account was opened on. As the young woman heard this, she was a bit surprised. This account had already been here for 50,000 years. Even to those old monsters, saving something for 50,000 years was an extremely long time. They would often only store something for several thousand years before taking it out. Please follow me. The young woman took out an array disc. After fiddling with some runes on the array disc, it emitted a brilliant light that wrapped around the woman and Lin Ming, bringing both of them to a separate minor dimension. Within this minor dimension was a giant ceiling array formation. When Mo Eversnow had deposited her treasures here in the past, she had done so within this minor dimension's ceiling array formation. Starbind Bank's ceiling array formation was laid down by a World King-level powerhouse. Even if a peak Holy Lord-level martial artist came to this minor dimension, he still wouldn't be able to break it open. Please enter the rune password. The young woman pointed towards the array disk on top of the ceiling array formation. There were all sorts of complex symbols and lines traced over the array disk. In just runes alone, there were thousands of them, and a single password could consist of 20 lines of rune symbols. Thus, the possible combinations were nearly infinite. If one didn't know the correct password, it was impossible to open. Lin Ming chose the 22 rune symbols according to the password that Mo Eversnow had told him, and then aligned them in a specific order. Afterwards, there was a light clicking sound as a common-looking spatial ring was shot out, falling into Lin Ming's hands. This was the wealth that Mo Eversnow had deposited in Starbind Bank in the past. As Lin Ming swept his sense through the spatial ring, a blood-red jade slip immediately entered his sight. This jade slip was extremely special. Although it was called a jade slip, it wasn't carved from any type of red jade. Rather, it was sculpted from a blood-red bone, and the red patterns and textures on this jade slip were similar to bloodlines and meridians. Without a doubt, this was the Celestial Tyrant Manual Jade Slip. Lin Ming had only touched his sense upon it, but he felt as if he shared some sort of bloodline connection with it. This was because he had already practiced a part of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Besides this jade slip, there were also several boxes in the spatial ring. As he opened these boxes, he found neat piles of crystal cards located within them. Each crystal card had a pattern of runes and lines carved on top of it, each card symbolizing 10,000 true martial rune symbols. If he brought one to Starbind Bank, he could instantly exchange it for 100,000 violet sunstones or 10,000 crimson sun pills. Lin Ming roughly estimated that there were around 3,600 to 3,700 of these cards in total, which was the equivalent of 360 to 370 billion violet sunstones. In addition to the wealth he had obtained before, Lin Ming's total wealth had reached 500 billion violet sunstones. A bit over half of the wealth is missing. Mo Eversnow was startled as she inventoried the crystal cards. She seemed to recall something and let out a long sigh. It should be Little Moon who took half the wealth away. Only she would know the password to bypass the ceiling array formation. But why would she be in such a hurry to use this wealth? Is it because she needed to make a breakthrough in her boundary? Mo Eversnow found it difficult to remain calm. No matter when, she was always concerned for her little sister. If she couldn't find her, then she would always feel a faint emptiness in her heart. Besides her auntie, her little sister was Mo Eversnow's only remaining family. I wonder where she is or what she's doing right now. Lin Ming said, Miss Mo, you do not need to worry. Although the divine realm is vast, if the day comes when we can re-establish the Verdant Feather Holy Lands and even kill Tian Mingzi, then the name of our new Verdant Feather Holy Lands will ring through the divine realm. I'm sure that Miss Mo's little sister will naturally come to look for us then. I hope so. Mo Eversnow nodded. She didn't know why, but she couldn't rid herself of a faint uneasiness in her heart. Lin Ming, take everything. Since we've arrived at Immemorial Imperial City, we shall begin to make the final preparations for you to attack the Divine Sea realm. If possible, before you reach the Divine Sea, I would like you to open another gate, the Gate of Life. After you step into the Divine Sea, you can attempt to open the Gate of Death. And after that is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. If you can truly manage to break through into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, you will have created a miracle. Open another gate before the Divine Sea? Lin Ming was startled. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, even in ancient times when the laws of the divine realm hadn't yet changed and dual cultivating body and energy was still feasible for many, wanting to open the 7th gate before the Divine Sea still wouldn't be easy. Originally it would have been impossible. However, when you crossed your 9-fall heavenly tribulation, you borrowed the power of heavenly tribulation to break past the life and death threshold. There is also that mysterious black bead that regenerated and improved your body, as well as a massive amount of the dragon bone relic strength still remaining in you. This altogether is what causes me to believe that you can attempt to break through the gate of life. For most martial artists, Ninefall is considered the most important boundary that they will have to cross. This is because the process of Ninefall plants a world seed in your body. The quality of this seed will play a great role in determining your future achievements. Although it is only a seed and it has also been planted, how you raise it is extremely important. If you can further solidify your foundation before you reach the divine sea, then once your world seed sprouts and forms your inner world, your world will be far larger, stronger, and tougher than an ordinary martial artist's. Miss Mo is planning to refine the esoteric immortality pill? Lin Ming remembered Mo Eversnow's original plan. In the Celestial Tyrant Manual, it was recorded that there were two kinds of pills needed in the method to open the gate of life and gate of death. In order to attack the gate of life, one needed the esoteric immortality pill. In order to attack the gate of death, one needed the esoteric mortality pill. The techniques to refine the pills were recorded in the Celestial Tyrant Manual. But, regardless of whether it was the esoteric immortality pill or esoteric mortality pill, both were not pills that a life-destruction martial artist should be able to withstand. Of course, Lin Ming was unique in that regard. His body had been continuously tempered through heavenly tribulation, and he had also been transformed by the black bead and the dragon bone relics. The toughness of his body had reached an unbelievable boundary. Although he was still far from being comparable to a god beast, sweeping away random ancient vicious beasts wasn't a problem. As Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were speaking, they bumped into those young heroic elites that had entered Starbine Bank. The old men following behind them were late Divine Lord Realm Stewards, specially sent to watch over them. A youth waving a fan smiled at Lin Ming. "Friend, may I know your name? What influence do you come from? And what family are you from? Would I, River Feather, know of you?" This young fellow called River Feather was able to see that Lin Ming's status was extremely mysterious. His talent and wealth far surpassed other genius youths. Thus River Feather wanted to become friends with him. To a disciple of a distinguished family, developing one's own strength was extremely important. This was because it involved the future succession battles to become the family head. Having another friend on your side would always be better. Lin Ming originally wanted to refuse River Feather's good intentions, but he changed his mind upon thinking about it some more. He had just arrived at Immemorial Imperial City and was unfamiliar with the people and locations here. It wouldn't be easy if he wanted to purchase the materials necessary to refine the esoteric immortality pill. If he was acquainted with a disciple from a distinguished family, there were many matters that would become much easier. Thus, Lin Ming cupped his fists together across his chest and said, "My name is Lin Ming." Lin Ming. River Feather rapidly racked his mind for an association, but couldn't recall any distinguished family in Immemorial Imperial City that used the Lin surname. It seemed that this Lin Ming was likely from some distinguished family far away and had come to Immemorial Imperial City to adventure. As the two exchanged some words, they finally touched upon the subject of Lin Ming's origin. Lin Ming declined to answer, only speaking in dire tones. River Feather could see that Lin Ming didn't wish to reveal too much information about his own status. Thus he didn't ask. Instead, he straightforwardly and with great gusto spoke of his own family, Immemorial Imperial City's River family. The River family was a super family that had existed for millions of years. If they were counted as a sect, they would be considered a peak Holy Land. Their family had peak Holy Lord powerhouses assuming command, and their strength was not something that a sect like Carefree Island could compare with. As a super family clan whose main headquarters were located at True Martial Great World, the River family would naturally have many channels to do business through. This left Lin Ming quite interested indeed. He cut straight to the point and said, "So it's the young master of the River family. I just happen to have a list of materials that I wish to purchase in Immemorial Imperial City. Brother River, do you think that you can help me out with this?" "Oh? What sort of materials?" "Sir Lin, you have stumbled into the right person. My River family has over 100 stores in Immemorial Imperial City. If there are any of these materials, then I can help purchase them for you and also give you a 10% discount. As River Feather spoke, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. He reiterated the materials that Mo Evers now said were needed to refine the esoteric immortality pill. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was originally a body transformation law formula found together with the magic cube. No one knew of it, thus there wasn't any problem in handing out this list of materials. The truth was that even if they knew, a body transformation cultivation method wasn't enough to arouse anyone's interest. Thus Lin Ming didn't have any worries when sharing this list. River Feather took the list of materials and swept over it. He was immediately puzzled. The materials that Lin Ming wanted were far stranger than what he expected, and many of them were extremely valuable and precious commodities. These materials, just what sort of pill would they be used for? River Feather had an extremely keen understanding towards alchemy, and was also familiar with the properties of all sorts of materials needed to refine pills. Even if he wasn't familiar with a pill, he could still approximate its uses from the list of materials. But now, as he looked at this strange and curious list of pill materials, he was left perplexed. Just what sort of pill was this used for? Originally, he had thought of speculating on what type of cultivation method Lin Ming trained in from this list of materials, or at least roughly guess his origin. But now, all of that was thrown into more confusion. The materials that Sir Lin wishes to find are not commonly used. In order to search for all of this, it will take a bit of time. In particular, there are some things like this violet sunstone embryo that even I must admit I have never learnt or heard of. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was an ancient manual from countless eons ago. The ingredients recorded within may have completely different names in the current divine realm. If it weren't for Mo Evers now having researched numerous ancient texts in the past in order to refine the esoteric immortality pill, it would have been impossible to gather these materials. Even now, there were still some things that were far too bizarre, strange to the point that River Feather had never heard of them. Lin Ming said, "That is how the material is called in my great world, but it might be a bit different in yours. There are some types of spirit woods and divine stones that can absorb the essence of the world over endless years and have a small chance of breeding a spirit embryo. This sort of spirit embryo is bred at the nexus of all sorts of coincidences gathered together. For instance, it might have to be struck by lightning or even withstand a baptism from the power of heavenly tribulation, and experience many other things beyond that before it would be born. As for this violet sunstone embryo, that is a stone embryo bred within violet sunstones. It is an extremely rare material." As Lin Ming explained, the several youths around River Feather looked at each other in dismay. They had heard about some divine stones and spirit woods breeding a spirit embryo before. And, once these kinds of spirit embryos were found, they would often be taken away by masters to be used in creating avatars or puppets. As for a stone embryo bred within violet sunstones, that was the first time they had heard of such a thing. River Feather said, "Brother Lin, looking for these things will not be easy, and many of these materials will not be cheap." Lin Ming said, "If they can be found, then that would be best, but it doesn't matter if they can't be found either." According to Mo Evers now, it would be wonderful if Lin Ming could open the gate of life before entering the Divine Sea. But it wouldn't matter too much if he didn't. He would be able to gather the materials for the esoteric immortality pill sooner or later, so there wasn't a great hurry for that day. River Feather said, "How about this? Brother Lin, I can help you find most of the materials you listed. But for this violet sunstone embryo, there is a private trade fair being held in a few days. This trade fair has all sorts of strange treasures that will be sold. If Brother Lin comes with me, then perhaps you'll be able to obtain some harvests." "Great. Then I'll have to thank you." Lin Ming thought for a moment before agreeing. These people were clearly young masters from noble families, but besides revealing a bit of his talent, he had remained relatively low-key. Not even the young lady from Starbind Bank knew that he now had a wealth of 500 billion violet sunstones. In this case, Lin Ming didn't believe that River Feather and the others would aim at him. After leaving behind his sound transmission mark, Lin Ming bid his farewells to River Feather and left Starbind Bank. Immemorial Imperial City was truly a land with countless masters. Just by walking down the street, one could see Divine Sea, divine transformation, and even divine lord powerhouses everywhere. Moreover, each of these people had a background superior to other martial artists of the same boundary. This was also within reason. If just entering the city cost 10,000 violet sunstones, then it would be impossible for a low cultivation martial artist with a shoddy foundation to even pass the city gates. Those that were able to walk the streets of immemorial imperial city were either great masters or geniuses, with the worst of them being young wealthy juniors of distinguished families. Lin Ming found an inn to stay at, also intending to acquire some information about River Feather. The River family was a family that had existed for tens of millions of years in immemorial imperial city. It was extremely easy to find information on it. Their family head is a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse. They are a superior Holy Land family. They are far from being able to compare with the ancient Phoenix clan. Lin Ming quickly evaluated the River family. It seemed that River Feather had been exaggerating the accomplishments of his family when he introduced himself. It seems like that River Feather is trying to win you over. Thus he's showing such goodwill to you on his own initiative. The competition between the juniors of these families can be intense. M.O. Evers now said with a true essence sound transmission. It's good if he has a motive like this. If I couldn't see his motive then I would have to guard against him. Lin Ming casually replied, not thinking of it much further. He sat down in his room and began to meditate. 3 days later, a flame lit up in front of Lin Ming. It was River Feather's sound transmission talisman. The private trade fair was about to begin. According to River Feather, the private trade fair was attended by youths with status, and the one managing the trade fair was an underground influence of immemorial imperial city. They were similar to gangs or triads of the mortal world. They were always engaged in some behaviors that ran counter to the rules and regulations of immemorial imperial city. Lin Ming arrived at the place that River Feather described. There was already a young and beautiful girl there waiting for him. This girl was at the Xianxia realm and she was extremely sensual. Sir Lin? I have been waiting for you. Sir, please follow me. The woman led Lin Ming past a broad square before arriving at a stone house. As they entered the house and went to the basement, they came upon a painting-covered door coated with runes. The woman walked up to the door and began touching the runes, causing it to shine with a bright white light. The girl waved at Lin Ming. Lin Ming could see that sealed behind this door was a minor dimension. Lin Ming raised his senses, keeping alert of his surroundings. He carefully walked in. After he passed through, the stone door behind him closed. Lin Ming arrived at a spacious hall that had a massive circular stone table in the center. At this time, there were already many people sitting around this stone table. Lin Ming saw River Feather and several of his friends sitting at the stone table. Not just that, but there were also several other youths with a divine sea cultivation. It was just like River Feather had said. They were extraordinary individuals of their generation. Brother Lin, over here. River Feather smiled at Lin Ming in greeting and Lin Ming nodded in return. After Lin Ming sat down, a group of Xianxia realm girls walked in, setting down snacks and tea for everyone. These girls all had extremely loose and sparse clothing, revealing all the forbidden parts of their bodies. Several of the young girls, after setting down the refreshments, were about to leave when they were suddenly grabbed and pulled into the embraces of some guests. Although these girls were surprised, they didn't resist. They obeyed those guests, allowing them to stroke or touch them as they wished. It was clear that this was something that often happened in this type of underground trade fair. Those guests were frequent patrons, so Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this. This was truly an underground influence. It was naturally easy for a person to unleash their primitive and lustful nature here. Those several youths had extremely abundant amounts of yang energy in their bodies and likely trained in some sort of sexual cultivation method that required great deals of yin energy to neutralize their own imbalance. After this group of young girls walked in, a man and woman soon followed. The man was at the early divine transformation realm. He was dressed in black and his complexion was extremely pale, even seeming a bit sinister and depraved. And the woman was at the late divine sea realm. She had a busty figure with a charming face. She wore a red dress that followed the curves of her body, with long slits that revealed snowy white thighs. In fact, this dress was so tightly stretched that it seemed as if it would burst apart at any moment. These two people clearly belonged to the underground influence that ran this trade fair. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. As the woman spoke, her voice was very clear and lustful, as if she were constantly moaning in ecstasy. It made one's heart itch a bit listening to her. "Ha ha, Madame Luo. Hurry up and begin. I've waited for too long. I heard that you brought many good things this time," a young man with a girl hugged to his chest said, happily laughing as he saw the woman called Madame Luo step up. "Ha ha, young Master Sun is too impatient. This trade fair truly has many good things, but the rules will still be the same. Besides what we sell, if any fellow guests here have things they wish to sell, you may also exchange them as you wish. Now let us begin." Madame Luo clapped her hands. A beautiful maid appeared, holding a box. Madame Luo opened it, revealing a group of tiny white objects that looked like stacked pearls. They were insect eggs. White jade spirit silkworm eggs. 20 of them. If anyone wishes to purchase these, they can barter a price with other goods, or even trade with true martial rune symbols. As Madame Luo finished speaking, the early divine transformation realm man beside her took out some other things. Lin Ming wasn't able to recognize any of these treasures at all. There was a gruesome-looking bone shard. This bone shard had strange letters written on it, but as for what these letters meant, Lin Ming hadn't even seen this language before. This bone shard exuded a hoary aura. It had clearly come from a time long gone. It didn't seem fake, but Lin Ming simply didn't know of its true function or value. And beside this bone shard was a white, rubbery-looking object. Lin Ming didn't recognize this either. The man had just taken out a few treasures, but Lin Ming was completely unable to recognize the use or value of two of them. This aroused a bit of interest in Lin Ming towards this trade fair. Indeed, it was just like River Feather had said. There were some strange and curious things that appeared at this trade fair. Perhaps he really would have some harvests here. It had to be known that even though Lin Ming's experience wasn't too good, Mo Eversnow's sight and experience were beyond ordinary. The treasures that the early divine transformation man took out immediately attracted everyone's eyes. The specialty of this trade fair that attracted so many people was its strange and uncommon treasures. How interesting! Let me take a look. A tall, thin youth with a forked beard took that bone shard and investigated it. Another youth took that white rubber object and also studied it. "Miss Mo, what do you think those two objects are?" Lin Ming asked Mo Eversnow with a true essence sound transmission. Mo Eversnow thought for a moment and then said, "That bone shard has a language written on it that stems from an extremely ancient era of the divine realm. It should be the language once used by the saint race. That is already billions of years, even a matter of 10 billion years ago. At that time, the laws of this world hadn't yet changed and body transformation techniques were quite mainstream in the world of martial artists. That incomplete bone shard should be similar to a jade slip, or rather, it's best to call it a bone slip. There should be some type of records located within it." As Mo Eversnow spoke, these objects were passed to Lin Ming. Lin Ming investigated them for a moment. As Mo Eversnow had said, the bone slip really did contain many types of records. The textures and lines were extremely mystical. Lin Ming wasn't able to understand them at all. "Miss Mo, can you understand the writing within this?" Mo Eversnow replied, "Only a small part of it. In the past, when I was studying the Celestial Tyrant Manual, I found that it deviated towards the language of the ancient divine realm eras. Thus, I referenced many ancient divine realm texts. Gradually, I was able to read a little bit of it. This bone slip should record some type of cultivation method, but if you really wish to unravel its meaning, then that will require a period of time. Besides the bone slip, there was also that rubber-like object." Lin Ming looked at it and found that it really did look like rubber. It was only when he tried to pinch it a bit did he discover that it was actually very hard and also very heavy. Even though it was a very small object, it weighed dozens of genes. Mo Eversnow said, "I cannot tell what the origin of this is, but it's probably some magic weapon fragment or array disk fragment. Although there are some mysteries in it, Far too long of a time has passed and it is too incomplete to be of use or value. However, buying it as part of a collection would be quite nice. Mo Evers now roughly guessed what the two objects were, more or less correctly. Although the others didn't have Mo Eversnow's vision, they also investigated the objects and were able to approximate that they were ancient fragments of some sort. The chance of comprehending anything useful from such fragmented and incomplete ancient treasures like this wasn't too likely, although they were interested in collecting them. However, these wealthy young masters weren't idiots. If the price was too high, then they wouldn't buy them. "Mr. Luo, how much is that bone shard?" The fork-bearded youth was the first to ask a question. He reclined in a comfortable position, vigorously rubbing the breasts of the young woman in his arms. 3,000,000 violet sunstones. The divine transformation man referred to as Mr. Luo smiled. This wasn't a strange price. 3,000,000 violet sunstones isn't too bad. I can buy this to play around with a bit. I'll pay the price, the fork-bearded youth gaily said, his eyes sweeping over the martial artists behind him. It was impossible for anyone to contend with this fork-bearded youth for a bone shard that none of them could comprehend anything from. The youth himself was at the Middle Divine Sea and he was extremely talented. His background was also good and he held a position of great status in this group. The lack of reaction satisfied the fork-bearded youth. Just as he thought he had the deal, a voice of disagreement rang out. "I'll pay 3.5 million violet sunstones. This fellow, how about passing over this bone shard to me? I'm quite interested in collecting artifacts like this." The youth frowned. In truth, he also discovered that there were some records contained within the bone slip and one of his elders just happened to be a researcher on ancient languages. This youth had some hopes that this elder would be able to discover some useful things from this bone shard. The youth turned around and swept over Lin Ming's cultivation, coldly saying, "Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of passing over things I like. 4.5 million. 5 million. Lin Ming calmly raised the price. All of the youths present were from Holy Land level sects or families. Moreover, they were outstanding individuals of their generation. But even so, the wealth they brought with them was limited, likely to 100 million. This would be the wealth they specifically brought to partake in this trade fair. Originating from a holy land didn't mean that they were able to control the entirety of that holy land's wealth. Compared to Lin Ming, their wealth was simply trivial. Lin Ming's wealth came from the complete treasures that Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan had found in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. And that was also a mission that they had paid a deep price to enter. In addition to the wealth that Mo Evers now had left behind in the past, this was a giant sum of 500 billion violet sunstones. When the quasi-holy land Carefree Island had put forth 10 to 20 billion violet sunstones, that was already nearly a complete gamble with most of their resources on the line. As for 500 billion violet sunstones, that was an amount that even an upper-ranking holy land would have trouble collecting. And a great deal of a holy land's wealth came from fixed assets like its properties that couldn't be easily converted into currency. If Lin Ming wanted to roll over this fork-bearded youth with his wealth, that would be easy. But that would make others curious about his motives for obtaining the bone slip. In the blink of an eye, the price rose to 8.5 million. The youth's complexion became increasingly ugly. 8.5 million was not a minor amount of the wealth he brought. Moreover, this price vastly surpassed what he was psychologically willing to pay. He wasn't even sure if he could learn anything from this bone shard. He took a deep breath and suppressed his impulse to offer a higher price. Face was important, but it still couldn't compare with his wealth. "This brat. Look up what background he has," he said to one of his lackeys with a true essence sound transmission. The lackey said, "That person was brought by young Master River. His background shouldn't be too bad." The fork-bearded youth simply didn't place Lin Ming's 9-fall cultivation in his eyes. What he worried about was Lin Ming's background. This was what he had to be careful about. If this fellow could so casually toss out 8.5 million violet sunstones to buy an incomplete bone shard, then that meant he came from a disgustingly wealthy and opulent background. After Lin Ming's purchase, those white jade spirit silkworm eggs were bought by someone for 4 million violet sunstones. As for the other things, no one cared about them. In such a trade fair there was a limited number of guests and often many objects that no one would want to purchase. Thus, they would be put back. Mr. Luo laughed and put away the treasure no one wanted. It wasn't a big deal if they didn't sell it. And at this time, Madame Luo next to him deliberately raised her voice and said with a beguiling tone, "Those were only some little gadgets. Next up are some more interesting things." Madame Luo clapped. Two men in uniforms pushed in 3 carts. These carts were covered with red curtains. Madame Luo walked towards them and then tore off the curtains, revealing 3 iron cages that were as tall as a person. And in these cages were 3 living people. One was a 20-year-old young girl, one was an 11 to 12-year-old little girl, and another was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. As these 3 people appeared, almost everyone's eyes turned to that young girl's body. She had elegant and soft features and a tender, watery expression. With her revolving core realm cultivation, her appearance easily aroused the pity of others. Chaotic in body. The fork-bearded youth immediately recognized this young girl's special physique. Madame Luo chuckled, saying with great satisfaction, "Young Master Sun has good eyes. This is exactly the chaotic in body. From birth, a woman with this type of body has extreme yin energy within their body. If they cannot find sufficient yang energy to bring their body into balance, it will be impossible for them to take even a tiny step forwards in their cultivation. If they try to force it, the yin energy within their body will turn to chaos, their meridians will reverse, and then they will fall into depravity. But what young Master Sun trains in is a cultivation method that fills you with overflowing yang energy. What you just happen to need is yin energy to neutralize it. How about it, is young Master Sun satisfied with this? This young woman is an extremely good cultivation furnace for you. As long as young Master Sun is willing to spend some resources, you can easily bring this young woman to the Divine Sea realm in her 30s. At that time, she will be able to display an even better effect for you." Madame Luo's words truly did tempt the fork-bearded youth. Is there any problem with her background? This sort of special physique came with an extremely high level of talent for cultivation. It normally wouldn't appear in the common people. There was a high chance that this young woman came from some large sect. Thus he had to ask if there were any problems with her background. Rest assured, she is from a family that was annihilated in a war. She fled from that catastrophe and was rescued by us. Then, she also agreed with the conditions that we proposed to her. For her to follow young Master Sun is a blessing to her. As Madame Luo spoke, the chaotic in physique woman sighed, as if she were lamenting her own destiny. But she also had no other choice. With the decline of her own family, she was desperate to find a turn in her fate. If she wanted to continue cultivating, her only choice was to attach herself to a powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way she would be able to obtain resources. But, as she thought about herself being brought here for sale, she felt saddened. Good. Good. This young Master Sun was also very satisfied. His eyes then moved over to that 11 to 12-year-old little girl. He rubbed his chin and said, "Does this little girl also have some sort of special physique? If she did, then he could raise her for several years and use her all the same." As the little girl was noticed by others, she immediately became nervous. She huddled in a corner of the cage, her tiny hands clinging to her shoulders as she trembled. "Yes, and it is also a very special physique," Mr. Luo said with a smile. "Oh? What kind of physique?" Many people leaned forward in interest. Even if they didn't practice dual cultivation methods, they were still interested in what sort of special physique this little girl had. If her talent was good, they could bring her back to the sect and raise her as a talented disciple. Well, as Madame Luo and Mr. Luo were asked this question, they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. We've referenced countless texts and sources to search for what exact type of physique she has, but we haven't managed to determine it. All we know is that her physique is special. After she came here, she didn't eat food but ate violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. If there are also energy stones available, she will eat them. Every day she will eat 5 violet sun crystals. What? As Mr. Luo spoke, all of the heroic young elites present were shocked. There was also this type of physique? This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. This great and wide world truly possessed every possible strange thing. Interesting, how interesting. River Feather rubbed his chin. If one had this sort of physique and was able to eat violet sunstones and transform that into their cultivation, then one's martial talent would truly defy the heavens. He looked at the little girl's dantian, wanting to see what her cultivation was, but as he looked, he frowned. This little girl's dantian was completely void, without even a hint of true essence. She had not cultivated at all. She hasn't cultivated yet. This? A flash of embarrassment passed over Mr. Luo's face. She cannot cultivate. Madame Luo laughed. She said, she cannot cultivate, but that is only because we have temporarily been unable to figure out how she cultivates. If she eats up so many violet sun crystals, how can she not be able to cultivate? We have searched through countless texts, all the way from the ancient era to contemporary times, and yet we still haven't been able to figure out just what sort of variation physique she possesses. The little girl is singularly unique. Moreover, the price we ask isn't too high, only 2 million violet sunstones, and then you can take her away. If you are then able to discover how to make use of her physique, then your profits will be tremendous. Madame Luo's words were tricky and misleading, but young Master Sun still remained unmoved. To eat up violet sun crystals? A single violet sun crystal was worth 10,000 violet sunstones. Who knew how many violet sun crystals would be required to help her cultivate? If he were to put forth so much wealth in order to train her without results, then he would end up wasting a colossal amount of violet sunstones. The damages would be huge. For a time, no one offered a price for this girl. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment but also remained silent. This little girl in front of him was very lovable and cute. She was 11 years old and had a very naive and cherubic face. Her eyes were as bright as spring water, and her nose was tiny, with rich lips and red cheeks that seemed as if water would come out if they were pinched. However, regardless of whether or not this little girl could cultivate, the key problem was that Lin Ming was traveling far and wide, and it was inconvenient for him to bring a little girl around with him. It was best if this little girl entered some large sect that was interested in training her. That would be her good fortune. If she stayed with him, that would only delay her and him. Miss Mo, have you heard about this sort of special physique before? Lin Ming asked with a true essence sound transmission. Mo Evers now shook her head. I've never heard of this type of physique before, but for some reason I feel inexplicably touched by this little girl. It's just that we have many matters that we have to handle right now, and we're wandering about. So leading this little girl will only cause trouble for all of us. Let's not complicate matters even more. As Lin Ming and Mo Evers now were speaking, Mr. Luo introduced the last boy. He also had a special type of physique. If this sort of child was bought by a large sect and trained as a core disciple, he would definitely have great achievements in the future. Very well, we will first begin bidding with this young woman with a chaotic body. The base price is 30 million. Madame Luo chuckled as she spoke, tracing the young woman's face. The young woman forced a smile. Although this was a destiny that she chose herself, now that she was being sold here publicly, she actually felt somewhat humiliated. 40 million. The fork-bearded youth was the first to call out a price. His face was filled with excitement. He was happy that he wasn't too impulsive just now and didn't struggle with Lin Ming for that bone slip. This chaotic woman's body was extremely valuable. If he trained her, then it would be highly beneficial to his own cultivation. 50 million. Another person bid. Young Master Sun wasn't the only one who cultivated demonic path cultivation methods. 55 million. The fork-bearded youth's lips twitched as he rose the price yet again. He shot a glance at Lin Ming in the meantime, his eyes containing a warning. It was clear that he was telling Lin Ming to back off from this chaotic girl. Lin Ming didn't bother paying attention to him. There wasn't any meaning to purchasing this girl, and Lin Ming didn't train in dual cultivation methods, so this woman wouldn't be willing to go with him to begin with. The price soon jumped to 65 million. And at this time, a surprising voice came ringing from outside. I'll buy her 100 million. This voice contained an overbearing intent. As the words still echoed through the hall, the space laws fluctuated and a space door appeared in front of everyone. A tall and muscular youth in red armor strode out. This young man was tall and brawny. His thickly corded muscles seemed as if they would burst out from his armor. As the young elites saw this person appear, all of them paused for a moment. It was clear that they were afraid of this young man. As for that fork-bearded youth who was just now thinking of obtaining the chaotic woman at all costs, he opened his mouth several times but didn't speak. He shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. He acknowledged his own bad luck. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, sizing this person up. This youth was only at the early Divine Sea realm. "Who's that?" Lin Ming asked River Feather with a true essence sound transmission. "That's Yu Ironrock. He's a direct descendant of the Yu family, the third greatest influence of immemorial Imperial City, second only to the two great World King-level Holy Lands that have bases here. Don't look at his early Divine Sea realm cultivation. His combat strength is ridiculously powerful. We are simply not his match at all. Moreover," as River Feather spoke to hear, he took a deep breath and said, "He dual cultivates in body and energy." "Oh!" Lin Ming was a bit startled at hearing this. There was an extremely small number of martial artists in the divine realm who chose to dual cultivate body and energy. Those who dared to do so were naturally some of the proudest and greatest geniuses of their generation. Of course, most of those that chose dual cultivating body and energy wouldn't be like Lin Ming and Mo Evers now, taking the opening of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace as their true goal. These martial artists would mostly attempt to open the 8 inner hidden gates. After all, they liked their own bodies being tough. This fellow is a monstrous genius. He was born over 100 years ago, but he stayed in an accelerated space-time distortion for over 60 years and just recently came out. The result of that is that he's only 30-some years old, and now he just manages to bump into our generation, so we are being suppressed to death by him. Brother Lin, it's best if you don't come into conflict with him. If he likes something, then allow him to have it. Otherwise, those who offend him will end up miserable. Their fate. Aya, this is truly bad luck. I can't believe he would also come to this trade fair. River Feather said, his voice thick with unhappiness. Lin Ming was startled. He had stayed in an accelerated space-time distortion for over 60 years. If the flow of time could be slowed down, it could naturally be sped up. Ordinarily, a person would enter a time enchantment to cultivate and extend their time within. But this Yu Ironrock actually did the opposite and compressed time instead. Was there some special meaning in doing so? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder this. He used a true essence sound transmission to ask Mo Evers now this question. Mo Evers now said, "It should be because he was waiting for some matter. There are times when people will be aiming at a grand event meant for geniuses. For instance, the ancient Phoenix smelting trial you participated in the past limits participants by age. It seems that in immemorial Imperial City or the Yu family, there will be something occurring soon." "I see." Lin Ming didn't care any further. River Feather's estimation was also correct. As Yu Ironrock quoted a price, all of those martial artists that were budding with excitement remained silent. Whether it was in wealth or background, all of them were inferior to Yu Ironrock. In strength and talent, they simply didn't have the qualifications to struggle with Yu Ironrock. To these young elites, talent was often the core factor for their confidence. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Yu is truly magnanimous. Madame Luo brightly smiled. 100 million far surpassed her original estimates. As for that little girl who ate violet sun crystals that no one offered a price for, she no longer cared about her either. Then, up next was that little boy with the special physique. He was bought by someone else for 10 million. After that, it was only the little girl remaining. She remained huddled in her corner of the cage, her arms clasped around her knees as she curled up into a ball. Her eyes were filled with fear and timidity as she scanned the crowd. Confusion marred her face, making those who saw her take pity on her. As someone that didn't have any talent for cultivation, or at least had an unclear talent for cultivation, regardless of how lovable or cute this little girl was, she wasn't of any use to a martial artist. If one was only lusting for beauty, then a martial artist could easily establish a harem of 3,000 women. A single violet sunstone could purchase 100 mortal women. Then Madame Luo and Mr. Luo took out several more treasures. However, they weren't able to sell anything for the high price of 100 million anymore. After putting away the things that no one cared about, Madame Luo chuckled and softly said, "All right, that is the end of our gang's goods being sold. If any of our guests have anything valuable or something that they are seeking, then feel free to speak. We will try to satisfy you to the greatest extent. Oh, everyone may also privately speak and exchange items." As Madame Luo and Mr. Luo spoke, many people, including that fork-bearded youth, were frustrated. As they saw the chaotic girl that was most suited for them being scooped up by someone else, they didn't like the taste of that at all. They could only take out some goods they didn't want and put them forth on the table, waiting to see if any of the other young elites wanted to exchange with them. At this time, Lin Ming stood up and cupped his fists across his chest. "Everyone, I have something I would like to purchase. If you have it, then the price is not a problem." As Lin Ming spoke, everyone's eyes gathered onto him. The scene of him bidding 8.5 million violet sunstones for that incomplete bone slip was still vivid in their memories. If Lin Ming said that price wasn't a problem, that naturally meant that he was extremely wealthy. "What sort of thing?" Yu Ironrock lazily asked as he stroked his chin. "What I am searching for is a violet sunstone embryo." Lin Ming feared that these people wouldn't know about it. Thus he described the special characteristics of the violet sunstone embryo again. This left all of the martial artists at a loss. This was obviously the first time they had heard of such a thing. Even Madame Luo and Mr. Luo shook their heads, never having heard of any news about such a treasure. As Lin Ming saw this scene, even though he hadn't entertained much hope from the start, he was slightly disappointed. It seemed that wanting to obtain a violet sunstone embryo would be very difficult, even in immemorial Imperial City. Lin Ming sighed and shook his head before sitting back down. But for better or worse, he had still obtained a bone slip from this trade fair, so it wasn't a complete waste of his time. And just as Lin Ming's hopes had fallen, the voice of that young girl sounded out from her little corner in the cage. That thing. I might know about it." As she spoke, Lin Ming's eyes immediately fell into the corner of the hall where the little girl was curled up in her cage. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but everyone's eyes turned to the little girl. Upon being looked at by so many powerhouses, especially since many of them had sharp eyes, the little girl was immediately frightened. She gulped and then hesitated for a moment, a bit of fear in her expression as she nodded and said, I do have some impressions." "Where?" Lin Ming had some doubts. How could such a little girl that didn't even have the strength to grab a chicken know about such a rare object when even people like Mr. Luo and Madame Luo didn't? Moreover, could she really tell just from the description of the violet sunstone embryo he gave? How much worldly experience could a 11 to 12-year-old little girl possibly have? This simply wasn't explainable at all. When Lin Ming thought of this, the other guests also did too. Mr. Luo narrowed his eyes at the little girl, his fingers gently drumming against the table as he asked, "How could you possibly know?" He. "Good little children should be nice and obedient and also not lie." Madame Luo laughed. Although her expression was soft, her tone contained a chilling taste that aroused fear. This woman's late divine sea cultivation was simply too oppressive to this little girl. Moreover, this little girl clearly feared Madame Luo a great deal. As she heard Madame Luo speak, the little girl shrunk her neck back, not daring to speak anymore. Lin Ming stood up. "There's no need to be afraid. It doesn't matter if what you say is wrong." Lin Ming tried to make his tone as comforting and soft as possible, but this was an aspect of his life that he truly lacked talent in. The little girl still appeared very nervous. I. The little girl looked at Lin Ming and tightly grasped her little fists together, as if she were making a great and courageous decision. She bit her lips, saying, I have a request I would like to ask of this big brother. Speak. I can promise you anything within my power. I hope that." The little girl's voice trembled as she spoke to hear. She seemed somewhat afraid, but also excited. She looked towards Madame Luo and Mr. Luo with dread in her eyes, and her complexion paled. She gripped her fists for several breaths of time, gathering her strength before finally saying loud and clear, "I hope that Big Brother can bring me out of here, and I will tell Big Brother where that thing is." Speaking these words seemed to exhaust all of the little girl's strength. She was panting, and there wasn't the least bit of redness remaining in her round face. And as these words came out, Mr. Luo's complexion darkened. As for Madame Luo, she was still gently smiling. But as this smile fell into the eyes of that little girl, it made her terrified. "What are you trying to say, Fishy? Isn't Big Sister here always so kind to you?" Madame Luo's words were tactful, but Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that this little girl called Fishy, and that young boy who was also sold, hadn't experienced many good days in this underground gang influence. It seemed that his previous thoughts had been too simple. In fact, it was also unknown how those who bought them would treat them in the future. This was the sorrow of the weak. They could only allow themselves to be caught in the ebb and flow of fate. As Madame Luo asked this question, the little girl was clearly jittery. However, she seemed to be a bit stubborn. She bit her lips, not speaking. It was clear what was happening. An 11 to 12-year-old little girl was one of the purest and most naive characters you could find. They would be willing to follow whoever treated them with kindness and respect. If this little Fishy had experienced good days in this underground influence, then she wouldn't have had the courage to risk the danger of being beaten and ask Lin Ming to take her away. Moreover, the little girl clearly feared Mr. Luo and Madame Luo. This also proved just how tragic her situation must have been. It seemed that this gentle and beautiful Madame Luo was actually a cruel-hearted snake in disguise. Before, this little girl must have found it distressing that no one was willing to buy her. "Lin Ming, bring her away," Mo Evers now suddenly said. For some inexplicable reason, she originally had warm feelings towards this little girl, and now that she knew her situation, even if this little girl didn't know of the violet sunstone embryo, she would still want Lin Ming to take her away. Even if you didn't tell me, that's also what I was planning on doing," Lin Ming said. He didn't ask how that little girl knew the location of a violet sunstone embryo. Instead, he turned to that Mr. Luo and said, "Mr. Luo, before you said that you would sell this little girl for 2 million violet sunstones? How about this? I will directly buy her for 20 million. 20 million. That was an immediate 10x increase in price. Madame Luo and Mr. Luo's eyes widened. They looked at each other, a sheen in their eyes. This little brother is surnamed Lin, right? Haha, brother Lin, I would want to sell her to you. But that was then and this is now. I was just thinking about how special this Fishy's physique was. If she could eat violet sunstones to live, then wouldn't she really know where a violet sunstone embryo could be found? Or perhaps, could it be that she herself is a violet sunstone embryo? As Mr. Luo spoke, all of the heroic young elites present perked up. They immediately began talking. It seems that what this Mr. Luo said was truly reasonable. But as for that little girl, she instantly paled to a shade whiter than death. Her fingers trembled and her voice shivered. I'm not. Ha ha ha. Mr. Luo laughed out loud. Madame Luo also had a very happy expression. Who would have thought this was possible? This little girl was originally a useless little piece of garbage that couldn't do anything but eat violet sunstones. Yet now she turns out to be a treasure. Is anyone interested in bidding on her? As Madame Luo spoke, she looked at all the other heroic young elites present, charmingly smiling at all of them. Lin Ming's complexion turned dreary. He gripped his fists but held himself down. As a newcomer to immemorial Imperial City, he would try to hold back as much as he could. Interesting. How interesting. If she is truly a violet sunstone embryo, then she'll be excellent if used for alchemy, Ironrock shouted as he rubbed his chin. He recklessly sized up little Fishy as she was huddled up in the corner of her cage. Fishy was scared so badly that her entire body shook and tears streamed down her cheeks. She sobbed, I'm not. Hee hee, who knows whether or not you are? Once I buy you and investigate, I'll find out. 30 million. Ironrock stretched out 3 fingers and casually tossed out this price. Listening to his tone, it was evident that 30 million was just chump change to him. He could easily increase the price by several times. As the other heroic young elites heard Ironrock put out a bid, all of them gave up any thoughts of bidding against him. The Yu family was famous for being disgustingly rich. Moreover, Ironrock's talent was simply far too splendid. Not to mention his dual body and energy cultivation, but as an early Divine Sea martial artist, he could easily sweep away any mid and late Divine Sea masters present. And all of them were also outstanding juniors of their generation. Since Ironrock wanted to buy this little girl, all of them could only look on helplessly. 40 million, Lin Ming coldly said. Ironrock was slightly startled. He looked at Lin Ming with some interest and said, "Yo, you're a rich fat cow, right? Hey, you want to compare wealth with me? It's like you want to debate with a world king about the heavenly Tao. I'm about to laugh to death here. I want to see just how far you can follow me. Ha ha ha. Double the price, 80 million, Ironrock proudly said. As Mr. Luo and Madame Luo saw Lin Ming and Ironrock caught up in a bidding war, both of them were happier than blooming flowers. That fork-bearded youth who was outbid on the bone shard by Lin Ming also laughed. Young fellow, you rolled over me with resources before. Now I want to see just how you'll suffer. In truth, Ironrock had also rolled over the fork-bearded youth before this. But in the opinion of the fork-bearded youth, Ironrock was a junior in immemorial Imperial City who was only inferior to the core disciples of the two great World King-level Holy Lands. Thus, being oppressed by him was what should happen. After all, he himself had oppressed many other of his peers. He could be crushed by Ironrock and not lose face. But if he were beaten by Lin Ming, he wouldn't be able to come to terms with that. This was simply the psychology of these people. He was eager to stir up chaos and said, "Lin Ming, I'm rooting for you. Kick the price up a few times. Haha. I have no need for you to worry about me." Lin Ming coldly glanced at the fork-bearded youth, simply disinclined to deal with such a character. He looked back at Ironrock and chillingly said, "Double the price, 160 million. Lin Ming's words were cold and steady to the point that there wasn't a single fluctuation at all. He calmly tossed out a figure of 160 million violet sunstones as if it were trash. These words caused Ironrock to flush red with anger. He originally had a mental limit of 150 million for this little girl. He wasn't willing to put forth much more. After all, his interest was only piqued when Mr. Luo said that this little girl might be a violet sunstone embryo. As for what that actually was, he had no idea. Once he returned with her, the chances of finding nothing special at all were also very high. Although he originally put on an overweening and insufferably arrogant act, the truth was that he wasn't an idiot that tossed out money like water. But, as he saw Lin Ming want to bid against him, he wanted to crush Lin Ming's mindset and momentum. Thus he put on an appearance that he didn't care about violet sunstones so that Lin Ming would give up wanting to struggle with him. But now Lin Ming had called out a bid of 160 million. This surpassed Ironrock's original mental limit by 10 million. This caused Ironrock to feel regretful. But now he had already tossed out his ruthless words and he naturally couldn't admit that he was in the wrong. Otherwise, how could he still mix in any of the circles of immemorial Imperial City in the future? If news of this spread out, then others would laugh at him and his reputation would also suffer. 200 million. Ironrock grit his teeth, spitting out his bottom limit. He had just put forth 100 million to buy that chaotic physique girl, and now he had to put forth another 200 million. How could he remain calm? Double the price for 100 million. Lin Ming nearly instantly responded to Ironrock's offer without batting an eyelid. Moreover, he used Ironrock's own words to counterattack him. Ironrock's face turned blue. Let alone doubling 400 million. He couldn't even double 160 million. Mr. Luo and Madame Luo were naturally extremely overjoyed by the sudden turn of events. Mr. Luo never imagined that randomly speaking some guesses in order to enhance the price of the little girl would have such a wondrous effect. That was 300 million, and it seemed as if it would rise even further. Ironrock wouldn't be able to withstand this. Although the Yu family was indeed wealthy, they were also similar to the ancient Phoenix clan. During the trip into the God-Beast mystic realm, The ancient Phoenix clan had made a large investment of 1 billion violet sunstones, and that was an investment from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. As for Yu Ironrock, he was just a junior of the Yu family. The situation had reached a deadlock. Yu Ironrock was unable to step down and matters could explode at any moment. One didn't need eyes to see that Yu Ironrock had already been ruined. In terms of wealth, he had been oppressed by Lin Ming. This brat. Could he have had some fortuitous encounter and picked up some massive treasure? Yu Ironrock's thoughts raced. And at this time, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears, coming from Mr. Luo. Young Master Yu, it looks like we really ran into an idiot this time. That boy clearly wants that little girl no matter what. Whether he is some fool who is overcome by sympathy or because he really desires that violet sunstone embryo, this is an extremely rare opportunity to meet such a dumb and rich brat. How about we knock him down a notch? What do you say? Yu Ironrock was startled and then immediately understood that Mr. Luo wanted him to join forces and put out a fake price. Putting out a false price wasn't easy. Moreover, this was a matter that involved his face. If Lin Ming put out an incredibly high price, then he could easily withdraw and then taunt Lin Ming with several words, letting him know that he was only playing him. If this happened, then not only would he regain any face he lost, but he would also be able to maliciously kick Lin Ming into a trap. This was something that he would love to do. Fine. However, I want 30% of the extra money. Well, okay. Mr. Luo hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Young Master Luo, I think that this brat's limit should be 700 to 800 million. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year chance. Young Master Luo should try to raise the price as high as possible. If we don't kick him down, then that would truly be an injustice to him. Mr. Luo and Yu Ironrock spoke extremely quickly with true essence sound transmissions. Although Mo Evers now was watching all of this from within the magic cube, it was impossible for her to hear true essence sound transmissions. But, ever since becoming a soul force, her soul sense had become extremely sharp. Although she could faintly see fluctuations of true essence, that was only a slight awareness that she couldn't confirm. At this time, Yu Ironrock said, Lin Ming, since you want to fight with me, then so be it. I will show you today just how wealthy my Yu family is. 350 million. It was already bizarre for the price to reach this level. This type of wealth was not something that a junior disciple should possess, much less for a little girl who didn't have any known practical use or value yet. Lin Ming's eyes turned cold. He desolately said, For 100 million. Yu Ironrock seemed to hesitate for a moment, then sneered, How brave. Let me see just how far you can follow me. 500 million. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched upwards. He was originally intending to call out 600 million, but he didn't say anything. He had certainly seen the sudden change in Yu Ironrock's attitude. If he thought about it, there was definitely some problem here. Lin Ming. They're joining together to play you. Mo Evers now said to Lin Ming. I felt it. Lin Ming slowly gripped his fists together. After all, this was the strange and unfamiliar immemorial imperial city, and he had repeatedly shown forbearance. He had put forth a price of 300 million, but now these people tried to take him as a fool and bully him around. If he allowed himself to be freely butchered like this, then he really would be a fool. How is it? Can't follow me? How weak. Ha ha ha. Weren't you so rampant just now and doubled the price twice? How come you don't have the guts to double the price again? If you dared to do that, I would immediately give her to you. But, do you have this courage? Hee hee. Since you dare to show off in front of me, then you might as well admit defeat. Tuck your tail between your legs and scurry off back to the hole you came from. Yu Ironrock saw that Lin Ming was hesitating in putting forth a higher bid and tried to goad him to bid once more. He had already decided that no matter what price Lin Ming put forth, he would withdraw from this bidding war and have Lin Ming be played. Lin Ming sneered upon hearing Yu Ironrock's words. His eyes revealed contempt as he said, How shameless. To think someone as shameless as you exists. 500 million. As if you could take that out? You want to gather together to play me, treating me like a fool. Lin Ming directly cut to the point and touched his spatial ring. Yu Ironrock's complexion changed as anger swelled within him. However, he was stopped by Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo said to him with a true essence sound transmission, "Young Master Yu, don't be angry. Remember, harmony brings wealth." Mr. Luo then turned to Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you wish. Our gang has always been upright and honorable in our business dealings. Just what do you intend by slandering us?" As he spoke to hear, he shot a glance at the spatial ring on Lin Ming's right hand. He sneered, "What? Did you want to fight? You can try. But I guarantee you that you will not be able to leave here. This is my domain and I uphold the rules here. In this trade fair, the prices are always high. If you want to buy something, then you must call out the price. Young Master Yu has already bid 500 million. If you have money, then you can add on another 100 million and perhaps this little girl will be yours." Mr. Luo had already discovered that the violet sunstone embryo was extremely important to Lin Ming and had seized on this weakness. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to do anything to him. After all, this was his territory and Lin Ming only had a 9-fall cultivation. No matter how great his background was, it was impossible for a strong dragon to suppress a snake in its haunt. Powerful outsiders simply couldn't suppress local gangsters, so what could Lin Ming do? No matter where people were, they would always suppress outsiders. Moreover, this matter involved Yu Ironrock, and that meant he would have the support of the Yu family, so this Mr. Luo didn't fear Lin Ming at all. At this time, Lin Ming revealed a cold smile. His words contained a thick killing intent as he said, "Since that's the case, let me fulfill your hopes." Lin Ming suddenly swiped his spatial ring. The phoenix blood spear flourished in the air. Bang! With a loud explosion, the chair behind Lin Ming was crushed by a current of true essence. Show! Lin Ming's spear thrust out, stabbing towards Mr. Luo's forehead. "You blind and reckless brat. You are seeking your own death." Mr. Luo was originally a bit cautious of the Holy Land level influence that might exist behind Lin Ming, but he never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly attack him here. If he dared to attack an early divine transformation martial artist, then there really wouldn't be anyone who could save him. This was because once Lin Ming attacked, they would occupy the moral superiority. Even if Lin Ming had the full support of a Holy Land behind him, it was impossible for them to pursue this matter. "Ha-ha! If you want to, then no one can save you." Yu Ironrock laughed. His right foot stepped forwards and the ground beneath him exploded. He had already acted ahead of this Mr. Luo and punched out towards Lin Ming. After being crushed by Lin Ming in terms of wealth, he had already suppressed the raging fires in his heart until now. Although he had put up a fake price to regain some face later, there were still some sharp and discerning people that were able to see through the little show he and Mr. Luo had put on. If they really compared wealth, then he was far inferior to Lin Ming. Just what sort of arrogant person was Yu Ironrock? It was impossible for him to remain happy after being suppressed by an outsider like this. He was hoping to find some sort of turning point to regain his momentum, and now Lin Ming had pulled out his spear, an action he was all too happy to see. Yu Ironrock didn't even use a weapon. He relied on just his physical body to punch out. At the same time, he opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates, causing his physical strength to shoot up. When combined with his inner true essence, he was like a wild tiger from a mountain, seething with killing intent. With a series of banging sounds, all of the furniture in the hall was completely crushed by Yu Ironrock's fist wind. As Lin Ming stabbed at Mr. Luo, Yu Ironrock had actually attacked him from the right side. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Not only did he not stop his spear attack, but he also released a hand and punched out at Yu Ironrock. At the same time that he attacked Mr. Luo, he also dared to divide his focus and attack Yu Ironrock. This shocked all of the martial artists present. Lin Ming only had a 9th stage life destruction cultivation, and Yu Ironrock was a top early divine sea genius. Although that Mr. Luo was not some peerless genius, for better or worse, he was still an early divine transformation master. He surpassed Lin Ming by an entire boundary. In this case, Lin Ming simultaneously attacked 2 people. What sort of bravado was this? Moreover, the way he attacked Yu Ironrock was fist to fist. He didn't use a weapon but only relied on his physical body to meet Yu Ironrock in a head-on contest of strength. But everyone present knew that Yu Ironrock was a dual cultivation system master. His body was incomparably hard. Yu Ironrock demonically grinned. A little firefly dares to compete against the splendor of the moon. Let me crush you into paste. Fist ruling the world. What Yu Ironrock used was a martial skill that combined both body and energy. His fist became bright like a shining sun, glowing with endless golden light. At this time, Lin Ming roared out. All 6 gates opened within him. The heretical god force erupted, and the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Celestial tyrant manual 100-layered waves. Ka-ka-ka. Lin Ming's fist began to emit explosive crackling sounds. His skeleton had 72 dragon bone relics fused into it. It was harder than divine metal. In a fist-to-fist collision, Lin Ming's fist smashed into Yu Ironrock's like this. With a loud cracking sound, a completely unexpected event occurred. Yu Ironrock's fist, wrist, and all the bones within them were directly pulverized by Lin Ming's fist. For ordinary human bones to compete with Lin Ming's dragon bone relic-infused bones, the results could be imagined. Moreover, this person still lacked 2 gates compared to Lin Ming, the gate of opening and the gate of view. As for Lin Ming's fist smashing into Yu Ironrock's fist, it was like an iron hammer pounding against a tomato. Half-shattered bones stabbed out from Yu Ironrock's torn skin. His fist had become a pile of mush. Shock filled his face. And, as Lin Ming crushed past Yu Ironrock's fist, his fist wind continued forwards and struck Yu Ironrock's chest. The nearly 20 million gene eruption of strength had increased by several times through the support of the 100-layered waves. In that instant, Yu Ironrock felt as if a mountain had crashed into his chest. He emitted a miserable cry and flew backwards, crashing against the far wall. The stone building that was supported by an array formation began to collapse. And at this time, Lin Ming's attack still hadn't finished. His phoenix blood spear pierced towards Mr. Luo as before. The sudden change had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. All of the young elites present were dumbfounded. Yu Ironrock, someone who trained in the body transformation technique and had a body as tough as steel, actually suffered such a miserable fate after meeting Lin Ming in a head-on battle of toughness. In front of Lin Ming, Yu Ironrock's body transformation technique was nothing at all. It was like using an egg to strike a stone. How could this happen? Does Lin Ming also dual cultivate in body and energy? Moreover, his dual body and energy cultivation is impossibly fierce. The many young elites present didn't have time to think much on this, because at this time, Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear had already pierced towards that Mr. Luo. This Mr. Luo was at the divine transformation realm. Lin Ming was only at the 9th stage of life destruction. From divine transformation to the 9th stage of life destruction, that was a disparity of over a large boundary. Even if Mr. Luo wasn't some earth-shaking genius, his strength still surpassed some of those lesser-known divine transformation martial artists from small sects. It was already astonishing that Lin Ming's fist had managed to severely wound Yu Ironrock. But compared to that, Lin Ming attacking Mr. Luo was absolutely mind-boggling. This was a 9-fall war god transformation. Brat, do you really think you are invincible? Mr. Luo spat out as he clenched his jaws. Even so, he didn't dare to look down on Lin Ming at all. Lin Ming had managed to severely wound Yu Ironrock. Although this was partly because Yu Ironrock had underestimated Lin Ming was also attacking 2 of them at the same time, and that counterattack had merely been a casual punch. The difference in strength was clear. Mr. Luo drew backwards and took out a 5-foot-long saber from his spatial ring. At the same time, his entire body began to blaze with black flames. These black flames condensed behind Mr. Luo, forming the phantom of a hydra. This hydra was thicker than a water barrel, and every head was fierce and lifelike. The scales that covered the hydra heads were the size of bowls, and its long poisonous teeth shined with a sharp and cold light, surging with reckless killing intent. It was clear that this Mr. Luo was part of the Hydra clan. In using the power of his bloodline, he was already giving this his everything. After this Hydra appeared, all 9 of its heads hurtled towards Lin Ming. At this time, what Lin Ming faced didn't seem like a phantom formed from energy, but a true and living ancient great Hydra. Hydra bloodline? This bloodline is really too cheap, Lin Ming sneered. When Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent, before he had killed Yang Yun, his path had crossed with Whiteman's. White Demon had come from the divine realm and had been suppressed and locked within the Sea of Miracles. He too had the Hydra bloodline. It seemed that this Hydra bloodline was quite common in the divine realm. A mere 9-headed worm wants to contend with the glory of a true dragon? Lin Ming cried out, his entire body emitting crackling noises. These popping sounds gathered together, echoing, resonating until they formed the keening cry of a dragon, directly impacting through the world. And behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an azure dragon formed. The azure dragon was much smaller than the Hydra behind Mr. Luo, but the pressure it gave off was unbelievable. A completely different level. Lin Ming had purposefully revealed the power of his dragon blood. After absorbing the dragon marrow, although Lin Ming didn't possess a perfect ancient dragon bloodline, this was only because his bloodline was lacking in quantity. In terms of quality, the power of Lin Ming's bloodline far surpassed the ancient dragon clan's Dragon 1. A true god beast, an ancient azure dragon, was inherently suppressive to those of the Hydra bloodline. Moreover, as Lin Ming released the power of the azure dragon bloodline, he also released the grand mist space. As the two strengths superimposed on each other, the Hydra phantom that hurtled towards Lin Ming rapidly weakened. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. True essence surged from his body, flowing into the Phoenix blood spear. At that moment, the Phoenix blood spear released an ear-piercing screech as the artifact spirit slumbering within it was awakened. Although this was an incomplete elementary artifact spirit, it was still an incomparably rare and precious source artifact spirit. It wasn't something that a normal false artifact spirit could compare with. Even if the Phoenix blood spear had just grown into a spirit artifact, it was already an existence that surpassed a peak low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Ming's full force attack was combined with the spirit artifact level Phoenix blood spear. In that instant, Lin Ming's striking power rose dramatically. Wherever the spear light went, space would tremble. The minor dimension that this trade fair was located in wasn't able to withstand the sharp energy of the Phoenix blood spear. After all, an artificial minor dimension was less stable than the space of the divine realm. Hiss! The gigantic Hydra phantom was twisted apart by the Phoenix blood spear. The Hydra wailed in pain and horror. Lin Ming's spear light continued forth with unstoppable strength, completely annihilating that Hydra phantom and continuing to stab towards Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo's complexion completely changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a foot-long black snake, as thick as a thumb. After that, Mr. Luo spat out black flames that enveloped him, even as black scales wrapped around his cheeks and body. Mr. Luo was still a divine transformation powerhouse and thus much stronger than Yu Ironrock. By using his bloodline power as a catalyst, the power of the black flames he emitted was no joke. In the legends, every head of a Hydra could spit out a different substance, such as demonic flames, freezing ice, venom, and so forth. This caused the Hydra clan to divide into 9 branches, and this Mr. Luo just happened to be part of the demonic flame branch. These black demonic flames were able to scorch away even true essence. At that time when the Phoenix blood spear thrust into the black demonic flames seemed to pervasively penetrate the spear light as if it possessed a mind of its own, seeking every possible weakness. Chi. The spear light and black flames smashed into each other, emitting a harsh grating sound. Is that a spirit artifact? It wasn't known just who cried out in alarm in the crowd. The biggest difference between a spirit artifact and a saint artifact was that a spirit artifact had an intelligence of its own. Ordinarily, a saint artifact would only be controlled by the martial artist. The weapon itself didn't have the ability to control energy. But a spirit artifact could fight in tandem with the martial artist to attack. This was just like the difference between a person and a puppet, and a person with a live partner. At that time, they would be no different from allies in battle fighting side by side. Spirit artifact? That is a weapon that only a divine lord or at least a middle or late divine transformation genius can use. How could Lin Ming control one at the life-destruction realm? To galvanize a spirit artifact, one needed the power of a world. In other words, one needed to be a divine lord realm powerhouse. But there were also a small number of divine transformation realm masters that could use spirit artifacts, and all of them were bound to be top geniuses. Just as that man cried out in alarm, his voice was immediately drowned out by the maddening explosion. Bang! A brilliant light flashed throughout the entire hall. The black flames were forcefully torn apart and the spear light also faded away. Mr. Luo's forehead was covered in sweat. He quickly tried to summon true essence for another attack, but Lin Ming's second attack had already arrived. Phoenix Blood Spear, Blue Lotus Flame Dance. In that moment, a brilliant and captivating blue lotus bloomed behind Lin Ming. This was the Blue Lotus domain. With every step Lin Ming took, a lotus flower would blossom beneath his foot. This was the fusion of the first 3-level concepts of the fire laws, and with even the 4th-level concept fused in two. With the Blue Lotus Flame Dance displayed through the Spirit Artifact level Phoenix Blood Spear, the power of this attack increased by yet another level. You bastard! In a rush, Mr. Luo chopped down with his saber. But just as he did, he felt as if his hands were bound by something strange, like invisible ropes were tied around his wrists. This is a world of will, a battle spirit projection. Mr. Luo suddenly released his divine sense and saw that there were countless strands of gold light binding his hands together. Large success gold-level battle spirit? Mr. Luo was shocked, nearly losing his composure. He tried to force open the will tentacles, but in that brief moment of delay, he no longer had time to evade Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. He could only withstand it with his black flames. Pong! The black fire burst apart. Before the unstoppable spear light, the demonic flames only lasted for a few blinks of an eye before collapsing. Lin Ming's spear pierced the right side of Mr. Luo's chest, running straight through. Ah! Mr. Luo pitifully cried out as blood splashed into the air. This. All of the other martial artists were left bewildered with sweaty palms. What kind of ridiculously fierce combat strength was this? This was simply a monstrous talent. In particular, River Feather, who had brought Lin Ming here, had his mouth hanging open. He was simply unable to gather himself. He had originally thought of winning Lin Ming over to his side to help him compete for the position of successor to the River family's house head. But now he felt as if all his ideas had simply been laughable. Lin Ming's combat strength was not something that an ordinary Holy Land-level family could produce. Even a top Holy Land wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Lin Ming was a genius that only a World King-level Holy Land could produce. Ninefall War God Transformation. What sort of concept was that? It was simply unimaginable. River Feather looked at Lin Ming's weapon, the Phoenix Blood Spear, once more. That was an extremely high-quality spirit artifact. It had to be known that, to these peak geniuses, a spirit artifact was precious but not impossible to obtain. As long as they cultivated to the late divine transformation realm, their families would be able to forge or hand down a low-grade spirit artifact for them. But Lin Ming's spirit artifact was clearly different. In order to stimulate a spirit artifact to movement, one needed the world power that was bred within a martial artist's inner world. By just depending on true essence alone, it was extremely difficult to do this. This was because world power was, in simpler terms, all the power that could exist in a world. There was true essence, the power of life, pure heaven and earth origin energy, and the faith energy of all living beings. Only by combining all these various types of power was one able to activate a spirit weapon. But Lin Ming was just a ninefall martial artist who had only formed a world seed. So how could he possibly produce world power? If he could control the Phoenix Blood Spear, that only left one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming was interlinked with his Phoenix Blood Spear in their minds and hearts, and it willingly allowed Lin Ming to use it. The artifact spirit of this spirit artifact had an extremely high chance of being a source artifact spirit. That meant that it was an artifact spirit bred by the weapon itself. The growth of the artifact spirit would also enhance the quality of the spirit artifact. In truth, for the physical body of a spirit artifact alone, as long as one fused in various types of rare and heavenly materials, it was possible to increase the physical quality. The only extremely difficult part was growing the artifact spirit itself. A spirit artifact that could constantly grow and be enhanced was far different from other spirit artifacts that were set in rank once they were forged. There was no way of comparing them at all. To match a junior disciple with a spirit artifact that had its own source artifact spirit, just what kind of extravagant luxury was that? Even an ordinary world king-level Holy Land wouldn't have the courage to do so. When Riverfeather combined this with the scene of Lin Ming tossing out several 100 million violet sunstones to purchase that little girl, he was finally aware that he had far underestimated Lin Ming's background. If he was just rich, then it was possible that he might have stumbled across some great lucky chance and unearthed some treasure. But a true spirit artifact with its own source artifact spirit that could communicate as one was impossible to obtain through lucky chances alone. This was because a spirit artifact must be picked up from someone else, thus it was impossible to have a high fusion compatibility, so it should have been impossible for Lin Ming to use it. The only reasonable explanation was if the sect master of a large and grand sect helped Lin Ming personally forge such a weapon with countless heavenly materials. And finally, there was also Lin Ming's terrifying strength and horrifying talent. It was impossible for such a character to appear from a small family. The background behind him must be dreadful to the extreme. If Riverfeather could think of this, then so could the others. Even Yu Ironrock, who was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood, also felt his heart skip a beat in nervousness. Lin Ming's background had placed a great pressure on all of them. Mr. Luo struggled to support his body and get up. He bitterly smiled. Today he had kicked a piece of iron. This boy Lin Ming was not some fat sheep that was free to be butchered, but rather a vicious wolf. He barely managed to crawl onto his feet. Blood kept gushing out of the hole in the right side of his chest. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Now, we will continue discussing the price. Lin Ming waved his hand and a red light flashed as the Phoenix blood spear was stashed away. He casually sat back down on the only remaining half-broken stone chair in the hall. He put down his hands and calmly stared at that Mr. Luo. This caused Mr. Luo's heart to shrink. Lin Ming obviously feared nothing. Even though this was his territory, this boy Lin Ming didn't care at all. In truth, Lin Ming was already being discreet and proportional in his actions. He had severely wounded Yu Ironrock and Mr. Luo but didn't kill them. In this environment, whether it was Lin Ming, Yu Ironrock, or even Mr. Luo, none of them would go to the extremes of killing anyone else. After all, they also weren't aware of Lin Ming's true status. If they rashly killed him without understanding his background, then it was possible that they would bring a calamity down upon their heads. In Lin Ming's case, this was also true. Where there was light, there would always be shadows. For these people to establish an underground influence in immemorial Imperial City proved that they naturally had their own specialty. Although they weren't weak, there was definitely the shadow of some high master standing behind them. This was the case in the world of mortals too. There were many underground influences in capital cities that seemed like small fries, but they actually had the shelter of high-level figures. These high-level figures had formed these underground influences in order to have them perform matters that weren't too convenient for them to do themselves. In this situation, Lin Ming definitely had to be cautious. Although it seemed as if his actions were ruthless and cruel, causing his opponents to suffer, the truth was that their wounds would be healed by taking some medicines and resting for some time. All of the young elites lacked courage to face Lin Ming. As for Yu Ironrock, even his expression began to change. As he saw that Lin Ming had nothing to fear even in this territory that should have been his, he began to feel a twinge of fear. He didn't know just how deep Lin Ming's background went. Although that Mr. Luo was not Lin Ming's match, this underground influence had several Divine Lord Realm powerhouses that were personally standing guard. With the Divine Lord Realm Master's strength, dealing with Lin Ming was no problem at all. By now, these Divine Lord powerhouses should also have been noticing this situation, and yet none of them were moving against Lin Ming. They were being cautious because they were deathly afraid of whatever strange and great influence might be standing behind Lin Ming. If they killed Lin Ming, this news would inevitably spread out. After all, it was impossible to eliminate all of the young elites in this hall. Let alone killing them, they wouldn't even be able to deal with the fallout from harming one of them. Thus, whatever happened here would easily pass outwards. In this situation, if what stood behind Lin Ming was truly a great world king influence, then the consequences would be unbelievably dire. The great figure behind them would also eliminate all ties with them in fear of drawing disaster to himself, and kick them forward as a blood sacrifice. At that time, they would be lucky if they were just incinerated into a pile of ashes. If they were unlucky, their souls would be pulled out and tortured for 1,000 years. But if it were to spread that an underworld gang like theirs with renowned fame and reputation were beaten up and kicked in the face by a mere Ninefall Jr., just how could they still mix in with the world? Their gang would lose any shred of dignity they had and would be mocked by all the other underworld influences. In future struggles for territory, they would even be at a disadvantage. The atmosphere immediately reached a standstill. The powerhouses of this underworld influence hadn't yet appeared, but they were actually paying attention to the situation. If they placed themselves on the top of the wave before ascertaining the exact situation, then not only would their gang lose face, but everyone from their gang would also lose face. What background does this boy have? I have no idea. If we're tricked by him, then we will be the laughingstock of immemorial Imperial City. In a separate minor dimension, two old men were speaking with a true essence sound transmission. They locked their eyes on Lin Ming as if they were able to see through him. But Lin Ming steadily sat in his half-broken chair, not startled at all. We can't let things end like this. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him suffer a bit. Yes, we can't kill him, but we can't let him leave either. Let me test him first to see if he really does have nothing to fear. As the old man spoke, he silently revolved his energy. A pressure suddenly fell down over Lin Ming. This was the same as telling Lin Ming that there was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse that was watching everything happening here. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up as he felt the aura of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. He sneered, "It seems that you don't plan on discussing the price." His voice contained a faint killing intent, as if he simply didn't realize or care that there was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse exerting pressure on him. The truth was that with Lin Ming's status, he wasn't a fake tiger trying to show off. His background was indeed a peak Holy Land. The ancient Phoenix clan was equal to the Yu family in terms of wealth, and was actually quite a bit stronger in scale and strength. However, Mr. Luo and the others were thinking a bit differently, that Lin Ming had come here as part of some smelting trial or to gain experience. The divine realm was so vast that they might not know of the ancient Phoenix clan. If Lin Ming really died here, then it was possible that the ancient Phoenix clan wouldn't be able to find out. At this time, many of the young elites present were quietly waiting. They could feel that someone was aiming at Lin Ming, and it was likely this person was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Even so, Lin Ming didn't seem affected at all. His expression remained steady as before. This brat, how could this be? The divine Lord Realm old man hidden in the minor dimension frowned. He was pouring his pressure onto Lin Ming, but there wasn't any response at all. Pressure came from the soul. Lin Ming was withstanding the soul pressure from someone who was at least 10 times stronger than he was. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the stone chair beneath Lin Ming shattered. However, Lin Ming simply stood up and said, "What cowards! Two divine lord powerhouses facing a mere junior, and yet you don't even dare to appear." These few words caused the two divine lord old men hidden in the minor dimension to be shocked. What? How did he know that there were two of us? Just now, only one of the old men had done anything. The other old man had been completely silent. So how did Lin Ming realize there were two of them? But at this moment, the two old men suddenly felt an unbelievably terrifying pressure shroud over them, causing them both to blanch. This soul pressure was vast and mysterious, causing one's soul to tremble. It wasn't just the two old men in the minor dimension, but everyone in the hall was also enveloped in this soul pressure. Soul pressure was essentially a type of force field formed by the soul. Although it couldn't kill others, It could make others feel as if their soul was being ruthlessly trampled over and savaged. The severely wounded Mr. Luo paled. He began to find it hard to breathe. His face was pale and blood continued to pump out of his chest. And beside him, Madame Luo was also shaking. Her buxom chest heaved up and down. Let alone them. All of the other young elites weren't even deliberately targeted, and yet they felt as if they had been turned into mortals without martial arts. Stripped naked and tossed into a world of ice and snow. This sort of icy soul-rending pressure was agonizingly unbearable. Who was this? Who was here? This pressure was absolutely not from Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not have such an ability. The degree of this soul force is not that of a divine lord. It isn't even a normal holy lord but a peak holy lord. No, it might be a half-step world king. The two divine lord old men in the minor dimension cried out in alarm as they felt a cold chill zip up their backs. As for Mr. Luo, he turned completely ashen. Was there a half-step world king secretly looking over Lin Ming? No wonder Lin Ming had made such a splendid appearance at this trade fair, and had even started a fight here, severely injuring two people. With a half-step world king protecting him in secret, just how could he not be strong and overbearing? But this also proved that Lin Ming absolutely stemmed from a world king-level holy land. Moreover, it was highly possible that it was a super great world king-level holy land, and that he was also the greatest and most talented genius of that holy land. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such a formidable powerhouse protecting him. There was even the likelihood that he was the direct descendant of a great world king. How could small friends like them offend such a character? Even immemorial imperial city's city lord wouldn't necessarily be able to offend him. As Mr. Luo thought of this, his heart trembled. As for Yu Ironrock, he wanted to run into a wall and kill himself. He truly had been too blind and naive. He could only count his lucky stars that it was Lin Ming who attacked him and not he who attacked Lin Ming. If that mysterious powerhouse had acted then, his fate would have been far more miserable. He slowly began to dig himself into the rubble around him, not intending to come out at all. I originally planned on paying you 20 million, but now since you don't want it, you can forget about even obtaining a single violet sun stone, Lin Ming slowly said, his voice strong and overbearing. He was indeed acting like a fake tiger, but at this time, the less his act was seen through, the safer he would be. On the other hand, if he weakened his own momentum, he would be placing himself in a more dangerous situation. As Lin Ming spoke, the tremendous pressure pushing down on everyone diminished. The terrifying pressure that had been crushing everyone present was suddenly removed. It was hard for an ordinary person's soul to resist such a rapid change in pressure. Mr. Luo, Madame Luo, as well as the two old elders in the hidden minor dimension flushed red with blood. Mr. Luo was originally in an extremely poor state, and now even his soul had been damaged. However, he didn't dare to utter a single sound. He was only relieved that this mysterious master had removed the pressure on him. This pressure was naturally released by Mo Eversnow. Mo Eversnow didn't have a physical body and only had her soul form left. Even so, her soul was still that of a true half-step world king powerhouse, and even a peak existence amongst them. However, her soul had suffered tremendous injuries 50,000 years ago, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Even though she was releasing her soul pressure to deter those divine Lord Realm powerhouses just now, this was no small consumption of soul force for her, and she wasn't able to continue it for too long. If it really came down to fighting those two divine Lord Realm powerhouses, then even if she took possession of Lin Ming's body, the chances were that they would lose. Even if they won a difficult victory at the end, Mo Eversnow would likely fall into a deep sleep once again because of overdrawing her soul force. The gains simply weren't equal to the losses. Moreover, there were undoubtedly more than two divine lord powerhouses in this underworld gang. If they began to truly fight here, Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow would eventually suffer a tragic defeat. But in this case, they had been able to use layers of illusions to deter everyone present. Lin Ming ignored that Mr. Luo and moved towards the iron cage that was pushed away to the corner of the hall. Although the fight just now had been a bit violent, Lin Ming had intentionally tried to avoid harming the little girl. Even so, the wild and crazy explosions had caused her to pale. Lin Ming grasped two of the metal rails and pulled, easily pulling apart the finger-thick metal bars. "Come with me." Lin Ming stretched out his hand towards the little girl, a warm and inviting smile on his face. The little girl bit her lips and grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand. Like this, Lin Ming brought the girl with him and left the hall. His steps were slow and steady, with a vague and deep pressure exuding from him that echoed in the hall, making anyone not dare to do anything. Mr. Luo gulped, not speaking. Madame Luo's beautiful face also paled. She retreated to a corner of the hall lest she attract Lin Ming's ire. Lin Ming and the little girl left the trading fair hall with no one stopping them. After Lin Ming left, Mr. Luo finally relaxed. He grit his teeth, taking out several pills from his spatial ring and swallowing them down. Today he acknowledged that he got what he deserved. Although he had lost face, for better or worse, the truth was that the tremendous pressure that came shrouding down was from a half-step world king powerhouse who was secretly observing everything happening here. If it was said that their gang was overwhelmed by a half-step world king supreme elder, then that wouldn't be too shameful. The other young elites glanced at each other in shocked dismay. This trade fair had completely broadened their horizons. Indeed, in the vast divine realm there truly was no limit to the universe. There would always be a higher peak and a stronger person. They were all outstanding juniors of their generation, but compared to Lin Ming they weren't anything at all. This Lin Ming, is he really a genius that could be raised by a holy land? Would it be a great world king-level holy land? River Feather mumbled to himself. Although he knew that there were countless young elites in the divine realm that were far more formidable than him, this was the first time that he had felt so deeply powerless and frustrated. Against such a seemingly omnipotent strength, he wasn't able to summon any courage to chase after him. Perhaps it might be a great world king-level holy land. Moreover, Lin Ming's talent would be amazing even within a great world king-level holy land. And don't forget, above a great world king is an Empyrean. If it was a genius trained by an Empyrean, just how high would their talent be? Empyrean! River Feather ruefully smiled upon hearing this word. If it were the descendant of an Empyrean, just how ridiculous would that be? Without mentioning the resources or inheritances that an Empyrean could provide, just the level of talent that a descendant of an Empyrean would possess was far too dreadful to imagine. If the Empyrean's spouse was also a superpowerhouse and their child inherited both of their parents' talents, that would simply be unbelievable. Compared to that, they were nothing more than ants. River Feather sighed. Then, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. It was Lin Ming's voice. "I ask that Brother River continue to collect the materials that I requested. Without a doubt, I will return within a year and pay you back the full price for them." As Lin Ming finished speaking, he quickly dashed away, leaving River Feather in a daze. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming would shine with glory in the future divine realm. As for him, he would continue to strive to become the successor to his Holy Land family, even if those hopes were slim. The difference in status between the two could be imagined. If I can remain on good terms with Lin Ming in the future, then the benefits I obtain will be many. At the very least, I will be able to smoothly inherit the position of patriarch in the future. River Feather whispered to himself. As he thought of this, he secretly solidified his determination. He had to seize this chance and help Lin Ming as splendidly and smoothly as he could. At this time, Lin Ming had already left immemorial Imperial City and had arrived at the distant outskirts. His speed wasn't fast and he appeared extremely calm. But within the magic cube space, Mo Evers now was releasing her divine sense, maintaining absolute vigilance. Lin Ming's breathing was even, as if he were taking a casual stroll. But his nerves were taut. He was ready to deal with dangers that might erupt at any given moment. He couldn't help but be cautious. Although he had seemed to overawe everyone and smoothly walk out, the truth was that he had just escaped the jaws of death. That underworld trade fair was no different from a danger zone to Lin Ming. The reason that Lin Ming would brandish his weapon and start a fight at the trade fair was that he had no choice left. If he was able to melt away disasters with some wealth, then he wouldn't have chosen to fight. But that Mr. Luo was insatiably greedy, and his attempt at extortion became increasingly ruthless. If Lin Ming pinched his nose and pretended he didn't notice this, then that Mr. Luo might even have the idea to inflate the price to unbelievable heights. At the end, he might have even developed thoughts of killing Lin Ming to steal his wealth. After all, if Lin Ming wasn't able to show that there was some great influence behind him and kept bearing all of the abuse, then others would think he was someone easy to bully. In this case where Lin Ming was carrying a large amount of wealth, they would think he was just some nobody that stumbled into a massive treasure trove. Immemorial Imperial City was a place where both good and evil were mixed up. If others believed he was no different from a fat lamb that was free to be butchered, his fate could be imagined. He might even be eaten up by someone without any dregs remaining. In order to combat these types of snakes, one could only be even more ruthless and thoroughly suppress them so that all they knew was fear. No one is chasing after us. There were several senses that were following you for a distance, but they eventually returned. Mo Evers now said from within the magic cube space. Got it. Lin Ming slowed down, flying, a fearless look in his eyes. He didn't hide his whereabouts, nor did he purposefully change directions. It was only until he flew another 1,000 miles away and Mo Evers now confirmed again that there was no one following him that he rapidly accelerated. He instantly blew past 10,000 miles in a single go, crossing through several mountains and valleys and switching directions several times. Finally, he stopped by a quiet forest where no one was living. He was finally out of danger. Lin Ming let out a long breath. This period just now had been an extreme test on his mentality. Although he appeared completely confident, the truth was that he was extremely anxious with nerves tighter than wires. Mo Evers now faintly smiled. Your acting skills aren't bad. Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Miss Mo was much calmer than me. When you put that pressure out, there wasn't the faintest feeling that you lacked any energy at all. It was truly the aura of a top master who controlled the lives of all present, as if they could all be killed with a single wave of the hand. As for me, I was just putting on a child's play. As Lin Ming spoke, his thoughts moved and his figure appeared within the extreme violet ring. At this time, Mo Evers now also turned into a stream of light that entered into the extreme violet ring's world. Here, a little girl was sitting down near the medicine garden, holding both of her knees. She stared at the wondrous sight in front of her. 20 mountains of purple crystals. Each crystal mountain was formed by a massive amount of piled-up violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. Lin Ming had exchanged the wealth he took from Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan at Carefree Island for violet sunstones and received over 100 billion. And he had also inherited over 300 billion from the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. He had already exchanged the latter for crystal cards, around 3,600 to 3,700 of them. Each crystal card was worth 100 million. These crystal cards could be exchanged at any major bank of the Great Worlds for violet sunstones or different kinds of pills. And now, these 20 purple crystal mountains had formed a tremendous visual impact on this little girl. During her time at Immemorial Imperial City's underworld influence, she had never had enough to eat. From the start, their only desire had been to study her special physique and ascertain just what it was. Thus, they had supplied her with many violet sun crystals. But in the end, this had come to nothing and they were only able to sell her for a price of 2 million. Afterwards, while she had been waiting to be sold, this little girl nearly never had anything to eat, and she had been in a starving state for a long time. In fact, even when she had violet sun crystals to eat at the start, she only ate 20 some per day. That was equal to 200,000 some violet sunstones. So when had she seen such a massive violet sun crystal mountain? The little girl couldn't help but lick her lips. She was unbearably hungry, but since she didn't have Lin Ming's permission, she could only look on. As she saw Lin Ming and Mo Evers now arrive, she was startled and quickly stood up. Eat as much as you want, Lin Ming casually said. The little girl knew that Lin Ming had seen her hungry appearance and blushed, a bit embarrassed. She didn't have the courage to directly start eating the violet sun crystals, but looked at Mo Evers now with a confused look on her face instead. You are that big sister in the hall? The little girl suddenly asked. startling Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. The two of them glanced at each other and then turned to that little girl in disbelief. How did you know? A feeling. I had a feeling that this big sister's aura is the same as the big sister's aura in the hall, the little girl said, shrinking her neck back. After Lin Ming listened to her, he looked at the little girl with a bit of surprise in his eyes. She clearly didn't have the least bit of cultivation, and Mo Evers now had been purposefully avoiding placing any soul pressure on her. Even so, she was able to remember Mo Eversnow's soul fluctuations, and even now when Mo Evers now was restraining her soul aura, she had still been able to recognize her. This was something that not even a martial artist skilled in the aspect of soul would be able to achieve. What's your name? Mo Evers now asked. I am called Yen Little Fish, but you can just call me Fishy, the little girl whispered in a clear voice. Yen Little Fish, that's a very beautiful name. May I ask you a few questions? You can ask me, big sister, Fishy said, without the least bit of wariness towards Mo Evers now. I want to know what your background is. Who are your parents? How could you only eat violet sunstones? And how do you know where the violet sunstone embryo is? Hearing Mo Eversnow's questions, Yen Little Fish thought very hard for a time before shaking her head. She said, I don't remember where I came from. All I remember is that I have always been alone around immemorial Imperial City, and I don't have any parents. You're alone? Then how did you live when you were a little child? Where did you obtain violet sunstones from? After hearing Fishy's words, Lin Ming was surprised. It was simply impossible for a lonely and defenseless little girl to live near immemorial Imperial City for all this time. Moreover, Fishy didn't eat normal types of food. She only ate violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. So where would she have obtained them? Yen Little Fish hesitated for a moment before finally saying, The truth is that I can see violet sunstones buried underground. I can even see them when they are super far away. It's just that I am very weak, so I can't dig them out, but I can sometimes dig out some small pieces and eat them. Lin Ming and Mo Evers now were dumbfounded. There was actually such a mystical ability? You can see the location of violet sunstones? Those people that captured you didn't know this. Lin Ming found this surprising. Violet sunstones and violet sun crystals were often buried deep underground, isolated by thick layers of soil. In addition, these layers of soil were often like the purple mountain in the red desolate mystic realm and had certain properties that could isolate divine sense. They were extremely difficult to discover. If Yen Little Fish had this ability, then just this point alone would cause countless underworld influences to compete for her. Fishy shook her head. She clenched her small fists and said, They were bad guys, so I didn't tell them. If I did, then it would have been really sad for me. I would have to rush every day to help them mine stuff. But the truth is if I look for things for too long, then my head hurts and I will feel dizzy and sick. As Fishy spoke, Lin Ming and Mo Evers now felt their hearts touched. Although Fishy was young and she didn't have much courage, she was quite smart. A rhino would often die because of their horn, and elephants were hunted for their pure white ivory tusks. It wasn't easy for an 11 to 12-year-old child to understand this and hide their own abilities. It also seemed that Fishy revealing that she knew the whereabouts of the violet sunstone embryo was because she had no choice. Since she didn't have any cultivation, she couldn't use a true essence sound transmission to tell Lin Ming this. She could only speak it out loud. Luckily, Fish didn't continue to hide her ability. Otherwise Lin Ming wouldn't have a clue to find the violet sunstone embryo, and Fishy wouldn't have been able to leap out of her sea of suffering. How did they treat you? Mo Evers now sighed as she remembered how Fishy had fear in her eyes when she saw that Mr. Luo and Madame Luo. Fishy said, They let me eat at the start, but they also forced me to train a lot. They didn't let me sleep or even rest. And afterwards that Madame Luo kept calling me useless trash and yelled at me, hit me, and finally locked me up. They didn't let me eat anymore and only wanted to sell me away. They had wanted to sell me to a terrible witch for alchemy. But that witch thought I was too expensive and didn't buy me. I was afraid of what would happen if I stayed there. I knew if I did, I would die sooner or later. That's why I couldn't help but call out for Big Brother. Yen Little Fish guiltily looked at Lin Ming. She hadn't thought that her calling out to him would cause him so much trouble. These underworld gangs are truly heartless, Lin Ming said, but he understood that this was simply how it was in the world of martial artists. These underworld gang influences didn't need to worry about what the public thought of them. Thus they were able to seek profits at any cost, no matter how horrible it made them. The reason that they gave Fishy violet sunstones to eat at the start was only that they wanted to train her so when she matured they could sell her for a higher price. Thus, this was why they rigorously trained an 11 to 12-year-old girl. Afterwards, when they discovered that their training had no effect, they thought of simply selling her instead. As for what her fate would be and whether she would live or die, none of them cared. Big brother and big sister are fierce. Those bad guys were all beaten up, Fishy said, excited, as she thought of how Lin Ming and Mo Evers now had shown off in such great glory. Mo Evers now smiled and shook her head. We're not as fierce as you think we are. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lift her hand and rub Fishy's cheeks. She could rely on energy to simulate touch, a touch that felt like water. Big sister, your hands are very cold, Fishy said. She didn't avoid Mo Evers now but only looked at her strangely. Mo Evers now faintly smiled. Being called a big sister by such a little child was quite strange to her. She said, "You can call me Auntie from now on. I've always had such a cold body." Auntie? Fishy tilted her head, thinking about it. She said, "But I like to call you big sister more." And big sister doesn't seem to be much older than Fishy. A bit. Mo Evers now chuckled, thinking it was funny. The time whilst she slept in the magic cube had been extremely strange. It hadn't dimmed her fires of life at all, and they were still as vivid as they were 50,000 years ago. It was like time had stopped and only restarted when she had awakened with Lin Ming. As she stood together with Lin Ming, they were like mortal youths in their prime, brimming with vitality. This was one of the most fascinating aspects of following the martial path, in that one could extend their youth. Those that cultivated martial arts were not willing to resign themselves to the ebb of time. As years passed, their life force and strength would be slowly sucked away. Even though they had the ability to move mountains and sunder seas, they finally couldn't escape the slow changes of destiny. Often, a martial artist would constantly seek out lucky chances, passing through layers upon layers of dangers to climb to a higher peak of martial arts. What drove them was not just peeping at the wonders of the heavenly Tao laws, but also to obtain longer youth and longer life. Even an Empyrean was unable to achieve that faint and illusory immortality that existed in legends. As for whether one could even achieve immortality through the martial path and surpass the scope of the heavenly Tao, that had always been an enigma. "All right, eat something, you look hungry." Lin Ming took out several high-quality violet sun crystals from the purple crystal mountain and passed them to Fishy. As Fishy saw this violet sun crystal and the incomparably rich energy within it, she bit her lips and said, "This is very expensive. Big brother Lin Ming's crystals are much better than ordinary ones." This large fragment of violet sun crystal that Lin Ming took out was worth several 100,000 violet sunstones. That underground influence would definitely not be willing to give Fishy such a luxurious item to eat. But to him, who had 500 billion violet sunstones, several 100,000 was just a drop of water in the ocean. "Eat." Mo Evers now smiled. "There's much more where that came from. You won't be able to finish it all." Fishy took the big violet sun crystal, a bit embarrassedly, and bit down on it. As Fishy ate the violet sun crystal, Lin Ming was paying particularly special attention to the changes in it. Violet sun crystals were extremely hard. Not even an iron hammer would be able to break them, and they could easily chip teeth. But as Yen Little Fish bit down on that violet sun crystal, part of the crystal's energies mysteriously dissolved, just like she was biting a candied fruit instead. The violet sun crystal was simply eaten like that. This? Lin Ming glanced at Mo Evers now, finding this incredible. Just what sort of principle was this? Fishy clearly didn't have any energy fluctuations coming from her body. She was a true and thorough mortal little girl. Yummy! I've never eaten something so delicious before. Fishy seemed shy as she spoke but continued to eat. The more she ate, the quicker she ate, and the more lively she ate, just like an ordinary little girl eating candy. I've never heard of this type of physique before, Mo Evers now sighed. In the vast divine realm, every strange and fantastical thing was possible. Mo Evers now considered herself well-read and experienced, but she had still never seen any type of record that pertained to such a physique. Violet sunstones were the condensation of heaven and earth origin energy. Martial artists could use them to cultivate, but because large sects of the divine realm often had training locations with extremely rich energy, there wasn't too great a demand on violet sun crystals for cultivation. Normally, violet sun crystals would only be used to activate array formations and drive the movement of spirit ships, or even galvanize large-scale spirit artifacts. They were even used to open divergent mystic realms. But to directly eat up a violet sun crystal, that was something she had never heard of. In just half an incense stick of time, the large violet sun crystal chunk was directly eaten up by Fishy. Fishy patted her full belly and accidentally let out a burp. Her face blushed red and she lowered her head in embarrassment, slowly saying, I'm full. That was very delicious. Lin Ming looked at Fishy, a puzzled light in his eyes. In his opinion, energy in the divine realm was conserved. It wouldn't come from nowhere, nor would it randomly disappear. A mortal could work labor because they ate food, and a martial artist could move seas because they absorbed heaven and earth origin energy. Then, Fishy ate up so much pure violet sun crystal energy, so where did that energy go? A little mortal girl had a limit to the amount of energy they could expend in their entire life. It probably wouldn't even be equal to 1,000th of that violet sun crystal just now. Lin Ming used his senses to investigate Fishy's body. Following the movement of the violet sun crystal after Fishy ate it, he discovered that the energy simply vanished without a trace. It was like there was a bottomless pit in Fishy's body and she swallowed it all without end. Lin Ming glanced at Mo Evers now, but Mo Evers now only shook her head. She said, I also cannot understand this. Fishy's body is truly incomprehensible. She violates the conservation of energy contained within the heavenly Tao laws. Then again, perhaps this energy was hidden using some sort of special method, or maybe it was simply transferred somewhere else. Even though Mo Eversnow's soul force was on the level of a half-step world king, she still couldn't discover what was happening in Yen Littlefish's body. Well, let's consider it finished. We'll slowly unravel whatever her physique is in the future. Lin Ming didn't think that it would be easy to understand Fishy's physique. Otherwise, that underworld influence of immemorial imperial city would have already done so. Fishy, you said that you knew the location of the violet sunstone embryo. Did you find it when you were looking for something to eat? I'm not too sure. Fishy shook her head. That place is very strange. When I saw that place, I felt very uncomfortable and I didn't know why. I can lead Big Brother Lin Ming to go there now. All right, you point the way and we'll go together. But we're not in a hurry, so let's rest a bit first. Lin Ming turned into a stream of light that shot out from the extreme violet ring. Then, his thoughts stirred and his body began to emit great snapping and crackling noises. His body began to change. His figure became much larger, his muscles thicker, and his handsome looks more ordinary. In a short while, he became a completely different person. It was impossible to find even the faintest shadow of Lin Ming in his body. Then, Lin Ming revolved the special martial skill Mo Evers now taught him to conceal the energy fluctuations of Grand Mist Space, using that to completely change his own aura. At this time, even an early Divine Lord Realm powerhouse might not be able to recognize him. And why would an ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse have the spare time to investigate everyone they came across to see if they had changed their appearance? Like this, they stayed until nightfall. Under the cover of night, Lin Ming quietly moved towards immemorial Imperial City. With Fishy's guidance, he soon found the location where Fishy said the violet sunstone embryo was. But as he saw this place, he was actually shocked. How could it be here? This is where you sensed the violet sunstone embryo was? Are you sure? Lin Ming asked Fishy, a bit incredulously. Fishy nodded. It's here. I've seen it many times before. But here is... Lin Ming pointed towards the massive towering city that floated high in the skies. That was clearly immemorial imperial city. Lin Ming originally imagined that the violet sunstone embryo would be hidden in some distant and desolate mountain range, or perhaps in some inaccessible valley where no one lived. Even if Fishy said it was near immemorial imperial city, that near should be at least thousands of miles away. If so, then perhaps it might not have been discovered even after all this time. But he never imagined that the place Fishy would indicate was immemorial imperial city. You're saying that the violet sunstone embryo is in immemorial imperial city? Lin Ming asked, stunned. It's underneath the ground. Fishy's round face flushed red as she spoke with certainty. Underground, this is... Lin Ming found it hard to believe. Was there a violet sunstone mine beneath immemorial imperial city? When the city was first being built, wouldn't the numerous supreme elders have discovered it already? This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Ming, I also think it is unbelievable, but I know that Fishy isn't lying to you. Take a look. Even if there isn't a violet sunstone embryo underneath immemorial imperial city, there is still something suspicious happening here. I just wonder if the many powerhouses living in the city know of the situation underground. All right. Lin Ming chose a mountainous region several hundred miles away from immemorial imperial city and began to drill his way into the earth. If he cut an angle towards immemorial imperial city, then others wouldn't notice him. Normally, unless a martial artist cultivated the earth laws, it wasn't easy for them to dig into the earth. Passing underground consumed a great deal of energy, an amount tens of thousands of times greater than flying through the air. Moreover, this energy would be more rapidly consumed the deeper one went. Thus, even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would find it impossible to drill over 1,000 to 2,000 miles underground. And if there was some sort of collapse, the massive pressure would crush them half dead. Wanting to emerge from that sort of situation would consume an even greater amount of energy. Although Lin Ming didn't cultivate in the earth laws, he had the grand mist space that was able to annihilate all laws. The power of earth and stone belonged to the 5 elements. Thus it was naturally decomposed by the grand mist laws and destroyed. With this, when Lin Ming displayed the grand mist space and drilled into the earth, all of the soil and rock parted before him as it rapidly melted away. Like this, he was able to move underground unimpeded. Lin Ming had dragon marrow blood in his body, and his true essence had reached the peak of thickness for his level. He immediately passed through several hundred miles and still continued onwards. During this, the soil texture around Lin Ming changed several times. Many layers of soil were similar to the rocks of the red desolate mystic realm and were able to isolate divine sense. Like this, even a holy lord or world king couldn't see through these layers. He continued forwards. 900 miles down, the temperature had become extremely high and the pressure had become terrifying. This was a horrendous environment. He had to use up a great deal of energy just to stay here. The rock is becoming more and more hard. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Normally, depths underground were measured in units of 10 feet. If it were measured in miles instead, then that would truly be terrifying. Everything was completely dark and the soil was placing intense pressure on every inch underground. Even the heat was becoming increasingly intense, as if he were traveling through half-melted metal. Every time he moved forwards, he would have to consume more and more strength. This is vast sky stone that is used by large sects to build palaces. It is heavier than gold and extremely hard. Even if it is placed in an environment that is several dozen times hotter than magma, it still won't soften. Lin Ming frowned. He estimated that he was already 1,000 and several hundred miles underneath the ground. Just what sort of concept was this distance? If a mortal rapidly marched, they could cross 100 miles in a day, and these thousands-some miles were equal to a mortal walking for over a dozen days. However, this was not the flat earth, but underground. How could a little mortal girl like Fishy see so deep underground? Yet Lin Ming didn't suspect Fishy's words at all. This trust was purely intuitive. 2,000 miles. Lin Ming passed through the pure vast sky stone for 1,000 miles. This 1,000 miles was extremely consuming of Lin Ming's true essence. Even if he had the grand mist space that was able to melt away the vast sky stone, it was still extremely strenuous and difficult on his body. This 1,000 miles used up at least 5 times the energy of the first 1,000 miles. I've absorbed 72 dragon bone relics, dragon marrow blood, and I've even withstood the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. My endurance has reached an unprecedented level, but even I'm using up most of my energy passing this far down. This place is truly not something that the average person could reach. Lin Ming swallowed down some pills and pulled out several violet sunstones, absorbing their energy. He continued forwards once again. Downwards was also pure vast sky stone. The temperature had already risen past 100 times the temperature of magma. This was nearly the same as Fire Spirit Star's 18 Hells of Flame. Whether it was a large celestial body or a main continent of a divine realm's great world, the deeper one went, the hotter it would be. Luckily, Lin Ming had a thorough understanding of the fire laws, so this level of heat wasn't anything to him at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take a single step forwards here. At 2,500 miles deep, the vast sky stone began to soften and finally melt into magma. Vast sky stone was originally as white as the purest jade without any impurities at all. The magma it melted into was also white like thick and creamy milk. Of course, although this crystal-clear milky magma seemed cool and harmless, the truth was that it was incomparably hot. Even a saint artifact would melt if soaked in it. At this depth, the pressure had reached an incredible degree. The burning hot milky white liquid swished around in all directions. Although this was liquid, underneath the massive pressure it was very thick. To move in this magma that was thicker than mercury, the amount of energy one needed to expend was tremendous. The environment here is... Lin Ming took a deep breath. A layer of vast sky stone 1,500 miles thick floated above a creamy milk-colored sea of magma. He never imagined that such a scene would appear below immemorial Imperial City. M.O. Evers now said, "The vast sky stone magma here can also isolate divine sense. Even my own sense cannot penetrate over 100 feet from before being swallowed up by the magma. Even if a true World King level powerhouse were to come here, they also wouldn't be able to sense anything over 200 feet outwards. Moreover, even if they used energy to create light, it wouldn't pierce through this vast sky stone magma. That is simply the same as being blind." Here, Lin Ming was blind even with his eyes wide open. If it wasn't for Fishy guiding him, he would have no idea where to go. If Lin Ming wanted to find treasure here himself, then that would simply be a joke. A violet sunstone embryo was only the height of a person. If the stone were buried at the bottom of a vast and boundless sea of magma that couldn't be seen through with divine sense or the eyes, then if he had to find what he wanted by tracing everything with his hands, he could search until the world collapsed and he still wouldn't find it. There, continue ahead. Lin Ming's consciousness was linked with the extreme violet ring, so he could communicate with Fishy at all times. He didn't know how far her eyesight extended. To her, violet sunstones were probably like a lighthouse beacon in the absolute dark. She didn't need to use divine sense, nor did she need her eyes. She only needed to follow the natural instincts of her mind to identify which direction to go in. This was an ability that shouldn't be possible, even for a martial artist. Lin Ming didn't think too much. He continued onwards according to the direction of Fishy. And the direction that Fishy pointed out was extremely strange. It wasn't a strange line but a curve. After continuing onwards for a while, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if he had passed through some barrier. The environment around him suddenly changed and the temperature also dramatically fell. Even the layer of vast sky stone magma disappeared. He had arrived deep underground but in a completely different time-space. Was that just now a transmission array? It was a space node, M.O. Evers now suddenly said. A space node was similar to a transmission array in that both were entrances that touched upon a different space. It was only that transmission arrays were man-made and required violet sunstones to activate, whereas space nodes formed naturally and didn't need energy to continue on in perpetuity. A space node? I see, no wonder the route here was so twisty. There was a space node here all along. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He never imagined that a space node would be hidden deep under immemorial Imperial City. This space node was extremely small and buried nearly 5,000 miles underground. Just what sort of concept was 5,000 miles? An ordinary planet was around 10,000 miles in diameter. That meant that this 5,000-mile underground depth was the same as the midpoint of a common planet. This depth, added along with this vast and boundless area, in a place where divine sense was useless and so was eyesight, and moreover where the space laws were distorted around the space node, wanting to find the space node that was hidden with spacetime distortions was nearly impossible. If it weren't for Fishy's special homing beacon ability, finding this would have been nothing but a dream. Besides, who would be so bored that they would spend so much energy to dig 5,000 miles underground? It was likely that not even the numerous supreme elders at immemorial Imperial City knew that there was such a tiny hidden space node deep under their city. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Lin Ming left and came back down, even if his memory was extremely accurate, wanting to find this space node in this sense-isolating sea of magma was impossible. Just what place is this? Lin Ming whispered, surprised. There was a space node hidden underneath immemorial Imperial City. Could this just be a coincidence? Or was there some secret hidden here? What rich heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations? There must be an energy source nearby. And also, the space laws are distorted here, and this distortion isn't naturally produced. It comes from an array formation. Mo Eversnow's achievements in the space laws and time laws cast off Lin Ming by countless miles. This was why she could sense the energy fluctuations created by a spatial array formation here. Spatial array formation? Was that one created by someone? Lin Ming was incredulous. If there was an array formation here, that was proof that all of this was laid down by someone else. Before he could think for too long, Mo Evers now said, "Senses can be used here again." As Lin Ming heard Mo Eversnow's words, he attempted to investigate with his senses again. Although it was a tad suppressed, he could make out a 10-mile scope around him. And after finding out just what was around him, he was left dumbfounded. This is... Am I imagining things? Lin Ming investigated a 10-mile radius around him with his sense. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could there be such a massive violet sun crystal mine? No. That isn't a violet sun crystal mine but an incomparably massive and pure violet sun crystal. Normally, violet sun crystals would come from violet sunstone mines. The violet sunstone mine that was located in the Purple Mountain within the Red Desolate Mystic Realm was already considered to contain top high-grade ores. But the violet sunstones within were only tiny chunks that were sporadically located within the Purple Mountain. If one wished to dig them out, they needed to be constantly screened and purified. This was the only method to obtain violet sunstones. As for violet sun crystals, they were extremely rare crystallizations of energy located within violet sunstones mines. They were just like diamonds found within volcanic ash. They were very rare. In the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, over 100 revolving core martial artists had worked non-stop for several days to mine the Purple Mountain. They managed to mine several million violet sunstones, but only several tens of thousands of violet sun crystals, piled together that formed a tiny hill. But compared to this massive violet sun crystal mountain that lay before Lin Ming, it simply wasn't worth mentioning at all. Can there actually exist such a massive violet sun crystal in this world? Is this naturally formed? Or is it man-made? Lin Ming found this unbelievable. Just how much wealth was this? It was simply incalculable. If it were natural, it was impossible to imagine just what sort of laws and powers of nature needed to collide to produce such a mystical and massive violet sun crystal. But if it were man-made, Lin Ming couldn't think of just who had such great ability. Perhaps only an Empyrean would have such skill and resources available to do this. Even so, why would that Empyrean leave behind such a massive violet sun crystal in this hidden underground space dimension? Wasn't it just a waste? Could it be that this violet sun crystal was the wealth left behind by some ancient Empyrean, waiting for some predestined person to unearth it? If that were such, then perhaps not even a top Holy Land would be able to use it up. If he could obtain it, then wouldn't he be able to freely spend resources as he wished in the future? Besides those things that couldn't be purchased with violet sunstones, such as supreme god beast bones or transcendent divine mites. Anything else could be purchased. However, if this was truly the inheritance of an Empyrean, then inheriting it wouldn't be easy. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, M.O. Evers now suddenly said, "This violet sun crystal forms a character." M.O. Eversnow's divine sense was much stronger than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming could sense an area of 10 miles, but M.O. Evers now could see for hundreds of miles around. She could easily make out a total view of this giant violet sun crystal. Character. Lin Ming's mind connected with M.O. Evers now, and he was able to see from her point of view. As he overlooked this mysterious place, he finally saw the entire scene of the violet sun crystal. The massive violet sun crystal formed a strange character. Every stroke was as thick as a mountain range, as if it were dividing this world in half. This character exuded a boundless and ancient aura, as if it had been sleeping here for countless eons. But Lin Ming simply didn't know what this character was. This is probably the ancient language of the divine realm? Lin Ming recalled the bone slip that he bought at the trade fair. The characters had some similarities, so they should have come from the same system. This is indeed the ancient language of the divine realm, and I also recognize this character. M.O. Evers now said. In the past, in order to understand the ancient celestial tyrant manual Jade Slip, she had specifically studied every possible ancient language of the divine realm that was possible. In terms of studying the ancient language, she could be called a top first-class master within the divine realm. What character is it? Lin Ming curiously asked. This character is Seal. Seal? Lin Ming's mind shook. He looked at this character and felt as if there really was a world sealed within it. Hidden from all. A sealing array formation? Heavens! Just what is it that would need such a massive violet sun crystal to form the seal? And just what cultivation did the person who laid down this sealing array formation have? Lin Ming was utterly shocked. This mysterious character had actually used a massive violet sun crystal that rose and curved like mountains and rivers to form a single seal character. Someone with this ability had to be at least an extreme Empyrean. And whatever was sealed here was likely a super-existence on the level of an Empyrean. It was at least a god-beast. This is, Miss M.O., do you know how long this sealing array has been here? Who laid it down? In immemorial Imperial City, was there another war between Empyrean-level characters? Lin Ming asked as he took a deep breath. M.O. Evers now shook her head. I cannot estimate this at all. Could be hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years. It might even be longer than that. This has existed for far, far longer than the Sky Spill planet's eternal demon abyss. And this seal character, if I'm not wrong, was likely created by a type of transcendent divine might, the divine seal art. The divine seal art was a transcendent divine might that M.O. Evers now had only heard of in the past. But as for what it actually entailed, she had never experienced it before. She had only seen some descriptions in the ancient texts that seemed similar to this massive seal character in front of her. Transcendent divine might. Lin Ming forcefully gulped. Up until now, the number of transcendent divine mights he had heard of could be counted on a single hand. Of them, he had only learned the heavenly demon martial intent and heretical god force. The former was an incomplete third, and as for the latter, Lin Ming wasn't able to confirm whether or not it was complete. There was simply nothing that could be done about this. A transcendent divine might Jade Slip was often a unique and singular existence, something that was inherited over hundreds of millions of years. These Jade Slips would often experience countless battles and looting over them, and the chances that they were incomplete was high. Every single transcendent divine might was incomparably precious. Even Crimson Strifecloud's father, a great world king, only had a fragment of a transcendent divine might Jade Slip. A fragment couldn't even be called an incomplete transcendent divine might. With only a fragment of a transcendent divine might, it was simply impossible to cultivate it. At most one could perceive some martial skills from it. An Empyrean used the divine seal art to lay down this sealing formation? Hundreds of millions or even billions of years passed. So could this existence that was suppressed still live? Perhaps even that Empyrean who created this sealing formation has turned to dust by now. Lin Ming looked at the massive violet sun crystal mountain in front of him and found it hard to calm himself. Although he didn't know whether or not the existence that had been sealed was alive or dead. What he did know was that even thinking of taking this violet sun crystal would not be easy. If this was laid down by an Empyrean, then even if billions of years passed, wanting to move it would still be impossible. Fishy, could the violet sunstone embryo you mentioned be bred in this violet sun crystal mountain? Lin Ming asked Fishy, who was hidden in the extreme violet ring. Yes, it's in there. This is... Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Before this, he had in truth been afraid that Fishy would turn out to be a violet sunstone embryo that had developed its own consciousness and taken human form. If that had happened, then all of those bizarre matters like eating violet sunstones as food and being able to feel out the location of violet sunstones could be explained. Even remembering this position could be understood then. But if that were true, it would also be extremely troublesome because Lin Ming would never sacrifice Fishy to use her in alchemy. Now that he knew Fishy was not a violet sunstone embryo, he relaxed a great deal. But the position of the violet sunstone embryo actually caused him to have a bitter taste in his heart. How could he possibly obtain the violet sunstone embryo that was within an Empyrean sealing array? Lin Ming asked, "Fishy, are you sure? This area is 5,000 miles beneath the ground and also hidden away in a space node. The violet sun crystal mountain is extremely large, so it wouldn't be surprising if you could see it. But the violet sunstone embryo is so small, so how are you sure that it has been bred within this violet sun crystal mountain?" Lin Ming found this difficult to explain, but Fishy tilted her head and said, "Yes, that is because there are a lot of them." As Fishy spoke, Lin Ming froze for a moment. M.O. Evers now suddenly said, "Fishy is right. There are indeed many of them." As M.O. Evers now spoke, she projected the image of her divine sense into Lin Ming's mind. Then, Lin Ming was also able to see the image within the violet sun crystal mountain. As he saw this, his mouth fell open and he found it difficult to close. With M.O. Eversnow's senses piercing into the violet sun crystal mountain, he could see that there was another world contained within. He didn't know if this was a world formed from energy or if it were real. Sealed inside were lakes, forests, rolling fields, majestic palaces, and grand heavenly temples. He had never seen such a scene or imagined such an ability. And deep within this world, there were also living beings. There were people as well as other living beings. These other living beings had blurry shapes, as if they weren't fully complete yet. This is... Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Today, he had really opened his eyes and broadened his horizons. This feeling was similar to the time he had first seen the eternal demon abyss. Everything he saw here had gone beyond his understanding. All things had a spirit. In the legends, all of this world's plants, creatures, even stones, once having experienced countless years and unimaginable coincidences, could gain wisdom and turn into a monster. And all of these spiritual beings that Lin Ming saw were clearly bred from violet sun crystals. M.O. Evers now said, "In order to be bred, a violet sunstone embryo requires a massive amount of energy and the purest violet sunstone crystal as a foundation. It would have to experience heavenly retribution and the baptism of the heavenly Tao, absorbing nearly limitless world essence and passing through endless years before being formed. It is already extremely rare if a violet sun crystal can form a violet sunstone embryo, but for so many to appear here, it is better to say that this violet sun crystal mountain is not breeding life, but breeding a world. The quality and amount of energy within this massive violet sun crystal left behind by an Empyrean could be imagined. After being refined by a transcendent divine might and becoming an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao, it had passed through perhaps billions of years, absorbing infinite world essence during this period. If this happened, how could there only be a violet sunstone embryo bred here? Now M.O. Evers now and Lin Ming could see that what was bred was a world. Not only was there life, there were mountains, rivers, insects, plants, and all sorts of wonders. M.O. Evers now took a deep breath. She said, "In the heavenly Tao laws, the driving force for creating all life is energy. Even our universe was bred within an infinitely hot, blazing mass of energy. From this energy came plants, mountains, rivers, seas, and following that came spiritual matter from which all life was formed. Now, the world bred within this violet sun crystal mountain has similarly wonderful principles driving it just as our universe does. In the legends, those supreme elders that reached the peak of the road of martial arts could open up their own boundless true world. Still, I never imagined that we would find a world bred within a violet sun crystal while looking for the violet sun stone embryo. The discovery of this strange space left Lin Ming shocked. There were far too many secrets hidden within the divine realm. Who knew just how many world-shattering battles had occurred before this mysterious ancient ruin was left behind? An Empyrean was someone that held life and death in their hands. For them to display such an amazing technique and lay down this ceiling array formation, just what reason could it have been for? Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at Fishy. He felt that if Fishy could find this place, there was no way she was a simple little mortal girl. Moreover, why would this place be secretly hidden deep beneath immemorial Imperial City? Could that Empyrean who laid down this massive ceiling array be related to immemorial Imperial City? Or was it possible that immemorial Imperial City was founded by that person to serve as the eye for this divine seal array? Far too many thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Fishy, is this the first time you've seen this place? Or is it because you have some impressions of this area that you found it? Lin Ming's question startled Mo Evers now. She said with a true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming, are you suspecting that Fishy is somehow related to these ancient ruins? I have no idea. I'm just randomly asking. Even Lin Ming found his own thoughts a bit too fantastical. After all, these ancient ruins had already existed here for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. There should be no life that was able to live that long. Whether it was someone deeply sleeping or even someone reincarnating, crossing billions of years shouldn't be possible. Fishy tilted her head, a confused look on her face. She clearly didn't understand what Lin Ming was wanting to ask. It's fine. Pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Ming shook his head. He continued walking through this land and reached that place where the spiritual lives were being sealed up by violet sunstones. He had already found a violet sunstone embryo that was buried in a very shallow area. It hadn't yet formed its own intelligence and was shaped just like a monkey. But how to take it out was another problem altogether. The most direct method was to destroy this violet sun crystal seal and then take out the violet sunstone embryo. But Lin Ming was well aware of his own abilities. How could an array formation laid down by an Empyrean be easily broken by him? Lin Ming stretched out a hand. According to what he could sense within the violet sun crystal mountain, the violet sunstone embryo was a mere 3 feet away from him. However, these 3 feet had become an insurmountable moat. Grand mist space. Lin Ming's thoughts concentrated and a lush red prime emperor lotus flower bloomed behind him. Grand mist space was able to decompose all matter and laws. Lin Ming wanted to cover up this area with the grand mist space to see if it could do anything, but he was soon disappointed. Around the violet sun crystal mountain was an invisible force field that isolated all infiltration of energy. The energy that Lin Ming released struck this force field, and it was the same as a slight gust of wind striking a towering oak. There was simply no response at all. Lin Ming, it's impossible for you to break this seal. Let alone you. Even if my auntie were here, she still wouldn't be able to do anything. This is an array formation laid down by an Empyrean powerhouse. It has formed its own independent world and has even crossed through billions of years. It is not something that the average person could hope to unravel. Mo Eversnow's voice echoed within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. How could Lin Ming not know this? Even so, he couldn't stand idly by and just return empty-handed. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly thought of something. Fishy, could you help me with something? All right, big brother Lin Ming. Fishy's voice echoed back. Lin Ming used his true essence to form an enchantment, isolating the high temperature and pressure in this deep underground world. Then, he traced his spatial ring and a gentle energy wrapped around Fishy, bringing her out in front of Lin Ming. After eating some violet sun crystals, Fishy had already restored her rosy color and liveliness. Her cute and round cheeks were just like red apples. Wow, what a big purple stone. It's much larger than what I imagined. Fishy looked up at the massive violet sun crystal mountain in front of her, her dark eyes going wide, her pupils filled with a radiant light. This was just like a little girl who loved eating sweets coming face to face with a massive mountain-sized cake. Although Fishy had seen this area, she had never personally been here herself. The visual impact of this massive violet sun crystal mountain was far too great. Fishy, do you think, do you think you could try taking a bite out of this violet sun crystal? As Lin Ming said this, a strange and awkward color came over his face. Even he felt that his own words were ridiculous. Even he couldn't do anything against this Empyrean-level seal, much less a little girl who couldn't even defeat her a chicken. Moreover, she would have to use her teeth to do it. This was just far too ridiculous. However, there were too many strange things occurring within Fishy's body. When she was in the extreme violet ring space, Lin Ming was able to see Fishy eat violet sun crystals like they were delicious cookies. And the hardness of a violet sun crystal far surpassed that of diamonds found in the mortal world. This Empyrean seal was essentially a massive violet sun crystal. If so, then Yen Little Fish might have a small chance of being able to bite it apart. There were far too many strange laws within Fishy that Lin Ming couldn't understand. Many of the most fundamental and basic rules of the heavenly Tao didn't apply to Fishy. Mo Evers now was speechless. Lin Ming's attempt might have seemed absurd, but it wasn't necessarily impossible. Fishy being able to find this place was already an unbelievable matter. Bite it? Fishy looked at that incomparably massive violet sun crystal mountain and licked her lips. Her two eyes shined and she drooled a bit, like she was becoming more and more hungry. Be careful though. If anything strange happens, then we're leaving immediately. Lin Ming cautioned. He used his sense to surround Fishy's body. If anything happened, he would immediately take her back into the extreme violet ring. Fishy rubbed her small belly and then dropped down onto the violet sun crystal mountain like a tiny kitten, taking a sudden bite. Crunch! With a loud crisp sound, a strange occurrence happened where Fishy bit down. The indescribable energy structure began to unravel, dissolving into pure energy underneath Mo Evers now and Lin Ming's astonished gaze. It's very hard, Fishy mumbled as she had something between her lips. She made a visible effort to bite down harder, just like she was chewing on a frozen steamed bun. Then, bit off that piece of violet sun crystal. This. Lin Ming took a deep breath and glanced at Mo Evers now. A deep awe in both of their eyes. This child was too sturdy. Lin Ming also hadn't expected anything to come from this. He had only wanted to give it a try. But the result was that it actually worked. This divine seal array was laid down by some ancient Empyrean. What would that Empyrean do if they realized that this array formation they laid down with so much effort was eaten up by a little girl as if it were food? It's very hard, my teeth hurt. Fishy held her hands up to her small cheeks and gently rubbed them. That piece of violet sun crystal was still between in her lips. She hadn't been able to eat it. Mo Evers now looked at Fishy and gently smiled. She said, "Violet sunstones and crystals are originally a condensation of energy. It seems that Fishy's body can decompose energy and then absorb it. This is truly incredible. Even a violet sun crystal used by an Empyrean to lay down an array formation can be eaten up by you." When this ancient Empyrean laid down this array formation, they had clearly refined and transformed the energy within the violet sun crystal. It was just that it still wasn't able to surpass the strange laws contained within Fishy's body. Thus such a result occurred. But to depend on Fishy to eat up this entire massive seal was simply impossible. Even 100 million years wouldn't be enough time for her to finish it off. Let alone eating this giant seal. Even biting through the violet sun crystal barrier and taking out that violet sunstone embryo was a vast and time-consuming project to Fishy. As Mo Evers now and Lin Ming were thinking, the entire underground world began to violently tremble. With a loud rumbling sound, rocks began to fall down from all around the enchantment. Startled, Lin Ming directly received Fishy back into the extreme violet ring, maintaining complete vigilance of his surroundings. This is. Lin Ming held his breath. He could feel abnormally great energy fluctuations all around him, as if some slumbering ancient beast was awakening. Mo Evers now was also alarmed. She had specifically used her sense to investigate this underground world, but hadn't been able to find any other living life forms here. As for that giant seal, there was no way that it could have been broken just because Fishy took a tiny little bite from it. At this moment, a potent and ancient voice containing an ice-cold killing intent echoed throughout the entire world. Who is it? Who dares to disturb my slumber? Slumber? Lin Ming was beyond shocked. This underground world that had passed through billions of years actually had some sort of existence living here. Just how long had it slept for? Was it possible for anything to live this long? And from the pressure and aura surging out from that voice, this existence's strength had reached a terrifying boundary. Even if it weren't an Empyrean, it was still an existence whose strength reigned near the peak. Such a being was not something that Lin Ming could deal with. Mo Evers now was panic-stricken. She sent out her divine sense, and this time she was finally able to sense this other existence. Hidden deep within the violet sun crystal mountain was an incomparably powerful soul. It was the same as her, a soul form. Soul? Could it be an Empyrean's soul? Mo Evers now sucked in a deep breath. From this other's aura she could sense a deep killing intent. If it were truly the soul of an ancient Empyrean, then even if they only had their soul remaining, that was still countless times more than enough to kill them all without a chance of resisting. Since you dare to disturb my slumber, then compensate with your lives, the ancient voice said, cold and heartless, without the least bit of emotion. This voice was the same as the uncaring heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was unbiased and ruthless, seeing all of life as nothing at all. In front of the heavenly Tao, humans were no different from ants. Everything was equal. Senior, please wait a moment. As Lin Ming felt this killing intent, he could feel sweat seeping out all over his body. If he died here, then that really would be too great of an injustice. He didn't know who this ancient slumbering existence was, but its attitude was extremely bad. Just because they had disturbed its slumber, it was actually planning to kill them in return. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit, and the phoenix blood spear leapt to his hands. The heretical god force completely opened, and the prime emperor lotus flower also bloomed behind him. In that instant, Lin Ming had used his complete strength. It was impossible for him to just sit here and wait for death to come to him. His only choice left was to desperately struggle for his life. Lin Ming, hurry up and retreat. Mo Eversnow's voice rapidly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. At this time, the disparity between Lin Ming's strength and the strength of that terrifying soul couldn't even be described as a firefly against the full moon. In this moment of life or death, Lin Ming waved the phoenix blood spear. Suddenly, a brilliant gold light blazed from between his eyes as he burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. The power of thunder and fire within the heretical god seedling flooded out and wrapped around the phoenix blood spear. With a thrust forwards, the power of thunderfire twisted around a blue lotus that hurtled straight towards the ancient soul. The power of thunder was the nemesis of soul forms. Lin Ming, pouring the power of thunder into the blue lotus flame dance, was already using his complete strength. He wanted to use the momentum from this attack to run away. After all, this ancient soul might be the existence suppressed underneath the divine seal array. If this were true, then even if it were incomparably powerful, it still had to be restricted by the sealing array formation. There was a chance that he could escape from here. As the ancient soul saw the deep red prime emperor lotus flower bloom from behind Lin Ming and emit a soft trill, it was faintly surprised. But this was only a little bit. At this time, the thunderfire-twisted blue lotus spear light was already shooting towards it at incredible speeds. The ancient soul didn't seem to care at all. With a mere thought, a rustling sound filled the air as its battle spirit surged outwards, overwhelming the world. Like an undefeatable enemy, the battle spirit filled the entire space. The thunderfire blue lotus that Lin Ming shot out was swallowed up by this world of will projection. As if a black hole had formed, swallowed everything. It vanished? Lin Ming's hands and feet instantly turned ice cold. It wasn't just his thunderfire blue lotus, but even the grand mist space around it seemed as if it was swallowed up by that world of will projection. This was a power of laws that he was completely unable to understand. His opponent was only a soul form, but it was actually able to rely on just its battle spirit to achieve such a terrifying combat strength. Your martial skill is quite good. Is this a force field? The rank is very high, the old voice echoed out. The ancient soul was obviously referring to the primordious martial intense grand mist space. Although this ancient soul's experience was amazing, it actually wasn't able to recognize just where this grand mist space came from. This wasn't because Lin Ming used a martial skill to conceal the energy fluctuations of the grand mist space, but because Empyrean Primordius was at most born a few dozen million years ago. In other words, this ancient soul had been quietly slumbering here far before Empyrean Primordius had even been born. The ancient soul didn't know of Empyrean Primordius, thus it also didn't recognize this grand mist space. Such a powerful martial skill, and yet you can't use its full strength. What a waste of heaven's gifts. Heh, you might as well give it to me. The ancient soul sneered. Its world of will projection blocked out all of the surrounding space. Lin Ming could see countless battle spirit tentacles stretching out endlessly like an infinitely large spider web, sealing off all the space for several hundred miles. And Lin Ming was a bug caught in that spider web. It was impossible for him to escape. Lin Ming's thoughts sank. Was this truly the existence suppressed by this seal? If so, how could it casually display such horrifying supernatural powers? Or perhaps the seal had already weakened and it was able to use a greater portion of its strength. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming tightly gripped onto the phoenix blood spear, his mind tighter than a steel wire. Facing such a life or death crisis, he had to remain calm at all costs. Otherwise, he would never find a chance to escape. Lin Ming's palms were already slick with sweat, but his eyes still remained as calm and placid as before. In all these years growing up and walking down the road of martial arts, he had experienced countless life or death situations. Although this wasn't the most dangerous one, this opponent was the most powerful he had ever faced. If you kill me, then you'll never obtain my cultivation methods or martial skills. My body does not have any cultivation method, jade slips. Lin Ming gloomily said. One of the unique aspects of a transcendent divine might was that it was nearly impossible to duplicate. The only way was to obtain a transcendent divine might jade slip, or be like Lin Ming and have the ability to transform another's soul into pure memories. If one tried this using another method, they would inevitably be influenced by the other's spirit mark. Then that's a pity. But you will still die here. The ancient soul's voice contained a light killing intent. Its world of will protection still enveloped all of the surrounding space, removing any chance of Lin Ming being able to escape. Senior, may I ask you for a reason why you wish to kill me? I did not mean to offend you, but because I only disturbed your rest you wish to kill me. Lin Ming was clear that these ancient monsters had extremely eccentric and paranoid personalities. They were reckless and did whatever they desired, and wanting to use reason to persuade them was simply an impossible hope. Moreover, the existence sealed here might be a bloodthirsty and vicious demon to begin with. Still, Lin Ming hoped that he could avoid this battle where his chances of winning approached zero. That's right. And what if I do? In order to allow my soul to withstand the endless tides of time, I used the destruction sundering art, meaning that every time I had to awaken, it would cause great harm to my life. In order to not be bothered by pests, I purposefully established this hidden land so that I could rest here. I never imagined that someone like you would be able to find this place. If I let you leave and you spread the news of my slumber here, and also reveal the giant violet sun crystal mountain that exists here, then who knows how many self-serving powerhouses will come here, thinking themselves indestructible because of their greed, or how many so-called geniuses would come thinking their luck and destiny would protect them. Although I don't fear any of them, my peaceful days would be numbered. As that ancient soul spoke, There was only a faint humming noise like ghosts and spirits crying and screaming. The space all around began to violently vibrate, and underneath Lin Ming the ground began to collapse. The massive violet sun crystal mountain trembled as a hazy shadow appeared on it, gradually forming the face of a person. This face was hundreds of feet high and a gray-green color. Its face was expressionless, but its eyes were cold and sharp, like a divine god overlooking the world. This was clearly the main form of the ancient soul. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Facing this ancient soul, the pressure he felt was like facing the endless heavens themselves. Was this the soul of an Empyrean? With things having devolved to this point, Lin Ming knew that any promise he made to keep what he learnt a secret would be just a joke. Fighting was inevitable. At this time, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. It was Mo Eversnow's true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming, it's clear that the only path we have left is to fight. If I fall into a deep sleep once more, you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Miss Mo, Lin Ming anxious said, startled. There is no need for needless words. If I fall into a deep sleep again, then there will always remain the chance that you can awaken me once more, and perhaps one day when you are stronger you can even reform my mortal body. But if you were to die here, everything we've done so far would come to nothing. As Mo Evers now spoke, her soul force began to penetrate into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. She wasn't attempting to seize his body, but was trying to fuse with his soul for a short duration and wield dual control of Lin Ming's body. Like this, the two of them could display their strongest combat strength. After Lin Ming crossed heavenly tribulation, his combat strength could not be underestimated. At this time, there was a whistling sound as a brilliant light flashed and an incomparably keen sword shot out from between the ancient soul's eyebrows. This sword was forged by both soul force and battle spirit. As it appeared, it sliced apart the divine realm space. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In this face of this peerless power, he and Mo Evers now both poured their complete soul and will into the magic cube. Awaken, magic cube. Lend me your strength. Mo Eversnow's cold and clear voice echoed out as she began to burn her soul force. Of everything Lin Ming had, the only thing with the strength to resist this ancient soul was the magic cube. The magic cube was a divine instrument of the soul, and this ancient existence was also a soul form. This was the only reason why Mo Evers now had a faint hope that they could defeat this great enemy. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was still far from enough for being able to galvanize the magic cube. To Lin Ming, the magic cube was only a soul treasure that passively defended him. Could only remain defensive and not attack. The exception was if a situation occurred like before, when he had fought Yang Yun at the Temple of Marvels. At that time, the ancient devil's soul had rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea and wanted to seize his body. But, because of the passive defensive powers of the magic cube, the ancient devil had suffered serious damage to its soul. This was the only way that this ancient soul could be defeated. Otherwise, this ancient soul would branch off a tiny portion of its soul and will to attack Lin Ming. Lin Ming could rely on the magic cube to defend, but it was impossible for him to harm his opponent. At most he would swallow up the tiny portion of soul that attacked him. In order to defeat this ancient soul, the only method was to drive the magic cube to attack on its own initiative. But with Mo Eversnow's current condition, the price for this would be tremendous. There would only be a single chance. Hum. The magic cube slumbering within Lin Ming's spiritual sea began to rapidly spin, forming an ash-gray soul storm. After this soul storm was formed, it grew increasingly intense, like a black hole that would swallow all of existence. Kacha! With a harsh cracking sound, the sword of soul and will that the ancient soul sent out chopped down onto that black hole formed by the magic cube. Then, it suddenly disappeared without the slightest hint that it ever existed. As the ancient soul saw this, its expression suddenly changed. This aura, could it be? Just how? The tiny soul force that was swallowed up by the magic cube had completely disappeared, but the ancient soul was clearly unharmed. It was clear that this wisp of soul was a less than insignificant loss. It narrowed its eyes, carefully sensing just where its soul wisp had gone to. Finally, it discovered that after its soul wisp had been parted from its body, even the spirit mark contained within it was completely erased. This sort of feeling was like its soul wisp had fallen into a true black hole and was isolated in a completely different spacetime. It's really that object. You have that thing on your body? The ancient soul said, suddenly excited. Its originally emotionless face began to experience all sorts of changes. Lin Ming's mind shook as he heard this. Without a doubt, the object that this ancient soul referred to was the magic cube. Magic cube. This was Lin Ming's first time hearing that anyone knew of the magic cube beyond the verdant feather holy lands. He went on full alert. If this ancient soul knew of the magic cube, then it naturally knew of the magic cube's value too. There was a chance that it would compete for it with everything it had. Lin Ming gathered his strength, preparing for an all-out strike. Then, at this time, the ancient voice suddenly said, all right, consider this over. If you stop now, then the damage won't be too great on you. Otherwise, if you use this treasure with your strength, then even you might end up as a sacrifice. Lin Ming continued to revolve all the energy in his body. It was impossible for him to stop just because of some words, but if he really did continue to attack, then he would need to burn Mo Eversnow's soul force. Thus, Lin Ming wasn't willing to recklessly send out such a strike. He didn't dare to confirm whether or not Mo Eversnow would experience permanent damage to her soul after falling into a deep slumber twice. At that time, perhaps even using dragon marrow blood wouldn't be enough to awaken her. Lin Ming's nerves were taut, fully alert of his surroundings to prevent any surprise attack from the ancient soul. Hee, it's like you don't believe me. If I said you can stop, then I naturally won't attack you again. Otherwise, do you think that in a situation where I am prepared, you could rely on yourself and that other soul force within you to use that tool and kill me? The ancient soul sneered. The ancient soul had seen through Mo Eversnow's existence. This was also reasonable. Mo Eversnow had originally been hiding in the magic cube space, so the ancient soul hadn't been able to sense her. But afterwards, Mo Eversnow had released her soul force and began to gather up energy for an attack. The ancient soul's soul force was much more powerful than Mo Eversnow's, so it was naturally able to discover her. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then temporarily cut off the connection between his spiritual sea and the magic cube. Otherwise, if the magic cube continued to spin, it would consume more and more of Mo Eversnow's soul force. Although the magic cube had stopped spinning, Mo Eversnow's soul was still momentarily joined with Lin Ming's. The two of them could activate the magic cube to counterattack at any moment. Where did you get that? The ancient soul suddenly asked. Lin Ming remained silent, not replying. The ancient soul chuckled, as if it didn't care if Lin Ming answered or not. In truth, this question doesn't matter. No matter what you say, you obtaining this object is your good fortune. I never thought that after 3.6 billion years, that object would appear in this world once more. It seems that the great calamity of this world is approaching once more. The ancient soul whispered. But these words dumbfounded Lin Ming. 3.6 billion years? This soul had lived for 3.6 billion years? Just what sort of concept was 3.6 billion years? The evolution of life on a planet often only happened for several hundred million years. 3.6 billion years was enough for a star to be born and then perish. This was an unimaginable amount of time. Even an Empyrean could not live this long. Let alone 3.6 billion years. There was no one that was capable of living for 100 million years. 100 million years seemed to be one of the limits that the laws of the world placed on a martial artist's life. 100 million years could be called its own era within the divine realm, and no one was able to live past an era. Although an Empyrean could control the world laws to a certain degree, it wasn't absolute control, nor couldn't control every law. There were certain laws that even they had to submit to, just like everyone else. For instance, the ebb and flow of time. Hihi, you seem to be very surprised? Then I might as well tell you that the reason I am able to live this long is because I am not a human, but an artifact spirit. Lin Ming was surprised yet again. Artifact spirit? Heavens! If an artifact spirit was powerful to this degree, just what rank of spirit artifact did it occupy? An artifact spirit was a type of life, however it was not one with a flesh and blood body, but an energy life form. In the past, when Lin Ming had met the temple spirit from Divine Phoenix Island's mystic realm, that had been a similar existence. Their lives were much longer than humans and even vicious beasts. It wasn't strange for them to sleep for 100,000 years at a time. According to that temple spirit, their lives lasted as long as rocks. So, surviving for several 100 million years wasn't strange. Moreover, Lin Ming had heard this ancient spirit say that it had used some special technique called the destruction sundering art. Although he didn't know what it was, he could guess that it was some special technique that could extend one's life through placing oneself into a deep sleep. Seeing that this ancient existence before him was an old monster that had lived for 3.6 billion years, Lin Ming felt as if all of this were unreal. Great calamity? What do you mean by great calamity? Lin Ming asked, his voice low. That is the great calamity of the world. In this world, there is nothing that could exist in perpetuity, forever and eternal. Nothing can resist the withering of time. Empyreans cannot, god-beasts cannot, artifact spirits cannot, this independent world cannot, and even the boundless universe cannot. This world will always encounter a great calamity. And if this calamity is too great, then even this universe may collapse and be forever destroyed. As for what this eventual disaster is, not even I can foretell. Hearing the ancient soul's words, Lin Ming was stricken. Destruction of the universe? Did that mean that not only the billion worlds of the lower realms, but also the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, including all life that dwelled within them, would be completed, exterminated? In front of such a world-shattering storm, even an Empyrean would be as weak as an ant. Yes. However, that is something that may occur every several 100 million years or dozens of billions of years. As for this great calamity, the universe may not necessarily be destroyed. So are you saying that 3.6 billion years ago, there was such a great calamity? Lin Ming could feel that what this ancient soul said was true. Could it mean that this magic cube which appeared during these great calamities was actually an ominous object? Yes, that disaster caused the world laws to change. Because of that, body transformation laws were no longer suitable for humans, and that is when the essence gathering system began to flourish throughout all civilizations. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. He had heard that the rules of the world had changed, and thus dual body and energy cultivation had become something that defied the heavens' will. But as for why or when that happened, even Mo Evers now wasn't able to answer him. Only today did he learn the reason why. A calamity that could change the very laws of this world. What kind of terrifying storm had the universe passed through? I feel that you also dual cultivate body and energy. Really, you've got guts and talent, and you're not too weak either. You have found many lucky chances, and you even practice transcendent divine mights. If you can truly walk further down the road of dual body and energy cultivation and break through the shackles that bind you, there is a faint chance that you will become an Empyrean in the future. The ancient soul evaluated. This was already an extremely high estimate of Lin Ming. Since ancient times, no matter how talented a genius was, they would never have 100% confidence of becoming an Empyrean. For someone to have even a faint ray of hope already meant that they were an extraordinary genius of their generation. As the ancient soul spoke to hear, it suddenly grinned. It playfully said, "Hee, that little girl in your body is still standing guard against me. Aren't you afraid that her soul will suffer tremendous damage once again?" A cyan light suddenly shot out from between the ancient soul's eyebrows, straight into Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled, nearly subconsciously counterattacking. However, he immediately realized that this cyan light didn't have any hostility to it at all. Rather, it was a soft, gentle strength. He didn't stop it. As the cyan light covered his body, a cool feeling spread throughout him as if all the pores in his body were opening. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He knew that the light this ancient soul released was helping to soothe and heal Mo Eversnow's soul injuries. Mo Evers now had briefly combusted her soul just now to activate the magic cube. Although she hadn't sent out a true attack, she still had to consume a tremendous amount of soul force all this time. This caused more wounds to stack up on top of her previous injuries. The soul energy that this ancient soul sent out was able to supplement Mo Eversnow's damaged soul force. At least, it would help her so that her hidden wounds wouldn't suddenly erupt. Whoosh! Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming's souls separated. She didn't form a soul projection but remained in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Clothed in pure white, her face was pale and wan. Briefly activating the magic cube just now had greatly consumed her energy. Lin Ming, that artifact spirit. Mo Eversnow never imagined that this ancient artifact spirit would actually help heal her wounds. The ancient soul had undergone a complete change in personality from before discovering the magic cube to after discovering the magic cube. Mo Eversnow thought this was somewhat strange. She didn't think that this ancient soul was some kind-hearted savior. Everything must have been because of the magic cube. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, "I deeply thank Senior for helping my friend. Could Senior have some sort of fate with the magic cube? Could it be that?" As Lin Ming spoke, an inexplicable idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Could Senior be an artifact spirit of a treasure similar to the magic cube? There were two treasures similar to the magic cube. Could this ancient soul be an artifact spirit of one of those treasures? Magic cube. Hehe, that name is quite suitable. The ancient soul casually said, "Not only do you possess the magic cube, but you also know that there are two other similar objects. Quite interesting, you two are. However, I am not an artifact spirit of those treasures." The ancient soul shook its head. Those three objects do not seem to have ever had an artifact spirit. If they did, then if an artifact spirit was able to activate the power of those three tools themselves, the power of that would be unimaginable. I am the life transcendent spirit treasure forged by Empyrean Divine C himself, the ancient Elysium seal. In fact, you have already seen my true form. That is the violet sun crystal mountain in front of you. As the ancient soul spoke, Lin Ming was shocked. It turned out that this giant violet sun crystal mountain was actually a transcendent spirit treasure, the ancient Elysium seal. This is... Lin Ming was at a loss for words. When Fishy had bitten into the crystal, what she had been biting into was a transcendent spirit treasure. And, strangest of all was that she had actually managed to bite off a piece. That was simply too ridiculous. A transcendent spirit treasure was in existence on the same level as a transcendent divine might. This sort of thing surpassed the reach of the heavenly Tao and could control the world laws to a certain degree. It was an existence that the heavenly Tao would not abide. Once one was born, it would have to undergo heavenly tribulation. Fishy had actually bitten off a piece of a transcendent spirit treasure. The ancient soul seemed to know what Lin Ming was thinking. It laughed and said, "The violet sun crystal mountain that little girl bit into is only a manifestation of my body. The core of my being, the true ancient Elysium seal, is still stabilizing the eye of this divine seal array. Although that little girl is special, she hasn't yet grown. Causing some insignificant damage to an Empyrean's array formation is already her limit. If she wanted to destroy it, or even me, the transcendent spirit treasure guarding it, that would simply be impossible." As the ancient soul spoke, an idea popped up in Lin Ming's mind. In the past, Empyrean Divine C had gone to every extreme, sparing no expense to lay down this array formation, and had even used his own life transcendent spirit to do it. So, just what was sealed underneath this divine seal array formation? It had actually been sealed away for 3.6 billion years. Lin Ming hesitated for a bit. If he really asked what was suppressed beneath the ancient Elysium seal, then that would be unavoidably rude and offensive. This was definitely something that the ancient Elysium seal's artifact spirit wouldn't be willing to reveal. Thinking like this, Lin Ming said, "Senior, Junior would like to ask you a question. How come you decided not to kill me when you saw the magic cube?" Lin Ming felt this was a bit strange. This ancient soul clearly knew the value of the magic cube, but it had no intention of fighting Lin Ming for it. This seemed a bit contrary to common sense. The ancient artifact spirit laughed as it heard Lin Ming's question. Its gruff voice sounded a bit lonely and desolate. Every person and every treasure has their own time and era. My era ended with Empyrean Divine Seal 3.6 billion years ago. That bygone and splendid era had belonged to us, but now I will no longer fight for anything. It is impossible for me to make another breakthrough in my path. The reason that I used the destruction sundering art was to extend my own life, because the only reason I have left for existing is to protect this divine seal array formation. And when the true heavenly tribulation arrives, it will need heroes of that era to step forwards and lead the charge to battle against destruction. There will need to be a protagonist that can rise above all, and I clearly cannot be that person. Even if this divine seal array formation no longer needed my protection and I was capable of leaving this land, the most I could accomplish would be to play a supporting role. As for you, you do have a faint chance of becoming that leading hero that this era needs. Of course, whether or not you can accomplish this is actually an unknown. The ancient artifact spirit said. Rather than believing in Lin Ming, what it believed in was the magic cube. Those that obtained the magic cube didn't necessarily have the destiny to withstand possessing it. In the past, M.O. Eversnow's grandfather was a great world king and M.O. Eversnow herself was a peerless genius. They had found the magic cube, but not only did they not become the hero of their era, but they had instead suffered catastrophe. If Lin Ming perished, there would be someone else who would inherit his destiny. This cycle would continue on until the magic cube would fall into the hands of the true protagonist. Just how long was 100 million years? Even if the magic cube only changed masters every 10,000 years, it could still switch between the hands of 10,000 masters. Among these people, there was bound to be an unrivaled hero. Senior, are you saying that for these last 3.6 billion years, you've been protecting this divine seal array formation? Yes. Are you curious as to what is suppressed underneath the divine seal array formation? I advise you to put away your curiosity. This thing far surpasses your wildest imaginations. It is something related to the great world calamity from 3.6 billion years ago. If you learn what it is, not only will it bring no benefits to you, but it may even draw a disaster upon your head. As Lin Ming heard the ancient soul's words, his mind turned numb. 3.6 billion years. No matter what kind of blood and flesh life form it was, it should have been turned to dust by now. The only possibility was if it was an energy life form like an artifact spirit. But whatever it was actually needed such a grand and mighty array formation to suppress it. Could it be? Lin Ming thought of the demon bead and purple card that appeared beside the magic cube's phantom. If it were those items, they would truly need to be suppressed like this. But thinking about this further, Lin Ming shook his head. This ancient soul had said these three objects did not possess artifact spirits. A treasure without an artifact spirit shouldn't have any intelligence of its own and wouldn't need to be suppressed by this seal. Moreover, if they really did possess artifact spirits, then perhaps even the ancient Elysium seal wouldn't be able to suppress them. Lin Ming didn't think about it any further. The day that he grew strong enough, he would inevitably find out what was suppressed here. There was even the possibility that he would have to face it. But for now it was just like the ancient Elysium seal said. With his weak strength, knowing such a heaven-shaking secret would only bring disaster upon him. Senior, Junior has one last question. About Yen Little Fish. She is the little girl that this Junior brought here. Would you know what secrets her life has? The ancient soul was silent for a moment. It said, about her I only have some faint speculations. I have been sleeping here for far too long and there are many matters that happened outside which I cannot guess. Fate is illusory and unpredictable. Even an Empyrean cannot grasp the winding roads of fate that we all walk down, and the future will always be shrouded in mist. But at the appropriate time you will find out the truth. The ancient soul slowly said, its voice bringing with it a dim bleakness. Lin Ming heard it and remained silent. Even an Empyrean was unable to control fate. In truth, things like destiny, lucky chances, and karma, when all of these were combined together, they formed something that could be called a road that existed separate to and above the heavenly Tao. It was whimsical, unpredictable, and impossible to determine. Junior, you and that little soul-form girl within you are extreme geniuses of your generations. Even that little child that eats violet sun crystals is not ordinary. You came here to where I slumber and wanted to break off a piece of this grand array. Just what do you seek here? Junior came for a violet sunstone embryo. Lin Ming directly said. Violet sunstone embryo? A spirit body bred within a violet sun crystal? That's easy. My manifested body has many such things sealed within it. I will bestow you one. But after this you will have to walk down your own road. I will wait 10,000 years for you and see whether you fade into ashes or become a truly supreme character of the divine realm. Ha ha ha! The ancient soul guffawed. Then, a wave of purple light surged towards Lin Ming, sweeping over him. Lin Ming felt the space in front of him suddenly distort as energy wrapped around him and he was shifted outside of the spatial node. But at this time, right beside Lin Ming, a human-sized violet sun crystal also appeared, slowly floating in air. Sealed inside this violet sun crystal was a purple stone monkey. Although it was a stone monkey, it looked completely lifelike. It had black crystal eyes and every detail on its body was utterly perfect, down to every single hair. This was the violet sunstone embryo. Lin Ming waved his hand and directly received the violet sunstone embryo into the extreme violet ring. Mo Evers now turned into a stream of light and entered the extreme violet ring. As she saw the stone monkey in front of her, she took a light breath. This is a violet sunstone embryo that has formed for hundreds of millions of years. Empyrean Divine Seal was truly amazing. He was able to take the massive violet sun crystal mountain as a derivative body of the ancient Elysium seal and constantly nourish it with energy fathered from the array formation, sealing it all away for 3.6 billion years in a single try and even creating a world that forms violet sunstone embryos. Just any one of these is a top-quality treasure amongst all top-quality treasures. Mo Evers now sighed as she deeply felt the difference between her strength and the strength of an Empyrean. When she had been at her peak state, she had only been a half-step world king. Indeed, perhaps in the past Empyrean Divine Seal was the hero who led the forces of this universe to resist the Great Calamity. And even now, the Divine Seal array formation is still suppressing something related to the Great Calamity. I wonder just what it is. Lin Ming, we've smoothly succeeded in obtaining the violet sunstone embryo, but it's likely that Riverfeather hasn't yet gathered the other materials required for refining the esoteric immortality pill. Instead of returning to immemorial Imperial City now and wasting our time, we might as well stay underground here. I will refine the essence of the violet sunstone embryo and you can cultivate. With your level of spirit body, there is no bottleneck for you between Ninefall and the Divine Sea. You only need to absorb enough origin energy and have your world seed germinate. Okay. During Lin Ming's Ninefall, he had absorbed a massive amount of world law fragments. However, he hadn't yet found the time to perceive them. To slowly digest and comprehend these laws was an extremely slow process. Lin Ming rose up until he was only 3,000 miles underground and began to close up in training here. Deep underground, although the level of heat wasn't like that of the 18 Hells of Flame, which contained different types of laws, it was still able to play a role in enhancing his comprehension of the concept of fire. As for Mo Evers now, after she completely refined the violet sunstone embryo, she took out the bone slip that Lin Ming purchased from the Underworld Trade Fair and began to skim through its contents. This was a bone slip from ancient times. Although it was just a fragment, there were likely many things recorded within that were valuable. Fishy spent these days happy and comfortable, eating then sleeping, then waking up to eat again. After the violet sunstone embryo was refined by Mo Evers now, all that was left over was the violet sun crystal skin. This was also graciously eaten by Fishy. This violet sun crystal skin was of a far higher quality than ordinary violet sun crystals. The violet sun crystals mined from within violet sunstone mines would absorb heaven and earth origin energy from the world, even as it slowly emitted energy. Finally, this energy would achieve a balance, and the energy contained within these crystals would not increase or diminish. But the Divine Seal Array Formation's massive violet sun crystal mountain was different. Because of the barrier formed from the array formation, it would only absorb energy without any escaping. This violet sun crystal skin had formed over 2 billion years, gathering energy all the while. The purity and degree of energy contained within it could not be compared to those violet sun crystals mined from violet sunstone mines. The difference between them was like wine that had just been brewed versus wine that had been stored in a cellar for a millennium. After Fishy ate this violet sun crystal skin, her round face blushed red with a sunset glow, as if she had become drunk on wine. Her steps were unsteady and she finally plopped to the ground where she fell straight asleep. In these days, Fishy had eaten up many valuable violet sun crystals worth tens of millions of violet sunstones. This didn't even include the incomparably precious violet sun crystal skin. Her cheeks became more and more shiny and red and seemed as if one could pinch them and find water. They were like two round happy peaches. Fishy rested for 7 days and 7 nights. After waking up, she was unexpectedly still hungry. Mo Evers now investigated Fishy's body with her sense. Although she couldn't find any condensation of true essence, she could faintly feel as if something had changed. This result didn't disappoint Mo Evers now. If even the ancient Elysium seal said that Fishy's physique was extremely special, then it was impossible to awaken her bloodline just by eating a few dozen million violet sunstones. After waking up, Fishy was able to eat more and more. Even so, her body didn't change at all. It was unknown just where the massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy disappeared to. Like this, over half a year passed. Deep in meditation, Lin Ming's body suddenly shook and he opened his eyes. Within his dantian, the world seed there had become smaller. But around the world seed there were violent space distortions, as if the whole thing were about to tear apart. This was the symbol that the world seed would soon erupt. Lin Ming was just a step away from reaching the divine sea. If he wanted to, he could force it and even make a breakthrough now. Of course, the best way was to suppress his cultivation to the limit until he naturally made a breakthrough. Miss Mo, it's time. Let's return to immemorial Imperial City. Illuminated by the rising sun, immemorial Imperial City seemed like an incomparably massive monster that floated in the skies. It blocked all sunlight for tens of thousands of miles, casting an enormous shadow on true martial mainland. At any moment there were countless spirit ships and mounts shuttling back and forth around immemorial Imperial City. The smallest of these were like horses, but the larger ones were bigger than mountains. They were like a swarm of locusts that extended to the distant horizon. Endless. Walking through immemorial Imperial City, there were very few revolving core martial artists. If some were seen, they were often young elites that still hadn't grown. As for ordinary martial artists, it was impossible for them to pay the fee to enter the city. This second time I've come to immemorial Imperial City, it seems as if it's much livelier than it was 8 months ago. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. The last time he came to immemorial Imperial City, he had felt that there were many young heroic elites, and now there were even more of them. For every 10 people he saw on the street, no more than 3 or 4 of them would be over 50 years of age. As Lin Ming arrived at a corner of the city, he lit up a sound-transmitting talisman. This was the sound-transmitting mark that River Feather gave to him. After just 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming received a reply. River Feather was already on his way. Ever since the last trading fair where Lin Ming had displayed a strength that far surpassed a genius of a world king-level Holy Land, River Feather had wholeheartedly wanted to pull closer his relationship with Lin Ming. River Feather would naturally do his best with the task Lin Ming had given him. Brother Lin. In less than an hour, a white-clothed River Feather appeared in Lin Ming's sight, a bright and excited smile on his face. Ha! Lady Luck was smiling on me this time. I didn't humiliate myself. I have already prepared all of the materials you wanted. Thank you, Brother River. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest. It wasn't easy to find the materials required to refine the esoteric immortality pill. Many of the materials were strange and unorthodox ingredients. River Feather's family had a large number of channels and contacts throughout immemorial Imperial City. With his help, Lin Ming was able to save himself a great deal of time. In terms of price, I will make sure to pay you more than enough. I won't let Brother River suffer a loss here. River Feather was startled. He quickly said, Brother Lin, what kind of words are these? I was only helping you with some minor matters, and even if you paid me at the normal price, my river family would still turn a profit. Compared to a favor from Lin Ming, violet sunstones weren't worth mentioning at all. That's right, Brother River. I just returned to immemorial Imperial City and discovered that there are many more young geniuses than there were before. What's going on? Is there some important event that happened recently? Lin Ming was only casually asking, but after River Feather heard this, his face glowed with excitement. He enthusiastically said, "These young geniuses are all here to participate in the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. The Sacred Martial Grand Tournament is a competition between geniuses of the younger generation. There are countless masters and the prizes are extremely rich. But what a pity, the tournament is already half over." Brother Lin missed out this time. River Feather shook his head in regret. They've already begun the knockout rounds. If Brother Lin had come several months ago and signed up, you surely could have won the championship and dazzled everyone. Oh? Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. He didn't feel bad that he missed out on the Saint Martial Grand Tournament. This sort of tournament was only a battle between the geniuses in immemorial Imperial City. No matter how large a city was, there were still limits. It didn't matter if he missed it or not. That's right. I have no idea why, but recently True Martial Great World has been holding many tournaments so that juniors can compete with each other. As for my immemorial Imperial City, this Sacred Martial Grand Tournament is being held by the second World King level influence here, the Sacred Martial Mansion. In immemorial Imperial City, there were 2 World King level Holy Lands that had bases. The first was True Martial Holy Lands. That was a holy land built by the great World King of True Martial World and was also the top holy land of True Martial World. As for the second World King level Holy Land, that was Saint Martial Mansion. The 2 World King level Holy Lands only had a part of their forces based in immemorial Imperial City. Their main headquarters weren't here. But this was simply how things were. It was already amazing enough that 2 World King level Holy Lands were based in the same city. Even throughout the entire Divine Realm, this city could be considered somewhat famous. It's still a bit early. I'll have my subordinates gather up all the materials for Brother Lin. Brother Lin, if you're free, how about following me to the venue of the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament and taking a look at these geniuses as they fight? The Sacred Martial Grand Tournament is nearing its latter stages, so the ones stepping on stage are all peak talents of immemorial Imperial City. There are even extraordinary geniuses from the 2 World King level Holy Lands. The battles are sure to be amazing. As Lin Ming heard River Feather's exuberant tone, he was indeed somewhat tempted. Up until now, the only World King level Holy Land he had experienced was the Ancient Dragon Clan. However, the Ancient Dragon Clan didn't have a World King level martial artist in their ranks at the moment. Lin Ming didn't know just what degree of strength an ordinary World King level Holy Land genius had. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Ming followed River Feather all the way to the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament's venue. The closer they were, the more outstanding young elites they saw on their way. Many of these people were even more talented than someone like White Daohong. These martial artists had come from all over True Martial Great World, crossing over countless miles to come here. They hoped to show off their skills in immemorial Imperial City and gain glory and riches. What are the prizes for this Sacred Martial Grand Tournament? Lin Ming asked. This question caused River Feather to bubble with even more excitement. He fanatically explained, "The prizes are amazing. The reward for the number 1 champion is a 9 Divine Shifts pill. This is a high-grade Heaven Step pill that a late Divine Sea Powerhouse uses to help attack the Divine Transformation Realm. Through taking it, one can help develop their own inner world. If they take this pill, then during the early Divine Transformation Realm, the size of their inner world would surpass even the inner worlds of middle Divine Transformation martial artists. The prize can only be used for Divine Sea martial artists to attack the Divine Transformation Realm?" Lin Ming traced his chin. It would be a long time until he could use something like this. Normally in this sort of competition between geniuses, only Divine Sea Realm martial artists will participate, many of them Ninefall geniuses. Life Destruction Realm martial artists are busy accumulating energy and perceiving the laws. Many of them are desperately suppressing their own cultivation as much as possible until they break through to ninefall and amaze the world with their momentum. If they can reach ninefall, they can even overturn the heavens. By reaching ninefall, they will have the luck of having experienced a baptism of a massive amount of laws. To seek ninefall and find the 9 divine shifts, the most important of these 18 boundaries is ninefall. That is a completely different watershed from the other realms. If a genius can reach ninefall, the further they go, the greater the disparity will become. This is why ninefall has such significance to divine sea geniuses. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the future achievements of a genius and their degree of talent were most visible and accurately seen during the divine sea realm. If a genius couldn't even form a ninefall foundation, then there was no way they could ever become a holy lord unless they were able to stumble upon a heaven-shaking lucky chance. As the two spoke, they arrived at a massive palatial construction that spanned hundreds of miles. Without needing River Feather to tell him, Lin Ming could already discern that this was the arena for the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. The surrounding martial artists had already grouped up into a seething torrent of people. From those that came in and out from countless different entrances, most of them were part of the audience. "This is spectacular," Lin Ming praised. Even though this was just a tournament between geniuses in a city, it had still reached such an incredible scale. "Haha, of course. My immemorial imperial city is one of the largest cities of true martial great world, and Sacred Martial House is also a true world king-level holy land. The tournament of geniuses they hold is only inferior to those held by the true martial holy lands," River Feather said, satisfied by Lin Ming's acclaim. But just as River Feather revealed a happy smile, that smile froze on his face. In front of River Feather, a blue-clothed youth strolled into view, clasping a beautiful young woman at his side. This blue-clothed youth had a joking smile as he looked at River Feather. The blue-clothed youth had a refined and collected energy to him. One could tell that he was a master just from a glance, someone far stronger than River Feather. This youth didn't pay attention to Lin Ming. He only looked at River Feather and said with a smile, "Isn't that my dear little brother? How are you? The last I heard, you were eliminated in the preliminary matches, right? Why did you come to the main arena? Are you here to watch me compete?" The blue-clothed youth chuckled, his voice grating on River Feather's ears. Lin Ming remained quiet. He was able to discern the situation with just a glance. This blue-clothed youth was River Feather's older brother. In the mortal world, brothers were as close as they could be, mutually supporting each other. But in these distinguished martial families, especially between half-brothers, there were often struggles in the race to be chosen as the next successor of the family. These struggles could even turn tragic, and the relationship of these brothers was as volatile as water and fire. Thus, mocking each other upon meeting was also normal. "Hee, River Feather, if you're smart then I advise you not to struggle with me. Whether it is strength or how many people are under my control, you are inferior to me. In the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament, I am also the only one in the family who made it past the preliminary matches and am able to participate in the finals. In this competition, those who can step on stage are mostly geniuses of World King-level holy lands. If I can defeat just a single one of them, my status in the family will reach all new heights." "He's your big brother?" Lin Ming casually asked after the blue-clothed youth left. River Feather revealed an embarrassed expression. "Brother Lin must think it funny, but he is really my brother. He was born a few years before me, so his strength is naturally higher than mine." He said that he was the only one of your River family that was able to participate in the finals?" "That's right." River Feather wryly smiled. "The finals have around 200 people that were chosen, and around 80 of them are disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion. The remaining 120 are divided amongst the other influences. The competition is intense, and there is also the true martial holy lands to worry over. They only sent a very small number of disciples to attend, but they still account for over a dozen participants. Since this Sacred Martial Grand Tournament was held by Sacred Martial Mansion, the prizes were also distributed by them. And the most valuable of these prizes would likely be obtained by disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion in the end. it would be difficult for any outsiders to have a chance. As for the true martial Holy Lands, they had merely sent some stronger disciples to join in on the fun. They couldn't be considered as having sent their peak disciples, or else that would have been a slap to Sacred Martial Mansion's face. After paying an entrance fee of some violet sunstones, Lin Ming and Riverfeather entered the martial field. Luckily, Lin Ming had already known that this grand finals arena would be gargantuan. Even so, as he entered the arena he was startled. This arena actually held its own dimension realm inside, and extended for 800 miles. 800 miles. If Lin Ming was running at full strength, it wouldn't take long to cross. But, if this size were reflected in just a single building, then that was terrifying. At this time, the stands in the arena were over 1,000 feet high and already filled with people. Looking from afar, the spectators resembled a swarm of ants. Further away, they merged into a dark mass, and even the entire arena appeared solid with people. The arena stage was divided into 100 martial fields, and every martial field had its own battle playing out. All sorts of energy explosions recklessly struck against the protections of array formations with dazzling sparks shooting off into the sky. Giant ringing sounds of energy detonations filled the air. When these sounds combined with the raucous cheers of the audience, they seemed to overwhelm the world. This massive building over 800 miles wide and over 1,000 feet high could easily fit 100 million people. And in the sky, there were massive array discs floating about. These were battle array discs, similar to the battle array discs Lin Ming had once seen at Skysplit Tower that recorded the battles of the Eightfall War Emperor. However, these battle array discs were much more exquisite and high quality. They were able to gather up the world laws to form massive phantom projections in the air, reflecting everything happening in the battlefields below them. At this time, one of the array discs was displaying one of the many battles occurring on stage. Two youths were fighting in the center of a martial stage, their momentum irresistible. Their phantoms were enlarged by thousands of times until their images were tens thousands of feet tall. Their projections were reflected in the skies above the martial field. In the 800-mile large arena, they were like two giants battling in the air. Even a mortal with poor vision could still see them from 100 miles away. Of course, there were no mortals present in the audience, so they were able to see even more clearly, as if the fight were happening right in front of their eyes. What a wonderful atmosphere! Lin Ming praised. This sort of martial field really had a magnificent aura to it. The arena was able to hold 100 million spectators, and 100 matches were occurring at the same time. And the key matches were projected into the skies, allow martial artists from every corner of the arena to see what was happening there. Just a single immemorial imperial city could hold a tournament with such momentum. This was far from what any influence in the lower realms could hope to achieve. As Lin Ming recalled the tournaments that were once held at the 7 profound valleys, the difference between the two couldn't even be described as a firefly to the moon. As the two youths fought, they sent out energy shockwaves, sword light, spear light, battle spirit projections, and every other aspect of their battle was amplified to epic proportions for all to see. This was a truly three-dimensional image. When a massive sword light was sent out, it shot towards the audience, even cutting down upon them. When this phantom sword light passed through their bodies, those affected really did faintly feel as if they had been spiritually struck. This oppressive feeling was truly lifelike. Watching such a shocking and stupefying battle, even if one knew that this was only a light projection, it still thrilled the heart, especially since these people were all martial artists. As they saw a fight like this, they all began to roar out together. As martial artists, and especially genius martial artists, the pressure placed on them was intense. The pressure of competition, the pressure of life or death risks, the pressure of cultivation. When all of these pressures were combined together, they really required an outlet to be released. Now that they could howl out like this, all of them were happy and ecstatic. This is crazy. Lin Ming took a light breath. In the mortal world, there were all sorts of sports that attracted many people. For instance, kickball competitions and other such movements. These sorts of competitions were able to attract a massive number of fans and spectators, all of whom would cheer during the competition. causing the atmosphere to turn crazy with elation. But no matter how crazy they could never be even 1,000th as crazy as martial artists watching a battle between powerhouses. In the world of martial artists, there was no one who didn't practice martial arts. This was the absolute competition that everyone shared between them. The road of martial arts was everything to a martial artist. In this case, with such a spectacular fight occurring right in front of their eyes, the impact could be imagined. When these martial artists all gathered together, the atmosphere was enough to make their blood boil over. Many of those in the audience were friends or relatives of the competing martial artists. They were senior apprentice brothers, junior apprentice sisters, good brothers, and so forth. As they all shouted out together, their voices were collapsing mountains, spreading over the world like an endless tsunami. "Oh, isn't that you, Iron Rock?" Lin Ming discovered that in a corner of the arena there was a towering young man. "That was you, Iron Rock. When you, Iron Rock, stayed in the enchantment that hastened the flow of time, that was all for this sacred martial grand tournament?" As Lin Ming thought about this, he looked over at Yu Ironrock. Currently, Yu Ironrock's complexion was extremely poor. The opponent he faced was a red-haired youth with sharp eyebrows that slanted upwards, bright eyes, and a square face that looked as if it had been hewed from stone with a very sharp axe. This person's aura seemed to light up with red flames. His aura was wild and reckless, as capricious as a demon. That is really Yu Ironrock. His luck is poor enough. The opponent he's facing is one of the leading juniors of Sacred Martial Mansion. He's called the Little Sovereign of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yueping. River Feather shook his head. Before he finished speaking, his words were drowned out in a roar of cheers. "Little Sovereign is invincible. Little Sovereign will win." Waves over waves of momentum completely overwhelmed all other sounds on the martial field. As for Yu Ironrock as Sacred Yueping's match, the pressure on him could be imagined. Without needing to think, one could already tell that the reason this battle was projected into the skies with a battle array disc was not because of Yu Ironrock but because of Sacred Yueping. "You are not my match." Before the battle had begun, Sacred Yueping had already issued a declaration of victory. Yu Ironrock angrily said, "If you want to defeat me, you will still have to pay the price." Yu Ironrock roared and extracted a giant halberd from his spatial ring, chopping down at Sacred Yueping. When Yu Ironrock had fought Lin Ming, he hadn't used a weapon at all. When he fought Lin Ming, he had underestimated him. But now, fighting this Sacred Yueping, one of the leading juniors of Sacred Martial Mansion, he naturally put forth 120% of his strength. Whoosh! The return strike from Sacred Yueping was a blood-red spear light. This spear light was like a dragon swimming through the oceans, wildly delving into Yu Ironrock's attack. With a loud rumbling sound, Yu Ironrock's giant halberd was struck down by the spear light. Before he could even use a second move, his protective true essence was pierced through by Sacred Yueping. He was sent flying backwards, blood splashing out from his body. Sacred Yueping victory! After being enhanced by an array formation, the voice of the announcer spread throughout the entire martial field, causing the atmosphere to grow even crazier. Although this result was well within everyone's expectations, when it truly happened, the fans and supporters of Sacred Yueping still issued out deafening cheers that seemed capable of washing the clouds away. As for the disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion, they were much calmer. Defeating a mere Holy Land-level genius wasn't anything to cheer for. Sacred Yueping is too strong. He's one of the strongest disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion and one of the leaders of the younger generation. In my immemorial imperial city, he can be considered the #1 junior master of the spear. River Feather praised from his heart as he watched this battle. He was filled with envy of Sacred Yueping's talent and strength. They could both be considered outstanding individuals of their generation, but if he were to be compared with Sacred Yueping, the difference would be like cloud and mud. He really makes others jealous. He's strong, has tremendous momentum, has the worship and adoration of countless women, and Sacred Martial Mansion will also vigorously train him. In the future, it won't be any problem at all for him to become a Holy Lord-level powerhouse. In the Divine Realm, if one wanted to become a world king, even the worst of world kings, that was still something that was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Thus, in most cases, describing a genius as someone that would become a holy lord was already a very high evaluation. Lin Ming didn't respond, only silently watching the tournament. The central battle array disc was naturally used to project the battle of Sacred Martial Mansion's strongest talent. As for the smaller battles happening at the sides, Lin Ming didn't miss them either. As he continued to watch them, he gained an approximate understanding of the average level of strength that the young elites in immemorial Imperial City possessed. There were truly a great number of heroic young elites here. This wasn't just holy lands and quasi-holy lands, but also included the geniuses of hidden martial families, as well as the disciples of some roaming old eccentric martial artists. These martial artists would often accept a person as their disciple to inherit their legacy. When all of these were added together, there were simply far too many. Among these people, there were sometimes dark horses that appeared from time to time. Lin Ming observed a few of them. They were hiding away in various areas of the arena, conserving their strength for the future matches. As the tournament grew increasingly intense and the battles more brilliant and splendid, these hidden masters would begin to emerge one after another. However, Sacred Martial Mansion still suppressed them all. Their three leading figures, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yanran, all seemed invincible. All of the martial artists in this tournament seemed strong. But when facing these three, they couldn't even last 3 moves. Heavens! They're too strong. They only have a middle divine sea cultivation, but even a late divine sea genius of a holy land can't even last for 10 breaths of time in front of them. Is there anyone in the junior generation that can possibly be an opponent to them? That's right. And they haven't even revealed their complete strength. This junior generation of Sacred Martial Mansion is truly strong. I fear that even the geniuses of the true martial holy lands are equal to them. Even in the entire divine realm, these 3 outstanding geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion truly have the capital to be famous. Famous throughout the divine realm? What sort of domineering confidence is that? Ha ha ha! As these martial artists were speaking, the atmosphere became increasingly heated. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred throughout the entire arena. An indescribable force field came crashing down from the skies, swallowing up all sound and all light. The horrifying pressure of this force field caused every fight happening in the arena to stop. None of them were able to summon any strength in the face of this power. In that instant, everyone felt as if they had lost their breath, suffocated, locked into a separate space-time where they could only hear their own heartbeat. Heavens! Just what kind of force field was this? Lin Ming was shocked. This force field was able to cover such a terrifying scope. This force field wasn't even aimed at him, but just by being caught in it, Lin Ming felt as if he faced the endless universe, unable to resist at all. At this time, a boundless and potent voice reverberated through the endless space. 3 months from now, the first martial meeting of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds will be held in the Divine Dream World, held jointly by Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. All heroic young elites of the Divine Realm may participate. This great voice echoed in space for a long time, resounding again and again. Lin Ming was completely stunned. The first martial meeting of the Divine Realm, and it would be conducted by Empyreans? This was actually Empyreans. This was a grand tournament that covered the entire Divine Realm and also included every single young elite of the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds held numerous World King-level influences, countless Holy Land-level influences, and all sorts of hidden families and descendants of roaming masters. This unimaginable quantity of people would be completely gathered at the Divine Dream World. Among these people were even descendants of Empyreans. What kind of scene would that be? That would be the grandest event of all ages. As the vast voice vanished, the force field also retreated like a receding tide. Everyone in the giant arena was still immersed in a moment of shock. The tournament had paused and didn't continue yet. The first martial meeting of the Divine Realm, ha ha ha. The news that we heard was correct. Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe. Two great Empyreans, conducting the first martial meeting that will sweep over the entire divine realm. I'm looking forwards to this so much. In comparison to that, this sacred martial grand tournament is just an appetizer. It cannot show our true strengths. On the martial field, Sacred Yueping wildly laughed, his red hair blowing in the wind. It's impossible to know when this sort of martial meeting will truly be held. But, as the date of this martial meeting approached, all of the great influences had received some type of rumor on the wind, and because of this many geniuses were raised by these large influences. This is the greatest martial meeting beneath the heavens. Many great influences, including even our sacred martial mansion, have been hurriedly training their geniuses to prepare for this once-in-a-lifetime event. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be completely true. Sacred Tianhao avidly said from beside Sacred Yueping, his expression clearly excited. Recently, great tournaments had been held at Immemorial Imperial City again and again, all in order to prepare for this upcoming Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. The First Martial Meeting was a chance which all geniuses of the Divine Realm could participate in. Among the young geniuses produced from the great influences, all of them were arrogant talents of their generation, and none of them were willing to admit that they were worse than others. They all looked forwards to competing against other geniuses at their age and being able to shine in glory at this Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Miss M.O., do you know about this? Lin Ming asked. He was also filled with anticipation towards this Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. He had heard again and again how vast and broad the Divine Realm was and how many powerhouses there were. But as for how great it was and how many powerhouses there were, Lin Ming hadn't truly experienced it. And this time was the best opportunity for him to do so. Only competing on this incomparably grand stage could cause his blood to boil over with passion. I do. The first martial meeting can only be initiated by an Empyrean. Normally, there are different Empyreans that take turns hosting this event. Not every generation of geniuses can encounter the first martial meeting. This is because every time the first martial meeting is held, the momentum of the event grows far too huge. The consumption of resources and energy is tremendous. Thus, oftentimes there can be 2,000 to 3,000 years between each first martial meeting. There are even some great influences that will have their young geniuses enter into time-changing enchantments if they feel that the time for the first martial meeting will begin soon. They will have their geniuses come out only when the date for the first martial meeting arrives. However, I didn't do this in the past, nor did I participate in the first martial meeting. Miss M.O., you didn't participate? Lin Ming asked, stunned. He felt it somewhat a pity. M.O. Evers now was the most talented person he had ever encountered to date. If she had participated in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, she would have inevitably blossomed in glory. M.O. Evers now said, even if I did participate in the martial meeting, there is no saying how I would do. The Divine Realm is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are far too many powerhouses, more than you could ever imagine. And especially in this first martial meeting, it will have gathered the greatest extreme talents of the past several generations. Even for you, I can't say how well you would do when competing against all the young geniuses of the Divine Realm. The key point is that you are too young. You're just over 30 years old, but the requirement for the first martial meeting is only that all heroic young elites must be at the late Divine Sea Realm and below. This is mainly a test of laws, perception, battle spirit, foundation, and other such factors. There are many people that will pause at the late Divine Sea Realm even until they are in their 50s so that they can participate. These types of people will have over 20 more years of practice and experience than you. I understand. Lin Ming thought little of it. Instead, his fighting spirit rose, bubbling with excitement. For a genius to grow, they needed a greater stage. Before this, the ancient Phoenix clan that Lin Ming had gone to, and even Carefree Island, could only be considered Holy Land and Quasi-Holy Land level sections. As for World King level influences, he hadn't yet experienced them, much less something far greater like an Empyrean level influence. This Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was an amazing chance for him to temper himself and gain experience. Oh, before, The great voice that echoed throughout the sacred martial grand tournament wasn't limited to just the true martial great world. It also reverberated through all the great worlds of the divine realm, including all the dimension realms and minor dimensions. This voice passed through all barriers, entering the ears of all. At this time, at the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters in a deep crimson space, 3 old men were standing before a blood pond, and in front of them were 7 or 8 youths. One of them was an elegant and beautiful young woman with a wonderful aura about her. She was Yen Little Moon. After several years had passed, Yen Little Moon had become slimmer and more graceful than before. She had lost a bit of her past naivete and gained a heroic and daring air to her. The energy from her body was faster and sharper, and she exuded a feeling as if she were a honed long sword. You should all know that the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting will be held 3 months from now, an old man slowly said in front of these youths. His voice was potent and filled with a boisterous energy, every syllable vibrating to the bone. This person was one of the ancient Phoenix clan's highest elders, the Peak Holy Lord Violent Stone. Understood. The several youths nodded, taking deep breaths. Their hearts were still beating faster than before. They had the chance to participate in this martial meeting and face all the young geniuses that existed in the entire divine realm. So how could they not be excited? I won't speak any crap. My only requirement for you lot is that at least one of you pass through the qualifying round and enter into the top 100,000 rankings. Pass the qualifying round and enter into the top 100,000 rankings? The several youths looked at each other, a bit confused. Ha! Sounds a bit sad when you say it like that. But this is the truth. Our ancient Phoenix clan has one of the most extraordinary bloodlines throughout the entire divine realm. But we have a singular and fatal weakness, and that is that we are not true descendants of a phoenix. We are only mortals that have the phoenix bloodline transplanted into our bodies. In this aspect, the ancient Dragon Clan, Kirin Clan, and Rock Clan are all the same as us, and there are some unorthodox bloodlines, for instance the Hydra bloodline, that are far below us in quality. But there are some in their ranks that truly had a Hydra as their ancestor. Those Hydras are great monsters that crossed through heavenly tribulation and gained the ability to take human form. Not only do their descendants possess their bloodline, but they also possess the flesh, organs, and fascia of a Hydra. Our ancient Phoenix clan simply cannot compare with them in this aspect. It is extremely difficult for a phoenix to give birth to a descendant, much less copulate and produce children with a human. Thus, the Hydra clan is also a peak holy land. Throughout the entire divine realm, every great world has 100 to 200 holy lands, and the 3,000 great worlds together possess between 40,000 to 50,000 holy lands. In addition, there are also the countless medium and small worlds that existed around and between the 3,000 great worlds. There are all sorts of martial families, hidden masters, and secret influences that exist in all corners of the universe. This is why the number of geniuses is at least double what you would expect. As for our ancient Phoenix clan, we can still be considered at the peak of these influences. But above us there are also World King level Holy Lands and Empyrean level Holy Lands. To achieve a rank of 100,000 is already a wonderful result. Since ancient times, the highest result that our ancient Phoenix clan has ever obtained is still over 8,000. As Violent Stone spoke, all of the heroic young elites present gulped, feeling shocked. This great tournament between geniuses that would sweep through the entire divine realm was much more terrifying than what they imagined. It had to be known that, in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan, there had been extreme characters such as Xiao Daoji and Burning Heaven. However, the highest anyone had reached was still a ranking in the 8,000s. Violent Stone suddenly turned to Yen Little Moon. He said, "Little Moon, your progress in these past years has been outstanding. When you crossed Ninefall, you reached the peak of the absolute 3 levels. I have great expectations for you in this grand martial meeting. Still, you are only at the early Divine Sea realm, so your cultivation is a bit low. In these next 3 months, you will enter a time-altering enchantment and raise your cultivation to the middle Divine Sea realm. I will personally direct you in this matter." Yen Little Moon vigorously shouted, "Yes, Elder." Violent Stone nodded. He seemed to suddenly remember something as he shook his head. That brat Lin Ming. I wonder just where he went to go adventuring. He's definitely not the type that would miss out on this sort of grand martial meeting. Thinking of the time, his cultivation should be at the early divine sea realm by now. I wonder just how many layered heavens that brat managed to experience. Beside a violent stone, another elder heard these words and shook his head. When Lin Ming crossed Ninefall, his momentum should surely have been more amazing than Yen Littleman's. He would have surpassed the absolute 3 levels, or he might have even surpassed 18 layered heavens and reached an even higher boundary. Unfortunately, he is still too young. An early divine sea cultivation is a bit low, but he still has 3 months remaining. Even if he entered into a time-altering enchantment, the distorted laws within would impede his training. If this divine realm first martial meeting had happened 20-some years from now, then that would have been great. If so, Lin Ming would have definitely been able to dazzle the world. But now, perhaps he might only be able to enter into the top 10,000 ranks. Only 10,000, Hua Violent Stone quietly repeated. Even as one of Lin Ming's masters, Hua Violent Stone didn't know much about his disciple. He didn't know about Mo Evers now, he didn't know of the magic cube, he didn't know of the 10-severing Dao fruit tree. He didn't know that Lin Ming had stolen the supreme dragon bone in the god-beast mystic realm, and he didn't know many other things. However, he could feel that Lin Ming held many secrets on his body. Thus, he was still looking forwards to Lin Ming being able to create a miracle at this first martial meeting. I believe that he won't stop at just being ranked around 10,000. Hua Violent Stone silently said to himself. Oh. In true martial great world, within a massive floating palace, there was a black-cloaked martial artist standing in the main hall. His back was broad and he seemed to stand as high as a mountain peak. Around him, all sorts of laws constantly changed and transformed. There was even heaven and earth origin energy that twisted about, forming into all sorts of magical creatures. These creatures all bowed down to this person. This was a symbol of one having achieved an extremely high degree of comprehension in the laws. Behind him, over 1,000 youths were bent down to their knees. Each youth had their right hand placed across their chest and their heads were bowed, nearly touching the floor. At this time, these youths all had reverential expressions on their faces. The large man in front of them was no other than true martial great world's world king. He was the one who controlled the entire true martial holy lands, and was also one of the great world kings of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, the true martial world king. It's begun, it's finally begun. I won't speak about just how meaningful this first martial meeting will be to all of us. According to the past rewards, if nothing has changed, then the top 3 challengers will have the chance to study a complete transcendent divine might. Although they won't give the transcendent divine might jade slip to you, this is still a mind-boggling stroke of good fortune. Of course, achieving top 3 is impossible for you all. But there are still incomparably rich rewards for ranking in the top 1,000 or even top 10,000. The reason that I spent so much time and resources to train you was all for this moment. In 3 months, you must blossom on stage and dazzle the world. Do not disappoint me. For the one who performs the best in this first martial meeting and also manages to enter into the top 1,000 rankings, I will train him as my direct successor. A successor of the true martial holy land's holy lord, the true martial world king. Just what sort of great honor was that? One could directly enjoy the most precious resources of the true martial holy lands. Of course, even if one could become a successor of the true martial world king, the chances of becoming a world king in the future were still incomparably slim. In fact, there actually existed many true martial world king successors. After all, the true martial world king had already lived for millions of years. In these millions of years, even if there was only a single successor chosen every couple tens of thousands of years, there would still be over 100 of them. In this group of successors, it was already extraordinary if an ordinary world king could be produced amongst them. If a great world king could be born, that would be a festive occasion celebrated throughout the entire Holy Land. But the chances of this happening weren't too great. Even so, for the true martial world king to promise a single chance of becoming a successor was already a massive lucky chance to these juniors. As long as they were raised as a successor, their future achievements would not be lacking. They could enter into the highest echelons of the true martial Holy Lands and become a peak Holy Lord level character. It wasn't just the true martial Holy Lands Holy Lord that was making such a promise, but the Holy Lords of the many other World King level Holy Lands were also promising large rewards. Once one entered into the top 1,000 or even top 10,000, not only would they obtain the rewards of an Empyrean, but they would also obtain rewards from the leader of their sect or family. This was simply ascending to heaven in a single leap. 3 days later, the detailed list of rewards for the first martial meeting was handed out to all the major intelligence organizations. Even though they published this list in near-infinite quantities, it still fell far short of demand. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would reward a total of 18,000 martial artists. Outside of the top 3,000, one would only receive a symbolic participation prize. The reward for that was 10 million violet sunstones and a violet sun crystal medal. From 900 to 3,000, the reward was 20 million violet sunstones and a medal corresponding to their ranking. Above that was 50 million violet sunstones. Moreover, there were also many other types of rewards such as spirit artifacts, pills, cultivation method jade slips, and so forth. The most attractive rewards were in the top 10. From 10th to 6th place, the reward was 30 billion violet sunstones. From 5th to 4th, the reward was 100 billion violet sunstones. From 3rd to 2nd, the reward was 300 million violet sunstones. And the first place reward was 500 billion violet sunstones. If one could obtain first place, that was equal to gaining Lin Ming's current wealth. But this massive number of violet sunstones could only be considered a tiny reward. What drew the most attention was that the top 10 genius disciples could enter into Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the influence established by Empyrean Vast Universe, and accept the guidance of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. The top 3 could obtain the chance to perceive a transcendent divine might. From 4th to 10th place, one could enter into Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and choose to study any top technique beneath a transcendent divine might. These sorts of top techniques were all personally created by Empyrean Vast Universe. Although they weren't as wonderful as an incredible transcendent divine might, they were still far superior to a great world king's martial arts. They surpassed the inheritance of a world king level Holy Land. Guidance from Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. Lin Ming's mind stirred. But he didn't know what the cultivation of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple was like. It seemed that even if one obtained first place in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, it was still impossible to obtain the personal direction of an Empyrean-level character. Mo Evers now guessed Lin Ming's thoughts and said, Lin Ming, the chief disciple of an Empyrean has already reached a level of strength that is difficult to imagine. Although they aren't great world kings, the truth is that the top several ranked subordinates of an Empyrean surpass most great world kings in status and strength. Think about it, they come from an Empyrean-level influence and some of them might even be descendants of an Empyrean. The talent they inherited from their parents is simply unbelievable, and what they study are transcendent divine mights. There is no need to also mention the resources that they can enjoy. These kinds of people all have a starting baseline that is much higher than even a great world king. There are many great world kings that don't have the chance to study a transcendent divine might. Although an Empyrean might not be able to create their own transcendent divine might, every Empyrean still possessed their own. This was because they didn't create their own, but derived them from ancient texts and other legacies from the past. As for extreme characters like Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Seal that were able to create their own transcendent divine might, they were truly outstanding individuals amongst all Empyreans. As for world kings, most of them didn't have a transcendent divine might. In fact, it was already incredible if a great world king possessed an incomplete transcendent divine might. Also, an Empyrean can live for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. In the Holy Land that they established themselves, I imagine that most of the disciples haven't even seen the Empyrean. As for the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, although it is a gathering of all the young geniuses in the Divine Realm, it is still something that occurs every several thousand years. Compared to the long life of an Empyrean, this is far too short a time. As Lin Ming thought of this, he also gained a deeper understanding into just how high the status of an Empyrean was. To them, even a Holy Lord-level powerhouse was nothing more than an ant. The chief disciple of an Empyrean was also an extraordinary person. Even a great world king had to politely greet them and treat them with the utmost respect. Lin Ming, you do not have to think about an Empyrean guiding you, or even their chief disciple guiding you. To the current you, they are an existence that you cannot yet get close to. What you need to do now is increase your own strength as much as possible and enter into the top 10 rankings of the first martial meeting. If possible, you need to enter into the top 3 and obtain a transcendent divine might. There is still 3 months remaining. If I create a time enchantment for you, then you can steadily enter into the early divine sea or even reach the peak of the early divine sea. But a higher cultivation is impossible. The laws within a time enchantment are distorted, and mediating within them for too long is a waste of time. As Mo Evers now spoke, Lin Ming nodded. As he crossed life destruction, he had ruthlessly suppressed his cultivation to the limit. This allowed him to complete a 33-layered Heaven's 99-mile origin energy cloud when he broke into Ninefall. But this also made his cultivation speed much slower than that of other geniuses. Back when Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent, even the likes of Yang Yun had broken through to the Divine Sea in his 40s. And right now, Lin Ming was just over 30 years old but still at the 9th stage of life destruction. If his cultivation was too low and he was still so young, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in this first martial meeting. Just as Lin Ming was preparing to look for a place and set up a time enchantment area to train, at this time, a flame lit up in front of him. It was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. Riverfeather's voice immediately sounded in his ears. Brother Lin, 3 days from now, Immemorial Imperial City will be holding a grand auction that will encompass all of Imperial City. The trade associations will be bringing out rare items to sell, and many of these treasures will be extremely suitable for young elites such as ourselves. There will be many treasures that can increase one's strength, such as pills, weapons, heavenly materials, and so many other things. Brother Lin, you definitely can't miss out on this. Riverfeather's true essence sound transmission caused Lin Ming's heart to stir. Imperial City Auction. That was it. Because there had been competition after competition recently, a massive number of young elites had gathered at Immemorial Imperial City. And these young elites all came from influential sects, martial families, or even as secret disciples of hidden supreme experts. All of them were superbly wealthy. And now, since the Divine Realm first martial meeting was going to be held soon, in this situation where every sword needed to be sharpened to the extreme, time had become the most important factor of all. These geniuses needed to enhance their own strength as quickly as possible. As one of the busiest and liveliest places in the Divine Realm, how could Immemorial Imperial City miss such a grand chance to do business? This auction was deliberately aimed at these young elites. The heated fervor with which these youths would struggle for these treasures could be imagined. There were many rare treasures that could greatly enhance one's strength and cause countless young geniuses to fight for them. And among these great influences, there were many direct disciples and descendants who would have been given a great deal of capital so that they could obtain better results in the Divine Realm first marital meeting. At the very least, they could go just a bit higher and be tempered that much more. Imperial City Auction. I wonder just what my 500 billion will be able to buy. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He knew that 500 billion was a great deal of wealth. But if those great sects and families really did put forth their full capital, it truly wouldn't be enough. Whether it was Carefree Island or the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, 99% of their wealth was actually in fixed assets that couldn't easily be moved. For instance, immortal palaces, array formations, spirit artifacts, medicine gardens, all sorts of heavenly materials, and so forth. These influences didn't have much liquid capital. For instance, taking Carefree Island as an example, the Carefree Palace that Mo Riverbliss had left behind accounted for 80 to 90% of the entire sect's wealth. If these influences wished to sell these fixed assets for violet sunstones and crimson sun pills, they would be able to gather a monumental amount of wealth in a relatively short period of time. Moreover, before the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had been destroyed in the past, Mo Evers now had only carried off with her a tiny portion of the wealth, and most that was Mo Eversnow's own collection to begin with. If this 500 billion was compared with the total wealth of the verdant feather Holy Lands in the past, it would simply be a drop of water in a vast ocean. If Lin Ming really wished to struggle in an auction with these geniuses of World King-level Holy Lands, 500 billion was far from enough. It had to be known that, in the trading fair from before, Yu Ironrock had taken out a few hundred million, and that had only been casually. If Yu Ironrock had time to exchange all of his assets into pure liquid currency, he would be able to gather billions in currency. And Yu Ironrock was only a disciple of a stronger Holy Land. Compared to influences like Sacred Martial Mansion and others, they still fell far short. Lin Ming felt a great pressure on him. As he thought of his own possessions, there really weren't many things he could sell off. For instance, he definitely wouldn't sell the Phoenix Blood Spear. There were some things like the Dragon Bone relics that could sell for a good price, but Lin Ming wasn't willing to sell such precious objects. Moreover, it might cause a disturbance and bring trouble upon himself if he took them out. As Lin Ming was thinking, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and sent it to River Feather, asking if he could borrow some wealth from him. Of course, this was only a thoughtless question. He didn't expect to borrow much from River Feather. River Feather's family wasn't a top influence to begin with, and he was also one in a long line of potential successors. Among these successors, he didn't have the highest status and the wealth he had was limited. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that River Feather invited him to a branch division of his family to lend Lin Ming a part of his wealth. News of the auction soon spread throughout the entire immemorial imperial city like an unstoppable tide. Currently, the number of young geniuses in the city was measured in units of 100 million. The explosiveness of the auction happening 3 days from now could be imagined. And in just half a day, another piece of news crashed into the city like a meteor. This was because in the auction, there would be a pill that neared a transcendent divine pill in quality, called the Boundless World Pill. As the name suggested, this pill would have unimaginable benefits in forming and developing a divine sea powerhouse's inner world. Its value surpassed even Carefree Island's 10-severing Dao fruit tree. Boundless World Pill. Lin Ming also quickly learnt this news, that the Boundless World Pill would be one of the final closing treasures of the auction. It was something that was greatly beneficial to a divine sea martial artist and even a divine transformation martial artist. Lin Ming, if you can obtain this Boundless World Pill, then that will be phenomenal. Mo Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. Boundless World Pill. The rumors about the auction house stated that its rank approached a transcendent divine pill? Transcendent divine pill, transcendent divine might, transcendent divine weapon. All of these were Empyrean-level treasures, because they were existences that surpassed the heavenly Tao. When they were born, they would summon heavenly tribulation. Although the Boundless World Pill was only a quasi-transcendent divine pill, the value of this pill was still extraordinary. Mo Eversnow said, in order to refine the Boundless World Pill, one needs to use the Realm Heartstone of a boundless world. The so-called Realm Heartstone is the very cornerstone that supports that world. The degree of toughness could be imagined. To destroy this Realm Heartstone is the same as destroying that entire boundless world. But, although a boundless world is stable, it is not eternal. When an Empyrean or World King grows old, their senses and beauty will fade away and their inner boundless world will also begin to perish, meeting calamity upon calamity. Their entire world will lose vitality and the heaven and earth origin energy will gradually disperse until all life decays to nothing, finally collapsing and being completely destroyed. At this time, the Realm Heartstone might be destroyed with the collapse of this boundless world and fragments will be obtained by others. Although they are still incomparably firm, it is far inferior to the complete Realm Heartstone. If a great World King-level alchemist can obtain a fragment and consume a massive amount of time and energy, they can refine that fragment, fusing all sorts of other heavenly materials to form a boundless world pill. When a martial artist crosses into the divine sea realm, their world seed will erupt and form their inner world. Although a human's body is like a miniature universe and the evolution of the Dantian follows the endless flow of time and change of the universe, there are still differences. Their inner world will never be as firm as a true world, but by taking the Boundless World Pill, one can fuse the power of a true world into their inner world, fusing characteristics of a true boundless world into their inner world. As Mo Evers now spoke, Lin Ming's heart raced with excitement. Divine C, divine transformation, divine Lord. The deeper a martial artist's foundation was, the greater their inner world would be and the stabler it would be. This was because for a martial artist of the 9 divine shifts, the origin of their strength was the power of the world within their inner world. If one could truly fuse the strength of a true boundless world into their body, then their inner world would be just as stable as a true world. The benefits of this could be imagined. Lin Ming, this boundless world pill will be immensely beneficial to you. Although you can break through to the divine sea with your own training and cultivation, if you have the boundless world pill, it can help mold your inner world. When your inner world is born, it will then have characteristics of a true world. Moreover, your foundation is already incomparably solid to begin with. That will cause your inner world to be large and stable beyond belief, and your strength will also soar into the skies. If you have the boundless world pill, you can definitely enter into the top 10 of this first martial meeting, and you even have hopes of entering into the top 3. No matter what, this will greatly help you, otherwise it will be much more difficult. Understood. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In truth, he didn't need Mo Evers now to say this, but a boundless world pill was useful not only to him, but was also greatly advantageous to all other divine sea realm geniuses. No one disliked their own inner world being too stable, and they certainly wouldn't give up on something this great. If he had to rely on just his own 500 billion violet sun stones to struggle with them, then perhaps this was simply a useless battle. I have to figure out some way to obtain this boundless world pill, so that my strength can rapidly rise. Otherwise, I won't have any great advantage in this divine realm first martial meeting 3 months from now. To enter the divine realm first martial meeting was to face every young genius in the entire divine realm. Lin Ming wasn't blindly confident in himself. Sometimes there would be others that underestimated him, but that was because they didn't understand his strength. But Mo Evers now was the singular person in this world who understood just how strong he was. Since she said it would be extremely difficult, she naturally wouldn't be exaggerating her claims. It wasn't wrong that Lin Ming possessed transcendent divine mights, but those geniuses of Empyrean-level influences did too. Lin Ming had consumed a massive amount of resources growing up, but there were also many geniuses in the divine realm who had a destiny that soared through the heavens, and there were even talents that were raised by super-influences who enjoyed no fewer resources than he did. Lin Ming's advantage lay in his dual body and energy cultivation, his large success gold battle spirit, as well as his 33-layered Heaven's 9x9 life destruction that had come from the combination of the magic cube, transcendent divine mights, and cultivation systems he practiced. On the other hand, his cultivation was lower. In conclusion, it was hard to say whether or not Lin Ming could enter the top 10. The divine realm was simply too large. It was likely that many other top monstrous geniuses like Lin Ming and Mo Evers now would appear to contest him. In order to increase his chances as much as possible, Lin Ming had to obtain the boundless world pill no matter the cost. Oh! Brother Lin, you've arrived. When Lin Ming met up with River Feather, he was surprised to discover that the place they would meet up at was Starbind Bank, where Mo Evers now had once deposited her violet sunstones. This place is... Lin Ming looked up at the signboard of Starbind Bank. River Feather appeared a bit embarrassed as he said, "Brother Lin, I must be honest with you. Even if I used every single connection and favor I had, I wouldn't be able to borrow more than 3 billion from my family. That is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Moreover, my big brother has used many methods to suppress my ability to loan any sort of funds. He deliberately wants me to not be able to buy anything at the grand auction. As for himself, he went through layers upon layers of connections to borrow 6 billion from the family." Lin Ming nodded, clearly hearing the grievance in River Feather's voice. It seemed that a family like the River family, whether it be the grand auction or the divine realm first martial meeting 3 months from now, was only a small ripple that wouldn't be able to draw any attention. If the River family wanted to struggle for some minor accomplishments, they had to pour all of their effort into training a single feather. In this aspect, River Feather's big brother was clearly the superior choice. Then we have come here for... Lin Ming thought this was strange. If River Feather didn't have the support of his family, where would he have gotten any money? River Feather hesitated for a moment. Then, he clenched his teeth and said, I called Brother Lin here today because I truly think that Brother Lin is a friend of mine. One of Starbind Bank Services is pawning items. One can pawn treasures and receive wealth in exchange. I have a secret, and that is that I was originally an ordinary disciple of the River Feather family with average martial talent. If I died, no one would have even noticed. But in a mystic realm, I went through many dangers and stumbled upon a great lucky chance, thus producing the current me that can even struggle for the position of the future family head with my older brother. But now, I have pawned my secret for wealth to lend to Brother Lin. I want to help Brother Lin compete in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, break into the top 3,000 rankings and soar into fame. As River Feather spoke, Lin Ming was aghast. He looked at River Feather with incredulity in his eyes, not believing his own ears. According to River Feather, he had some incomparably important treasure that was responsible for all of his current achievements. But he had actually pawned this treasure in exchange for wealth to lend to him. Let alone the fact that he and River Feather were merely acquaintances. Even if they were good brothers, there were very few people that could lend out the entirety of their life savings without batting an eye. Brother River, aren't you afraid that I will forget this favor in the future and not acknowledge you? Lin Ming was at a loss. This behavior, if said nicely, would be called loyalty. If one was a bit coarse, it would be called being taken advantage of. Brother Lin, let's get straight to the point and not put up any more fake pretenses. Although my cultivating talent is mediocre, I have some skills at discerning the character of others. When you were at the Underworld Trade Fair, you were willing to part with hundreds of millions of violet sunstones to buy a little girl. I can see that the reason you were willing to buy her was not only because she said she knew the location of the violet sunstone embryo, but also because you sympathized with her plight. A person like you will not be an ungrateful man with no grace or virtue. This time I really have burned away all my bridges. It's true. You can make me a fool, but even if there is a 30% chance, I am still willing to struggle. This is because I know my own worth and I know that it will be impossibly difficult for me to match my older brother's achievements in the future. And because of my previous conflicts with my brother, if he becomes the family head, then my fate will be extremely miserable in the future. At the start, I had nothing to begin with. With just my cheap life, I fought for over 30 years to claw my way up to where I am now. I do not want to lose. Thus I can only make a bet and hope that I can form a friendship with someone like you who may become a world king in the future. I do not need a contract. This is because even if I had one, I know that with your skills and ability, you could easily find some great expert to dissolve it. Thus, what I will believe in is Brother Lin's upright and moral character to return this money. Lin Ming looked at River Feather with surprise. He didn't expect that such an ordinary-looking youth would be so daring and so ruthless to himself. He actually dared to make such a final gamble, even ridding himself of the lucky chance he found in the past. Such a person would either meet a tragic death or find great achievements in the future. And looking at River Feather now, he seemed to be someone who had the blessing of destiny on his side. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then said, "Thank you, Brother River, for trusting me. I will remember this favor. Although I have means of dissolving a contract, I will still form one with you and I will also be responsible for paying you back with interest. Brother River, how much can you lend me?" "Around 100 to 200 billion. As River Feather spoke out this number, he carefully observed Lin Ming's response. When he didn't see Lin Ming with any sort of overly happy expression, he immediately understood that this number wasn't able to move him. Lin Ming's background must be truly terrifying. His goal in this auction must be immeasurably high. Could it be one of the items that served as the closing act to this grand auction? River Feather's eyebrows shot up. It seemed that it really was difficult to form good relations with Lin Ming. The disparity was too great. As River Feather was imagining all sorts of things, Lin Ming was deep in thought. 100 to 200 billion was equal to the total wealth that the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan had obtained from the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. It seemed that River Feather's lucky chance was really something else. Even with this money added on, Lin Ming's wealth was still lacking. He asked, Brother River, how does this pawning service work? Can I hide my status? Of course you can. Brother Lin can have full faith in Starbind Bank's reputation. Starbind Bank has already been in operation for several million years. River Feather immediately understood that Lin Ming wanted to personally pawn some treasures for wealth. But just what did he have to pawn? His first thought was actually to hide his identity. Lin Ming, could it be that you want to pawn the dragon bone relics? Mo Evers now asked from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Currently, the most valuable objects Lin Ming had that he was willing to pawn right now were the dragon bone relics. The 1,000-foot-long supreme dragon bone was a treasure that could make a world king go mad with envy. If Lin Ming had this sort of thing, it was certainly impossible to take out. However, compared to the original 1,000-foot supreme dragon bone, pure dragon bone relics were much lower in value. Dragon bone relics already had their dragon marrow pulled out. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, dragon marrow was much more valuable. It could improve one's meridians and bloodlines, but the dragon bone itself could only be used to transform the organs and bones, something much more suited to a body transformation martial artist. Moreover, Mo Riverbliss had refined the 1,000-foot-long supreme dragon bone into 108 dragon bone relics. Each dragon bone relic was equal to 1/108 of the original dragon bone's value. If he could hide his status and just pawn several dragon bone relics, there wouldn't be too much trouble in that. Lin Ming, the materials for the esoteric immortality pill are already prepared. I will finish refining it before these 3 months are over. There are only 36 dragon bone relics left. Even if we consider the remaining dragon strength within your body, in order to process the esoteric immortality pill, I will still need to use up at least 30 of them. You can pawn at most 6. 6. Lin Ming faintly frowned. 6 dragon bone relics might not be enough. How much could a dragon bone relic be pawned for? It's hard to say. That will depend on what the appraiser of Starbind Bank offers, and they often quote a price lower than market value. I estimate that it will be no more than 60 billion. 60 billion times 6 was 360 billion. In addition, with River Feather's 100 billion, Lin Ming's total wealth was still lower than 1 trillion. This amount of wealth was probably far from being enough to purchase the Boundless World pill. Lin Ming, the esoteric immortality pill must be refined. We have gone through much to obtain the violet sunstone embryo, and the other materials have already been gathered to refine it. I can guarantee that you will be able to open the gate of life before you participate in the first martial meeting. And that Boundless World pill is no less significant to your progress. I understand. Lin Ming worried. He could deeply feel just how profoundly poor he was. Extremely poor. If he wanted to gather a great deal of wealth, then the only way was to ask the ancient Elysium seal. But as he thought about it some more, the body of the ancient Elysium seal was arranged with a painstaking cost by Empyrean Divine Seal, and it had also been tempered with energy for 3.6 billion years. If it were broken down into normal violet sun crystals, then that would truly be a waste. Fishy. Besides those treasures buried 500 miles underground, do you see any other violet sunstones buried nearby? Lin Ming suddenly asked with a bit of hope in his voice as he remembered Fishy's ability. At this time, Fishy had just woken up. She rubbed her sleep-tired eyes and tilted her head for a bit before responding. Big brother Lin Ming wants to look for some buried treasure? There are some violet stones in some places outside the city, and they are buried very deeply. Can those be considered buried treasure? Buried deeply? How many are there? It depends. Some are as big as a fat pig, and some are as small as my fist. I see. Lin Ming shook his head. He hadn't held out much hope for this route to begin with. In Fishy's life, it seemed as if she hadn't left the range of immemorial Imperial City. It was already a surprise that there would be such a great treasure hidden right underground, but it was impossible for there to be a second. As Lin Ming was thinking about what to do, a flash of light suddenly popped up in his head as he recalled something. Miss Mo, I suddenly thought of something that could give us a pleasant surprise. I've forgotten about it all this time. What is it? Lin Ming said, It's a string necklace. In the past, when I visited the ancient goddess grave in the eternal demon abyss, I obtained a string necklace as well as a jade pendant from her. That jade pendant seemed to be a keepsake of some sort, but as for that necklace, I have no idea what it is. Because I've never brought it out in these 10+ years, I'd nearly forgotten about it. The goddess necklace and jade pendant? Mo Eversnow's thoughts stirred. When she had been deeply sleeping in the magic cube, she had only been able to faintly sense what Lin Ming experienced. As for the concrete details, she wasn't sure. For instance, she hadn't known that Lin Ming had obtained a replica of the demon bead in the Steps Master's treasure chambers. Let's take a look. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow entered into the extreme violet ring together. Lin Ming looked for a moment inside the ring before finding the goddess jade pendant and necklace. The goddess jade pendant was similar to the pendant that the young girl Ju of the Forsaken God clan had been wearing. At the time, because of this jade pendant, Lin Ming had rescued Ju from her slavery at his wedding banquet, and this subsequently brought him together with the Forsaken God clan. After that, Lin Ming, under their protection, had safely stepped into life destruction and escaped the chasing down of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Because of this, Lin Ming guessed that the goddess jade pendant was a keepsake from the Forsaken God clan. But the necklace was different. It was special, with strange energy waves around it. These fluctuations of ancient laws showed just how unique it was. The necklace of the goddess had links as thick as a pinky finger, and there was a palm-sized metal piece at the end of the chain. This metal plate was less than an inch thick and had a square-shaped hole in the center. There might have been some gem inlaid in this hole in the past, but that gem had already disappeared. This necklace wasn't soft or elegant. It lacked all grace that a young woman's necklace would normally possess. Instead, it was humble and heavy, with a solemn aura to it. Wearing this chain would have felt like wearing a lock. As for the jade pendant, it was a deep azure color all around and icy cold to the touch. The center of the jade pendant was carved with totem images of birds, looking quite common. Mo Eversnow looked at them for a moment. Then, she put away the jade pendant and focused her vision on the necklace. "Miss Mo, what do you see?" Lin Ming asked from the side. Mo Eversnow pressed her eyebrows together, not speaking for a long time. Underneath the control of her battle spirit and will, the necklace steadily floated in the air. This process continued for a full hour. Then, Mo Eversnow turned into a ray of light and directly sank into the necklace. After the necklace lost the support of her battle spirit, it fell to the ground. Lin Ming subconsciously thrust out his hand to grab it. "Miss Mo." Lin Ming was immediately worried. He instantly contacted Mo Eversnow's mind and could sense that the state of her soul was very steady without any problems. He was finally able to relax. Like this, another hour passed. Mo Eversnow finally emerged from the goddess necklace. She said, "Lin Ming, if I'm not wrong, this should be a spirit treasure that Empyrean Primordius himself personally forged." Mo Eversnow's voice was filled with amazement. Lin Ming was also startled. Although this result wasn't too surprising, as he saw something that was truly crafted by an Empyrean, he was still shocked. Something that Empyrean Primordius made himself? Is this a transcendent spirit treasure? No. Mo Eversnow shook her head. A transcendent spirit treasure isn't easy to create. Even for an Empyrean, they could only craft a single transcendent spirit treasure in their lifetime. The value of one would be inestimable and not inferior to a transcendent divine might jade slip in value. As for other things created by an Empyrean, although they might not be a transcendent spirit treasure, they would still be extremely valuable. If I'm not wrong, this should be a defensive spirit treasure. But, unfortunately, the artifact spirit has already died. Lin Ming asked, dazed. The artifact spirit died? The goddess of the eternal demon abyss should have withstood some sort of extremely powerful attack, causing this defensive spirit treasure to be mostly broken. As a result, the artifact spirit was destroyed and the value of this spirit treasure was also greatly diminished. It was probably impossible to restore the functions that it had in the past. This is... Lin Ming glanced at the necklace. He never imagined that such a simple and plain necklace would be something that Empyrean Primordius created himself. But what a pity, even if it was something created by an Empyrean, it was still incomplete. If its value was reduced so greatly, how much could it be pawned for? Lin Ming asked, unsure. Mo Evers now saw Lin Ming's worried expression and chuckled. That is something that you do not need to worry about. What kind of character is an Empyrean? Even a holy lord is nothing but an ant in front of an Empyrean. This first martial meeting may be held by Empyreans, but the truth is that only the disciples of the Empyreans are managing affairs. How could an Empyrean possibly bother themselves with such things? Even the rewards for the top 10 are with the direction of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. Even if one managed to achieve first place in this first martial meeting, they still wouldn't have the chance to meet an Empyrean. Let alone an incomplete spirit artifact. Even if there was only a tiny fragment left over, there would still be a massive number of martial artists chasing after it like a flock of ducks. Even if that fragment had no more function, there would always be people wishing to collect it. Moreover, this necklace also has fluctuations of laws carved within it. They contain the principles of the refiner and can be used as a reference by World King level refining masters. It is extremely valuable. As Mo Evers now spoke, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. To an Empyrean that lived for tens or even hundreds of millions of years, it would be hard to arouse their interest with this divine realm first martial meeting that occurred every several thousand years. They had simply seen far too many first martial meetings. How much can this necklace be pawned for? I cannot say. Mo Evers now shook her head. Even with Empyreans, there are divisions of high and low. For instance, there is Empyrean Primordius and also Empyrean Divine Dream who is conducting this first martial meeting. Both of them are outstanding existences even among Empyreans. I do not understand the world of Empyreans, but whatever Empyrean Primordius made should be much higher in value than a normal Empyrean's treasure. Moreover, there seems to be a seal in this necklace. However, I fear that no one besides Empyrean Primordius is capable of unraveling this seal. I have no idea just what could be inside. Lin Ming thought for a moment and asked, could this necklace tempt World King level powerhouses? It shouldn't. There are some great World King life weapons that can compare favorably to an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, this necklace only has an incomplete artifact spirit. Starbind Bank has done business for millions of years. They shouldn't do something that would destroy their hard-earned reputation by coveting this necklace, or even a transcendent divine might jade slip. Okay, then we'll pawn this. I wonder just how much wealth we can get for it. Lin Ming put away the goddess necklace and flew out from the extreme violet ring. Really, where hills bent and the streams and roads seemed to end, there existed flowers that bloomed past the dark willows. This was the sudden glimpse of hope that he needed at this moment. He never imagined that the necklace he obtained from the ancient goddess grave in the past would play such an important role now. Starbind Bank's interior had different dimensional worlds located within it, and its pawn store was in the shape of a 6-floored pagoda that floated high in the sky. Many masters arrived at the pagoda and turned into a beam of lightning, flying directly within. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. He bid farewell to River Feather and flew in alone. At this time, a light blue hazy mist covered his body, and one was barely able to make out the contours of his features. One couldn't clearly see his appearance nor clearly make out his age. This was a protection that Starbind Bank arranged for those people that weren't willing to disclose their identity. Of course, if one really wished to look through this concealment, it would be easy. But in this aspect, Starbind Bank's credibility had stood up to the most rigorous tests of time. It had operated for so many years, and yet there had never been a single time when they tried to steal the belongings of their guests, nor had they ever secretly investigated the appearance of their guests or violated their privacy. After Lin Ming entered the pagoda, he went to the first level. The space here was 1,000 miles long and wide, with a large crowd of talkative guests that were here to pawn treasures. Lin Ming moved straight to the second floor. According to what River Feather told him, expensive treasures had to be pawned on the second floor. Just as Lin Ming arrived at the second floor, a beautiful young woman dressed in white with a late divine sea cultivation stopped Lin Ming, saying with a smile, "Young sir, please hold on. Do you have a VIP card?" Although she was technically refusing him entry, Her tone and expression were actually quite comfortable. No. My apologies. If you do not have a VIP card, you will have to have the appraiser on the first level appraise your treasure first. If the value is high enough, you may enter the second floor. As the young woman spoke to hear, her voice caught in her throat. She felt a deep pressure suddenly enveloping her. Under this pressure, even her soul began to tremble. Peak Holy Lord Master? No, half-step World King? The white-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a startled light as she took a step backwards. With her late divine sea cultivation, she could judge Lin Ming's relative strength according to the pressure he released. This was not a level of perception that an ordinary divine sea master could possess. It was clear that many great masters often came to Starbind Bank's second floor. Even so, Peak Holy Lord and even half-step World King powerhouses were very rare. These were distinguished guests. The only level above them was World Kings, and it had to be known that one of Starbind Bank's secret owners was the true Martial Great World King. The white-clothed woman's voice immediately attracted everyone's eyes. They all glanced at Lin Ming. Half-step World King? Is it some super master from a Holy Land level influence? To think that they would personally come here. I wonder just what they are pawning. This is a half-step World King powerhouse. That's the first time I've ever seen one. Just incredible. Even a half-step World King has come out. The grand auction 3 days from now will surely be worth watching. Senior may certainly enter a higher level. Please. The white-clothed woman motioned with her hand, inviting Lin Ming upstairs. Like this, Lin Ming stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor underneath the envious gaze of others. But he didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the fourth. As he entered the fourth floor, a middle-aged scholar welcomed him. Together with the woman, they guided Lin Ming to an inner room. At this time, Lin Ming had already restrained his aura. Soul pressure itself was a kind of force field, and to use it required soul force. Since Mo Eversnow's soul was still damaged, she wasn't able to release the soul pressure for too long a time. He had disguised himself as a half-step World King Master in order to increase his number of chips and ensure that this transaction would be absolutely safe. Senior, are you here to pawn treasures for the auction 3 days from now? May I ask what Senior would like to pawn? The middle-aged scholar said with anticipation. If the treasures pawned were valuable enough, the yearly interest would be quite considerable. Correct. Take a look at these and tell me what their value is. Lin Ming raised a hand and tossed out 6 dragon bone relics. 30 dragon bone relics were enough to refine the esoteric immortality pill. These 6 remaining dragon bone relics were to be pawned to ensure that his chances in the auction would be better. This is. As the middle-aged scholar saw these 6 black crystal beads, his eyes shined. God-beast bones. The middle-aged scholar was able to instantly discern the value of these dragon bone relics at first sight. Lin Ming praised this man inwardly. This middle-aged scholar was indeed a professional, able to tell whether something was a common treasure or a top treasure with just a single glance. The middle-aged scholar revealed a solemn look. He clapped his hands and the curtains outside moved. A robust and vibrant old man with a long beard walked in. This person only had an early divine lord realm cultivation, but his eyes shined exceptionally bright. It was clear that he was an appraisal master. The old man appraised the dragon bone relics for a moment. Then, with a slight movement of his lips, he sent a true essence sound transmission to the middle-aged scholar containing his appraisal results. The middle-aged scholar praised, "These are dragon bone relics refined from the bone of an azure dragon. They are truly wonderful items. But what a pity, the dragon marrow has already been taken out and there is only the pure skeleton left behind. Because of this, the value is reduced by 70 to 80%. Even so, these dragon bone relics are much more precious than a drop of dragon horn blood. For these 6 dragon bone relics, I am willing to pawn 350 billion violet sunstones for Senior. What does Senior think about this?" Lin Ming nodded. This was about the price he expected. The price for pawning something was only 50 to 60% of the selling price. This was the only way that the pawn store could make a profit once the original master decided they didn't want the item anymore. Haha, Senior truly is great. Does Senior have any more items that you wish to pawn? The middle-aged scholar personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ming. This is 9 fog tea formed from 10,000-year camellia flowers. They are infused with high-quality spirit spring water. Senior, please have a taste. Lin Ming received the teacup and took a sip. Really, this tea was quite fragrant. There was even a light feeling of having his soul revitalized. Compared to the chaotic crowd downstairs, the treatment on the 4th floor was worlds apart. This was the difference power and wealth brought. Lin Ming drank the tea and then took out the goddess necklace from his spatial ring, placing it in front of the middle-aged scholar. This is... A doubtful expression crossed the middle-aged scholar's face. As he looked at this necklace, he didn't notice anything special about it. The middle-aged scholar picked up the necklace. It was quite heavy and ice-cold to the touch. Moreover, there were some faint law fluctuations exuding from it. This is a spirit artifact, however, it seems to lack an artifact spirit. No, that's not right. This is... The long-bearded old man was the first to respond, startled. He looked at Lin Ming with incredulity in his eyes and then began to rapidly whisper to the middle-aged scholar. After the middle-aged scholar listened to him, he suddenly shot up from his chair. "Are you serious?" The old man nodded. The middle-aged scholar was completely floored. He investigated the necklace again, but was more or less assured in the old man's opinion. Although the old man didn't have a high cultivation, he was actually the chief appraisal master of this pawn store. If there was something that caught his interest like this, he certainly wouldn't make a mistake, especially if it was so valuable. If he didn't have absolute assurance in his guess, he wouldn't have said anything. This is a spirit treasure created by an Empyrean? Senior actually has such a treasure. The middle-aged scholar sucked in a deep breath and looked at Lin Ming with awe in his eyes. An Empyrean spirit treasure was something that normally only great world king-level powerhouses possessed. For instance, when direct disciples of Empyreans grew up, they were on the same level as great world kings. The weapons they used would often be Empyrean spirit treasures. Of course, this spirit treasure that Lin Ming presented was broken and could no longer be used. Even so, the value was tremendous. If the inherent refining techniques and law fluctuations within this necklace were obtained by someone, the comprehensions they could gain would be a truly serendipitous lucky chance. As the middle-aged scholar saw this necklace, he found it hard to remain calm even though he had come across many treasures. For someone who worked in a pawn store, the most exciting matter was to come across extremely rare heavenly treasures like this. "Senior, do you plan on selling this necklace? We will pay you a full and satisfying price," the middle-aged scholar politely said as he rubbed his hands together. If it weren't for a special time like right now, normally others wouldn't bring out such a treasure to sell. They would only trade it for something equally precious. But Lin Ming firmly shook his head and said, "I am not selling, only pawning. I will return to redeem it within 5 years." Lin Ming certainly couldn't sell something that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. Even if it had no value to him, he would still redeem it. This was his respect to Empyrean Primordius. After all, Empyrean Primordius had been his teacher. What a pity! The middle-aged scholar secretly shook his head. If this was sold, he could even present it to the true martial Great World King. Although the true martial Great World King already had a complete Empyrean spirit treasure, just the laws within this necklace would be enough to tempt him. As the middle-aged scholar and Lin Ming spoke, the curtains around them lifted once more and 2 additional appraisal masters walked in. One was a white-haired old woman and another was a skinny man. These 2 didn't even speak to the long-bearded old man. Instead, all 3 of them were completely engrossed in appraising this Empyrean spirit treasure, their eyes shining with obvious excitement. They constantly moved around, changing their perspective and speaking with true essence sound transmissions. It was only after an hour that they finished appraising the goddess necklace. The long-bearded old man told the middle-aged scholar the appraisal result. Even in the end, the 3 appraisal masters weren't able to discern which Empyrean had crafted this necklace. This was also within reason. The world of Empyreans was incomparably mysterious. Even with the long-bearded old man's experience, he still wasn't able to touch upon such a high realm. He was only able to determine that this was an Empyrean spirit treasure, a vague estimation of its quality, and an approximate price. For someone to be able to do this was already extremely rare. The middle-aged scholar hesitated for a moment and then waved his hand, tossing out a sound-transmitting talisman. A moment later, he received a sound-transmitting talisman in reply. After several exchanges, he made a final decision. Only after this was finalized again did he stretch out his 2 hands and stick out 6 fingers. He calmly and clearly enunciated, 6 trillion. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. Silently, he began to rapidly converse with Mo Evers now in his spiritual sea. Okay. It's a deal at 6 trillion. The following matters were much simpler. Lin Ming left behind a password array formation symbol. Then, he took away a total of 63,600 violet sunstone crystal cards from Starbind Bank and left. When this was added to his original wealth as well as the 1,000-some crystal cards that River Feather had given him, he had a total of 60,000 crystal cards. This was a total of 7 trillion. And at this time, the auction for the Boundless World Pill had finally begun. True Martial World was originally one of the liveliest and most prosperous trading hubs of the Divine Realm. Immemorial Imperial City was the largest city on True Martial World, with the most citizens living within. And now, borrowing the great wind of the Divine Realm first martial meeting to boost everyone's spirit, the grand auction that was being held could be said to be the grandest event for the last several thousands of years. Before this grand Imperial City auction was held, Immemorial Imperial City had already held many smaller auctions. But compared to the precious items at the Imperial City auction, everything else was simply left in the dust. This auction would continue for 3 days and would include thousands of treasures. In addition, there were also 100,000 pieces that would only be bid on in private. Although these weren't items that would be put up for public auction, the truth was that they were very precious. For instance, items such as peak top-grade saint artifacts would be privately sold. In the past, even most direct disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace wouldn't have such a treasure, but here they wouldn't even see the light of day. 2 sirs. Here are your seat numbers. Lin Ming and River Feather each took a jade slip. They looked through them and saw that their numbers were over 200,000. This was proof that just at this moment there were already over 200,000 guests at the auction site. And these 200,000 people all had to have shown proof of certain financial prowess or they wouldn't have been able to take a single step inside. One could only say that the Divine Realm was far too great. The two moved towards their seats. Lin Ming hadn't chosen to alter his appearance. He retained his original appearance as well as his original name. It was easy to hide his appearance in Starbind Bank because Starbind Bank protected the privacy of their customers. Even if there were powerhouses in the bank, they still wouldn't do something so rude as investigate Lin Ming's true appearance in front of everyone. But at this auction, many visitors were Holy Lords, Peak Holy Lords, or even half-step world kings. It was impossible for Lin Ming to use his appearance-changing technique in front of them with any hope of success. Instead, if he remained secretive yet possessed a massive amount of wealth, that would only attract more eyes to him, and Lin Ming wouldn't be able to do anything against this type of probing. So, he might as well use his true appearance and enter the stage. It didn't matter if anyone noticed him. He had already rented out the best cultivation area he could at Immemorial Imperial City. As soon as this auction was finished, he could train in there for 3 months in absolute safety. After he joined the first martial meeting, he would be even more secure. This auction site was similar to the arena of the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. However, it was a bit smaller. The venue was only a 5-mile wide square, and the seating areas were much taller at up to 10 miles. Like this, they could accommodate more guests. At first glance, the countless seats were just like little grains of sand in the desert. At the center of the auction venue there was also a battle array disc floating in the sky. It would project an image of the auction goods so that everyone could clearly see them. Lin Ming followed River Feather into the auction venue until they reached the area that the River family had been assigned. Here, they couldn't help but meet River Feather's older brother River Wind. River Wind looked at River Feather and Lin Ming with a smile on his face. He directly ignored Lin Ming and only looked to River Feather. "Dear little brother, I never imagined that you would manage to scrounge up enough money to come and bid on the trashiest items here. Did you borrow it from your pack of loser friends? Are you counting on buying a few top-grade Saint artifacts here and giving the first martial meeting a shot? Do you want to gain some experience or something?" River Wind's words were clearly mocking. He had suppressed River Feather's ability to borrow violet sunstones from his family and had expected that River Feather wouldn't have any money to come here. Being able to buy a few top-grade Saint artifacts was already better than what he had expected. As for River Feather making any sort of progress in the first martial meeting, that was simply a joke. Let alone River Feather, that was impossible even for you, Ironrock. River Feather sneered. He said, "The reason I came to this auction is to accompany my friend to participate. As for the first martial meeting 3 months from now, Big Brother doesn't need to waste energy and worry about me." "Friend." River Wind shot Lin Ming a glance and then heartily laughed, not even bothering to toss out any cruel words. After all, he didn't have any hatred or conflict with Lin Ming, and he wasn't stupid enough to randomly create a new enemy. Moreover, Lin Ming only had a 9th stage life destruction cultivation. River Wind simply didn't place him in his heart. Lin Ming didn't look at River Wind. This sort of lowly and trivial character didn't even enter his eyes. At this time, his only competition was the heroic young elites of the World King level Holy Lands. And these people were all seated at the uppermost reserved seats. No one from the true martial Holy Lands has come. It does make sense though. The true martial Holy Lands Holy Lord is the true martial Great World King. This person has managed true martial Great World and Starbind Bank for so many years that he must have accumulated an incalculable amount of wealth and resources. These resources should be more than enough to supply the disciples of his Holy Land with everything they need. In just this aspect alone, an ordinary World King level Holy Land like the Sacred Martial Mansion simply cannot compare. As Lin Ming was thinking, he looked over the young elites sitting in the reserved section. Not only were there people from Sacred Martial Mansion, but there were also disciples of other super influences. These disciples had come from outside of immemorial Imperial City. If they could sit in the highest levels, the level of the influences they came from must be no worse than the ancient Dragon Clan. All around Lin Ming, 90% of the martial artists present were heroic young elites. They had all come for this auction and also the first martial meeting 3 months from now. They were constantly discussing all of the exciting events that were recently occurring. Lin Ming sat with his eyes closed in meditation, ignoring all the conversation around him. This auction would be similar to a battlefield. If he couldn't win here, then it would be difficult for him to rapidly increase his strength in these next 3 months. It would greatly affect his performance in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. If he wanted to advance into the top 10, then it would be far too difficult. Esteemed guests, you have waited for a long time. The Imperial City auction will begin now. At this time, at the very center of the auction site, a charming and flirtatious voice echoed out, easily spreading over a dozen miles. Lin Ming opened his eyes. He could see that, at the center of the auction site, there was a red-clothed woman standing there. She was delicate and naively beautiful, with icy white skin and a body that seemed molded from water. She had a playful look with eyes that promised 10,000 different dreams. Overall, she was incredibly beautiful. Moreover, what was strange was that she had a long, winter-white foxtail. That is the Wintry Fox Clan's Princess Honeylush. I didn't think that this auction would be managed by her. River Feather commented from the side. Lin Ming was from one of the 4 God-Beast clans, but even though they were called God-Beast clans, they only had the bloodline of a God-Beast transplanted into their bodies. As for the Wintry Fox clan, they clearly had a true Wintry Fox ancestor. They were descendants of a human and a wintry fox that had lived long enough to manifest a human form. They were considered half-monsters. Thus they had certain characteristics like a foxtail. As for the 4 God-Beast clan juniors, although they could use some secret skills to take on the shape or characteristics of God-Beasts, they weren't true body parts. This is wow. I heard that Princess Honeylush's talent is extremely high, not inferior to the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. There are countless suitors chasing after her. With her presiding over this auction, those countless young elites will crazily kick up the price in their feverish desire to please her. Lin Ming thought little of it. It doesn't matter. Princess Honeylush will at most be able to affect the prices of some ordinary goods. As for those true final closing treasures that involve a massive amount of money, no one will carelessly increase the price just for a smile from a random beauty. Lin Ming sat down, keeping his heart and mind calm and clear. At this time, the first auction item was placed on stage. For every auction, the best items would naturally be placed at the end. But the very first item would be of high quality too, with value no lower than those that would come at the end. This was to rouse the good mood of the guests and to bring a grand opening to the event. Princess Honeylush patted the box near her and sweetly smiled. She said in a clear and coy tone, "Thank you, distinguished guests, for your support. In this Imperial City auction, there are over 300,000 guests present. This is the first auction item for this grand and momentous event. What could it possibly be? Not even I know." Princess Honeylush's voice was just as sweet as honey, causing those who heard her to feel their hearts twitch. She was skilled at galvanizing the mood of heroic young elites. Many people shouted, asking her to immediately open the box and start the auction. The first item up for auction is... As Princess Honeylush spoke to hear, she slowly opened the box, revealing a piece of flawless crystal. This crystal was in the shape of a baby, only half a foot high. Through the projection of a battle array disc, one could clearly make out every single inch and texture of the crystal. What was strange was that this baby had 9 holes in its body. Coincidentally, these 9 holes all corresponded to vital acupoints on a human body. They were naturally formed and not carved, a miracle of nature. And beside this crystal was a card. Princess Honeylush picked up the card and looked over it. She laughed and said, "The first item for auction is a 9-aperture spirit crystal. So it was this sort of thing. I think that many guests present will be joining the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting in 3 months. If you lose to an opponent in strength, then there is nothing left to say. However, if you lose to an opponent not because of your strength but because of a weapon, then that would truly be regretful. This 9-orifice spirit crystal can be used to nourish a spirit artifact's artifact spirit. I think that there is no need for me to mention just how useful an artifact spirit is to a spirit artifact and what benefits a stronger artifact spirit would bring. In order to perform well, the necessary tools are required. With a superior weapon, the battle is already half won. This 9-orifice spirit crystal has a base price of 4 billion violet sunstones, and the minimum bid increase each time is 500 million violet sunstones. And now, it is time to begin the auction. 9-orifice spirit crystal. Many of the young elites present gulped. The first auction item was actually aimed at a spirit artifact. One couldn't forget that this auction was aimed at Divine Sea martial artists. A Divine Sea martial artist using a spirit artifact? Just what kind of luxury was that? This sort of spirit artifact required a top supreme elder to expend a great deal of time and energy so that a young elite could be attuned to it. Besides juniors of super influences, no other Divine Sea martial artists could possibly be so extravagant. From this alone, one could see just how magnificent and lofty this auction was. Some poorer young elites felt their hearts ache. They had collected the lowest amount possible to hopefully join this auction as a foil, but they couldn't even afford a fifth of the starting bidding price. 9-orifice spirit crystal. Not bad, Lin Ming thought to himself. The first auction item was something that would actually be extremely useful to him. This was a very good sign, but also well within reason. Everything in this auction was aimed at top Divine Sea geniuses. 5 billion. In the audience, a youth called out, suddenly attracting the envy and admiration of many others. This proved that this youth had a spirit artifact as a weapon. His background could be imagined. This youth faintly smiled as if this wasn't something worth mentioning. But in the next breath of time, another person raised the price. 5.5 billion. 6 billion. The price climbed higher and higher, but Lin Ming remained unmoved for now. He knew that the starting price was only a tentative exploration. The true buyers still hadn't yet shown themselves. A guest has bid 7.5 billion. Is there another guest that is willing to bid a higher price? Princess Honeylush asked on the auction stage with a flirtatious tone, a tone that caused many young elites to bubble over with heated blood. But, as they thought of this 7.5 billion cost, they were all discouraged. This price was simply too high. 7.5 billion. Huh. Whoever bids this high must be rich. A young disciple sighed enviously from beside Lin Ming. For many present, their total usage of resources growing up until now didn't surpass 7.5 billion. But this cost was actually used to bid on a 9-aperture spirit crystal to nourish a spirit artifact. There was simply no way to describe this gap. It's impossible to withstand the world of the wealthy. As some were discussing, in the higher-level reserved seats, someone suddenly called out, 10 billion! The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be 15 to 16 years old. He was handsome with clear eyes and shining teeth, and also had an early divine sea cultivation. Although he only appeared to be 15 to 16 years old, for him to have reached a divine sea cultivation, his natural age had to be over 30. That is Dual Polarity Palace's Zhong Wenshu. Dual Polarity Palace is also a World King Holy Land. They're on a similar level to Sacred Martial Mansion, and one of their branch divisions is located in White Sun City. White Sun City is only slightly inferior to Immemorial Imperial City in terms of trade. There must be an auction held over there. But these fellows actually decided to cross tens of millions of miles to come to our Immemorial Imperial City and steal our meat. In true martial world, the highest-ranked World King level Holy Land influence was naturally true martial Holy Lands. As for Sacred Martial Mansion and Dual Polarity Palace, they could only be considered as being on the lower end of the spectrum of World King-level Holy Lands. This was simply how things were. Even so, they weren't something that the Yu family or the River family could compare with. They had tens of millions of years of accumulation, and just a tiny hair from them was thicker than some of these distinguished families' thighs. Humph, these World King Holy Lands are too widely distributed, and there are far too many young disciples. Even Sacred Martial Mansion has a massive amount of their power distributed outside of Immemorial Imperial City. It is impossible for them to fully hedge on a single city auction. With the first martial meeting approaching, they have to spread their net out as much as possible and buy as many goods as they can. This Immemorial Imperial City auction is a battlefield that many World King Holy Lands are gambling on. We shouldn't think of being able to partake in any of the good treasures. Just eating a bit of the soup should be enough. Disciples of ordinary Holy Lands and small families understood their own worth. It was impossible for them to purchase any of the major items, but they had hopes of buying some of the smaller goods. At this time, beside them, a youth suddenly raised a jade slip in his hands. 10.5 billion. The youth who called out this bid sat in the lower seats of the auditorium where the disciples of the ordinary families were. To call out this bid from that seating position, this action immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Who is he? What sort of background does he have? All of the young elites couldn't help but wonder this. Lin Ming remained calm. He was already prepared to be noticed by others in this auction. The true war of wealth was still to come. This brat. Could he be randomly shouting? What a joke. In this auction, there are very serious consequences for maliciously bidding without meaning it. Moreover, the 200 million violet sunstones we put out to come here won't be returned either. For a disciple of an ordinary family, having to give up 200 million violet sunstones would absolutely ruin them. No one was so crazy that they would waste all of their hard-earned wealth to do some grandstanding, much less risk the danger of being executed later. Beside Lin Ming, River Feather wasn't surprised at all. He already knew that Lin Ming had a spirit artifact spear, and an extremely high-quality one at that. But River Feather's older brother, River Wind, was left completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Ming and gulped. 10.5 billion to buy a spirit crystal to enhance a weapon? Moreover, this was proof that Lin Ming had a spirit artifact as a weapon. How could his little brother possibly know such a person? Zhong Wenshu looked at Lin Ming with some surprise before revealing a playful smile. He simply hadn't placed Lin Ming's competing bid in his heart. He adjusted his seat to a more comfortable position, and then lazily lifted the jade slip in his hand, calling out another bid. 12 billion. 12.5 billion. Lin Ming said before a single breath of time passed. This second bid he shouted was as if he were tossing out a pile of rocks instead of violet sunstones. How interesting. Zhong Wenshu humphed. 13 billion. 13.5 billion. Every time Lin Ming put in a higher bid, it was 500 million more. It was succinct and the same no matter what the other party called. This was a reflection of his rich property and his determination to purchase the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Against this sort of momentum, it was easy for others to give birth to fear in their hearts, a feeling that it was impossible to win a bidding war against Lin Ming. Zhong Wenshu frowned. He sat up, his expression serious. 15 billion. 15.5 billion. This brat. Zhong Wenshu's handsome face flashed with a trace of impatience. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were a bit cold. He had his own spirit artifact. Although his family had spent a great deal of wealth to refine it for him and help train him to use it, if he really sold it then he would only be able to receive 80 to 90 billion. If he had to buy this 9-aperture spirit crystal to enhance his spirit artifact's artifact spirit, that would be nearly a sixth of the entire value. It would be an overall loss for him. If it weren't for Lin Ming, he definitely wouldn't spend so much. 16.5 billion. Zhong Wenshu shouted out as he raised his jade slip again. This 9-aperture spirit crystal was extremely valuable to him. If he missed out on it this time, there was a chance that he would lose to his opponent in the first martial meeting due to the difference in weapons. 9-aperture spirit crystals were extremely rare. It wasn't possible to buy one whenever he wanted to. Thus, as he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes became increasingly cold. 17 billion, Lin Ming calmly said, raising the bid by another 500 million. He definitely had to obtain the 9-aperture spirit crystal. This was because his Phoenix Blood Spear was much more valuable than the weapons that these other young elites used. There was no other reason than the fact that the Phoenix Blood Spear was personally raised by Lin Ming. For the other young elites, no matter how wondrous or magnificent their backgrounds were, their weapons were still granted to them by their elders. This was because no matter what sort of heaven-defying lucky chances they had experienced in their 30 to 40 years of life, it was impossible for them to form their own source artifact spirit. Lin Ming was able to become one with the Phoenix Blood Spear. Thus the Phoenix Blood Spear was not a spirit artifact that the weapons of other geniuses could compare with. So, the Phoenix Blood Spear was worth Lin Ming spending a great deal of money to buy the 9-aperture spirit crystal, so that he could raise the Phoenix Blood Spear to become his own life weapon in the future. In the higher reserved seats, some peak disciples of World King Holy Lands looked down at Lin Ming and Zhong Wenshu competing in their bidding war. Some revealed a bemused expression, but some were frowning. They also wanted the 9-aperture spirit crystal, but because of Lin Ming and Zhong Wenshu's competition, they didn't have the chance to enter into this bidding war. And by this point, the bid had already surpassed the original value of the 9-aperture spirit crystal by a great deal. There wasn't much meaning to shouting out another price. Moreover, Lin Ming appeared as if he were willing to obtain the 9-aperture spirit crystal no matter the cost. This caused them to immediately lose interest in competing with him. Let them struggle and buy the 9-aperture spirit crystal at a higher price so that they can use up their resources. That youth sitting down below probably isn't planning on bidding on the closing treasures, so he's bidding so unscrupulously now. As for us, we have to focus on those last few treasures. Even if it is only 10 billion or 5 billion, every amount is precious. A tiny straw can be the weight that crushes the camel. That tiny bit of wealth can decide our victory in the final auction bids. If the 9-aperture spirit crystal was said to raise a martial artist's strength by a single point, then the Boundless World Pill could increase a martial artist's strength by dozens of points. Moreover, one was aimed at an external object and the other was aimed at the martial artists themselves. Their values naturally couldn't be compared. What these young elites were thinking was also what Zhong Wenshu was thinking. Zhong Wenshu deeply looked at Lin Ming, as if he were carving Lin Ming's looks into his mind. Second uncle. Did that boy change his appearance? Zhong Wenshu asked an old man meditating beside him. This old man was a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse. The old man opened his macerated eyes and looked at Lin Ming for a few breaths of time before expressionlessly saying, "No." He's sitting in the seating area of the commoners and still doesn't understand how to restrain himself. Instead, he swaggers around trying to struggle with the disciples of World King Holy Lands. It's as if he wants to die. Find someone to thoroughly investigate his origin and just what family he comes from. Zhong Wenshu sneered. Since Lin Ming wasn't sitting in the reserved section, that meant he likely didn't have a World King Holy Land background. Even so, it was best to be careful and investigate Lin Ming's background lest he be forced to kick himself later. Of course, it was impossible for him to do anything in immemorial Imperia City. That would be a blatant violation of the rules. If anyone dared to provoke the sanctuary of the true martial Holy Lands, their future might not be so safe. This wasn't a particular grievance that Zhong Wenshu was looking to take revenge on, but a natural process of the world of martial arts. In the world of martial arts, the law of the jungle was all that mattered and the strong ate the weak. Besides, in some super cities and other areas, there weren't any legal constraints at all. Killing someone and stealing their possessions was common. This was because the strong did not need to reason with the weak. Strength was the only reasoning required. Thus, if one only had a minor background and managed to stumble into a great deal of wealth and come to this auction to play around, then that was completely suicidal behavior. 17 billion. Is there anyone that would like to place a higher bid? Princess Honeylush gently smiled on the auction stage, her eyes on Zhong Wenshu. She had already glanced over the young elites from the other World King Holy Lands, and he was the only one who seemed willing to raise the bid. One had to admit that Princess Honeylush's warm and watery eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her vision seemed to contain 10,000 temptations, causing one to lose concentration as if they were lost in freefall. Zhong Wenshu coldly coughed and sat back down in his chair. He said in a cold and clear voice, "Little girl, there's no need for you to try to stir me up with your eyes. It doesn't matter to me how you keep batting your eyes at me. What is 17 billion? Much less 17 billion. If I were in a better mood, even 170 billion would be nothing at all. However, the reason for me coming here today is for the Boundless World Pill, so I can't be bothered to haggle with those little mice sitting down below. This 9-aperture spirit crystal, what's the big deal if I grant it to you?" Zhong Wenshu's words were filled with energy as they spread throughout the entire audience. This sort of appearance made it seem as if Lin Ming didn't win the bidding for the 9-aperture spirit crystal, but rather that Zhong Wenshu bestowed it to Lin Ming. Moreover, when he said those little mice sitting down below, that was clearly mocking all of the young elites from ordinary family backgrounds. This caused those ordinary young elites to immediately be enraged. Yet they had no words to refute him. Zhong Wenshu was absolutely not someone they could provoke.